"You're disgusting." That's what Se-rin, the rank 1 player in the entire country, just said to our boy's face. She's the nation's angel, and the only thing wealthier than her is her brain, because look at that massive forehead. Bitch's brain can walk laps inside her skull, and she's still a dumb hoe because see, 5 minutes ago she was talking to him normally, smiling, being polite, and now she's telling him she feels sick when a worthless calorie-wasting beta like him acts like they know her, and bro just stands there, doesn't say anything, pure flashbang. But what she doesn't know is that soon enough all her posters with her big ol' forehead will be taken down, and our boy's face will replace hers. Unfortunately, at this moment he just walks back inside, pretending nothing happened, cause bro's got a face that could get him assigned a disability card and is also a rank 5 melee, lowest rank possible, most dangerous class in the game, since you're weak and still have to go face to face to level up. The type of player people feel bad for and would prefer to have not even awakened. But this dude found 2 shawties and built a harem from the ground up. One's a hot babe, not because of this but because she's a fire mage, and the other one is pure thickness, not because of this but because she's a tanker with some serious defense. He somehow puts together a team that does what no Korean guild could, beat Japan's #1, and they don't just win once. Bro was Stephen Curry 2016ing the arena. Triplex Forehead was so furious that she even hired someone to kill my bro when he was recovering in the hospital. Goddamn, can a wigga chill? All my bro wants is to get some motion with his shawties and escape poverty, like us all, but the whole city isn't too keen on it. This begins like this. See, Gang Q-sung is just trying to survive, working at this tiny company. Lucky for him, one day, he wakes up as a master and gets the chance to join raids, which are all about shutting those portals down. Among healers, mages, and tankers, he levels up as a melee DPS, which, while super common, is also the riskiest, since the job is to smack the enemy up close and personal. After a few raids, Hiren convinces Q-sung to join the Master's War, leading the squad. He starts to shine with his epic strategies, putting him right in the thick of the action. So, besides focusing on winning and leveling up, he's got to deal with a mega powerful enemy who's been wiping out guilds all over Korea. After the Korean War, the world flipped upside down. In the chaos, a soldier freezes, seeing something wild. His boss is not having it and, super mad, punches him. But the soldier just stares at the sky, where a portal to the demon world just opened up. Claws rip the sky like it's paper, and we find out these portals are everywhere and can't be busted by any modern weapon. From the portals, demonic creatures spill out, freaking everyone out. Humans lose hope, but then God starts giving some people the power to fight back. These folks are called masters, and once the first one woke up, more followed. These masters are the ones who can smash the portals to the demon world. But then, more portals start popping up randomly all over, forcing 10 masters to team up to take them down in something called a raid. With all that laid out, we meet Gang Q-sung, a worker at a small company. His life was pretty basic until he got called up for his first raid. Now, let's jump back into the action. 2 tanks sprint after someone yells for them to clear the way. Getting ready to rumble, the protagonist knows he has to nail it. He charges at the monsters, making the others turn and switch targets. The group leader gives him props for the good work, then tells the ranger to get ready to attack and the healers to use their main skills. Running, our dude remembers chatting with his teammates earlier, who don't get why the leader picked him for the melee spot. Hearing he can't use aggression, Q-sung is totally pumped. In the moment, he focuses on how he got dissed at his old job and, after charging up, lands a killer blow, making his teammates' eyes go wide. He gathers energy again and, at the perfect time, lands another hit, leaving monster bits everywhere. Grinning, the glasses guy says the young dude did way more damage than expected. Shouting, the protagonist promises to keep giving it his all. The scene makes the red-haired girl crack up. Curious, she asks if he's burning too much mana, but gets no answer, because he's too busy admiring her. When pushed, our guy says he's relying on his energy, not wanting to spill the beans on his power source just yet. Not buying it, the redhead says she's been a master for 5 years and never seen anyone rely on energy like that. Wrapping up the chat, the leader says they gotta finish the fight and move on. Q-sung breathes a sigh of relief while the guy grins. After walking a bit, the glasses guy says they're about to meet the mid-boss and the final boss. So, he wants to let everyone know the final boss is probably a golem type, slow but super strong. So, the group will split up to be more efficient. Min-kook, the tanker, will round up the leftover mobs for Kisu and Hiren, while the other tanker distracts the final boss, all while he keeps an eye on things. That's when the protagonist finds out he's got to handle the main DPS of the boss's mobs. A bit shocked, he asks if the guy's sure. With a nod, the mage wonders if the leader's putting too much faith in someone on their first raid. The glasses guy then says he didn't expect much from a rank 5 melee DPS, but the young dude's combat skills were on point. Plus, thanks to him, the raid time got a major speed boost, and they could totally rely on the healers. So, Q should really start believing in himself more. The battle kicks off, and someone yells that Min-kook needs to yank the monster from behind. Out of nowhere, Hiren gets cornered. Thinking fast, the leader figures maybe the girl needs to bust out her special move. The creatures charge in, but Kisu smacks them down and gives a thumbs up. The redhead thanks him and gears up to drop a massive magic spell, with a magical bracelet. The mage says she's got a surprise for the creatures, and bam, they're on fire in a flash. When the dust clears, Min Kook, one of the tankers, lets out a big sigh of relief. The group leader checks in on the intermediate boss team, who, after making golem bits fly everywhere, announce they're done. Pumped, the glasses guy says it's time to crush the final boss and wrap up the mission. Seeing another dude chatting with the mage, the blonde guy gets all jealous. Clueless, Kyu-sung asks his crew where the final boss is hiding. One of the healers suggests heading to the gate, but the leader's like, nah, the final boss should be guarding it, so it being MIA is sus. Thinking hard, he wonders why no minerals were left after the creatures got wrecked, and then he yells for everyone to back off. The masters look back, and suddenly, the monster bits swirl into a tornado, revealing a giant golem. Freaked out, Hiren thinks this might be it for her. Our boy remembers his training, when his coach said he needed to be quicker. Like, 20 years ago, a satanic portal popped up, forcing powerful masters to join the raid. Everything was chill until the final boss showed up, and the group couldn't figure out the attack moves. In a flash, the battle formation crumbled, putting everyone in danger. Then Iku Shohei, the only melee DPS, used his divine speed move, slicing the boss into pieces. From that day, he became a Japanese legend, and his guild blew up in fame. Which means being a speedy melee DPS is the way to shine in a life or death attack, and mastering God speed is key to reaching the realm of God. After all that, Kyu-sung charges in and smacks the golem's arm, leaving his crew speechless, since he's just a grade 5 master, the lowest rank. The creature screams in pain, but the hero doesn't care and, with his sword ready, charges again, landing hit after hit, until golem chunks start flying everywhere. Shouting, the leader says the enemy's outer armor is coming off, so the young dude should aim for the final boss's core and strike. The mage and the archer team up and fire a flaming arrow, nailing the target. And then, all that's left is the golem's crystal. Stoked, Kisu starts cheering like crazy. Coming over, the glasses guy praises our boy for the epic work and says now it's just about sealing the gate. The blonde guy takes on the task, and as he gets closer, he shoots an arrow at the portal, making it crack and explode, lighting up the whole team. Thinking, Kyu-sung can't believe this is his first raid, since months ago he was just an office assistant. Suddenly, Hiren yells his name for the 10th time, and when he finally hears her, she smiles and thanks him for saving her, then invites him to dinner as a thank you. Happier than ever, the hero says yes to the invite. When the association's bus rolls up, the leader announces everyone got a mineral, but since the crew says they don't need it, he sells all the loot. The next day, our boy wakes up in his room and grabs a snack while scrolling online. To his shock, a video of him taking down the final boss is blowing up on YouTube. Viewers are buzzing, saying the footage must be fake. The young dude decides to clap back at some rude comments while a weird feeling hits him. Since tonight's the dinner with Hiren, which he totally spaced on, we see the mage fuming, like a tiny angry dog, while our boy apologizes for being late. Because it's freezing, the girl lets it slide, and they head to the restaurant. Curious, the young dude asks how old she is, and she says she's 22. When asked, he says he's 25, but let's be real, he's got the energy of a hyperactive puppy. Grinning, Hiren says she'll call him by his name, and boom, instant happiness overload for our guy. They munch on some snacks until the redhead's all, oops, my bad, for posting a video of him without a heads up. Blushing like a tomato, Kyu-sung's all, no worries, cause that vid made him a mini celeb. The master's like, whoa, I only did it cause in my 5-year gig, never seen moves like yours. Our dude's curious if yesterday's squad is all in the same guild, and finds out they're all Phoenix Guild peeps, except the girl, who's more of a solo adventurer, jumping into raids like a wild card. Chat goes on till the mage is totally wasted, so our boy, who's been hyped for this meetup forever, ends up playing the hero, carrying her home, totally ignoring his coat now accessorized with puke. A few days later, he gets a call from the girl, inviting him for coffee, and when he shows up, Kyu-sung meets Kim Bum-chul, the squad leader and their raid support. The dude's pumped, saying it's an honor to team up with our guy. The redhead whispers it's her way of saying sorry for the last night's chaos. Once everyone's there, the leader kicks off the briefing and tells Park to start filming. Facing the camera, he's all, this raid's a big deal, cause a gate popped open in Uedo, and since many masters bailed, everyone there gets a big thank you. Our boy's thinking this ain't a briefing, more like a spotlight on him. Suddenly, everyone's all ears for Lee Se-rin, the nation's support legend. The leader's smiling, thinking she's there to cheer them on, but turns out, not so much. The DBC filming duo's on a mission to snag an interview, but she's like, nah, I'm here for personal stuff. Min Chol, Lee Se-rin's buddy, swings by to say hey to our boy, who's stoked to see him. The dude spills that the redhead was also one of his students, leaving Kyu-sung totally mind-blown. He excuses himself to Hiren and goes to chill with the duo. The mage watches them chat and laugh, while the leader's puzzled why she's so ticked off. After a bit, the redhead's got another gig and starts her goodbyes. Our boy gets to walk her to the car, mentally thanking his old teacher, and wondering if he'll score her digits. But outside, Lee Se-rin drops a bomb, saying if it weren't for the association, she wouldn't even chat with folks like him, adding she pities his future, and he should pretend not to know her if they cross paths, cause it grosses her out. Alone, our guy's fists are clenched in rage as he heads back to the cafe, acting like nothing went down. The buff dude mentions the girl visits him for advice sometimes, and if our guy keeps grinding, he could become a top-tier master. Our boy thanks him for the pep talk and says bye, while secretly plotting to hit rank 1 no matter what. Next stop, the raid zone. Inside a sketchy, falling apart building. The cameraman's worried, asking his boss if they should use a drone, since regular folks aren't allowed in places like that. Park's chill, saying to get killer footage, rules are just suggestions. After some more trekking, the journalist tells his sidekick to halt. They stumble upon a crew battling some beasties. The glasses guy tells the chubby one to zoom in on the mages or rangers for that epic shot. Out of nowhere, a girl gets saved by something. The cameraman's baffled, missing what saved the healer. The journalist, calling him a newbie, insists it was the wizard who did the saving. The dark-haired guy keeps rolling until he notices there's no wizard in sight. Park's like, in that case, focus on the ranger. After the dust settles, the healer patches up her buddy, then thanks Q-Sung for the save. Our boy's all, just doing my thing, while replaying Lee Se-rin's words in his head, trying to squash the anger bubbling up. The leader rolls up with the squad, all chill, saying he's good, so things must have gone alright. Turns out, they ran into a gnarly monster on the other side. But hey, teamwork makes the dream work, and they took it down. Hiron strolls over, asking why the main dude's all deep in thought. He shrugs it off, but the mage isn't buying it. Still lurking, the journalist spills that the crew's about to slap a seal to ID the final boss before shutting the gate. The duo bounces from their hiding spot to find a new hangout. Meanwhile, Bum Chul's divvying up roles, saying the tankers and melee fighters gotta handle the ADDS. The rangers are on boss duty, and the magic users are multitasking. Plus, since the press is all eyes on them, they gotta put on a killer show. Elsewhere, the cameraman wonders if filming from up there is gonna be a pain. Park's like, nah. This is where the final boss pops up. Then, bam, something wild happens, and his eyes go wide. When asked, he spills that the final boss is humanoid. Super tricky to beat cause they're smart, unlike the usual brainless monsters, which spells trouble. On the ground, the raid leader's frozen. Realizing what they're up against, the humanoid gives them the stink eye, and the leader tells the tankers to step up, trying to keep it cool. One dude charges in but doesn't even scratch the enemy. Time for the rest to jump in. Following orders, the rangers get ready to fire. The creature sees the arrows coming and, with a flick of the wrist, throws up a barrier, catching Bum Chul off guard. The arrows go boom on the shield, and fear creeps into the crew. The tanker yells, asking why his buddy's just standing there. Watching from above, the journalist figures this fight's gonna be tougher than they thought, meaning if one thing goes south, the raid's toast. Especially since with this boss, usual tricks won't cut it, and the DPS are in danger, just trying to stay alive. Curious, the cameraman asks if his boss thinks the attack's gonna flop. After a pause, Park says the only way to win is if someone takes one for the team. Feeling the heat, a ranger steps up. The humanoid charges her, and the tanker shouts for her to bail. But she doesn't, and bam, she gets hit hard. The healer checks her out, says she's okay, but out cold. The journalist, pulling his hair, says the odds of failing just shot up. Still filming, the chubby guy jokes if that's why the dude's skin's not looking great. Park shouts that if they fail, the gate's gonna go full Lucifer, and everyone will be toast in 30 minutes. In the fight, the tanker realizes he's out of mana, while the leader's stressing about what to do. The humanoid goes for the healer, who's helping the ranger. Luckily, the other tanker swoops in with her shield just in time. The press duo's stoked. The enemy, ticked off, strikes, but the girl dodges and counters, making the humanoid eat dirt. Everyone's shook, even the leader, who had her on mob duty. Q-Sung wraps up his part, showing that with the girl, they're an unstoppable pair. Sweating bullets. Bum Chul's like, who are these two? The monster's not happy about the smackdown it got. From above, Park sees the creatures getting stronger, but maybe letting it burn out is the play, as long as the tanker can hang in there. The humanoid charges the girl, who braces with her shield. Seeing her hold her ground, the journalist says it's go time for someone to strike. In the air, our guy gears up for a hit but gets blocked by a barrier. Still, he goes ham with sword strikes, pushing the creature to its limits to dodge. A sphere wraps around it, and when the dust settles, everyone's staring at the enemy, chilling in the crater it made. With the creature totally wiped out, the journalists all, yo, we might actually win this thing. But then the cameraman's like, uh-oh. Both the melee fighter and the tanker are looking super tired too. Thinking hard, the protagonist admits he's running low on energy, but out of nowhere, the short-haired girl pops up with a genius idea. A bit further away, Bum Chul and the healer are busy helping the other tanker get back on his feet. Once that's done, Q Sung's buddy rushes over to spill the beans on her plan. Still chilling in the crater, the humanoid suddenly gets its mojo back and charges in for another round. The squad gets into position, and bam, the clash is on. Going all out, the tanker fights to hold his ground, while the leader's mulling over the girl's plan to kick things off with the rangers and mages dealing some damage. With that, he gives the green light, and the mage and ranger team up to launch a fiery arrow. Park's all jittery, saying long-range attacks are a total waste. Q Sung takes off, ready to make the most of the creature's downtime while it builds a new barrier. Turns out, the plan needs him and the tanker to be in perfect sync speed-wise. So, the young girl steps up as a launch pad for our dude to leap from. Everyone's jaws drop seeing the plan unfold. Flat on the ground, the protagonist's like, "Nope, not doing that again. My whole body feels like jelly." Grinning, Park asks if his guy caught it all on camera. But nope, he got distracted, sparking a mini argument. Yelling, the journalist's like, "Dude, you can't just say sorry for that, but hey, at least we're alive." Then, the scene shifts to a place where things didn't go so hot. Grabbing the protagonist by the neck, some guys all, "Got any last words?" Covered in strawberry juice, Q Sung's struggling to breathe. Suddenly, he jolts awake in his bed, realizing it was just a wild nightmare. After chugging some water, the young dude's relieved and decides to get up. With coffee brewing, he tunes into the news until Hiren calls, asking where he's at. Our guy's like, "Chillin' at home." And the mage flips out, reminding him it's the big weekend, so he better hustle. At a restaurant, the mage is stoked about the mountain of food in front of her, totally clueless. The protagonist's like, "Why are we even here?" The redhead spills that she's gearing up for the upcoming Masters War. The protagonist's like, "You know you need 10 people for that, right?" Nodding, the young woman says she wanted to lock in someone first before rounding up the rest. The boy's curious who that someone is and finds out it's him. Nervous, our dude's like, "I never signed up for this." But with a serious look, he admits he's just a bit lost. The mage explains she thinks they can snag at least 3 wins. The catch is, it's super tough for solo masters to beat the guilds they train with. So, she's been expanding her network during raids, scouting for powerful masters. The young woman reveals she's built a master's network dictionary over 5 years, and the boy's in it as the one who escaped the jaws of death. The protagonist gives a sheepish grin and learns he's footing the bill for their feast. Later, Hiren's freaking out on the phone. Q Sung tells her to chill, suggesting they can still find people online. The young woman says that's a last-ditch effort because it's hard to gauge master's skills that way, meaning she might have to ditch the plan. The protagonist's like, "Why? It's not your first war." The mage explains she's tried 3 times, all epic fails, which is why she's stuck at the same rank for 5 years. Seeing the young man's puzzled, she asks if he trained with the association and, upon hearing yes, says her skills improved slowly back then. All thanks to the mineral-rich environment, but the Master's War is way bigger. Our guy asks if more participation means more power, and finds out, yep, but losing means everything vanishes due to the fixed mineral limit law. Intrigued, he says he needs to hit the bathroom and gets orders from the mage to zoom back as soon as possible. On the way, our boy's stoked to bump into someone. Meanwhile, Hiren's solo, wondering where they'll find more peeps for the war until the protagonist pops up with a short-haired tanker. Grinning, the young woman says it's awesome to meet the redhead. Q Sung beams at the mage, who gets the vibe and grins back. With everyone chilling, the tanker finally intros herself as Yuri. Pumped, the redhead asks if she's joining the Master's War, and when she says yes, the duo's eyes light up like Christmas. Hiren says they just gotta find the rest of the squad. Our boy suggests hitting up the missing folks, but seeing the mage is bummed, the short-haired girl asks what's up. Explaining, the boy says they couldn't squad up as planned, then asks if she knows any master. Yuri's like, "Nope." After a sec, the protagonist asks the redhead about the dudes from her first raid. Straight up, the mage says Mayung swore off Master's Wars forever. Still, the young man thinks it's worth a shot. Hiren agrees and starts dialing. Right then, the tanker seizes the moment to ask if the two are a thing. Shaking his head, the protagonist says he just met the red-haired girl and, switching gears, asks how many raids she's done. When she says 4, he asks how long she's been awakened. No hesitation, she says 7 years. Our boy's thinking, this convo's turning into an interrogation. The mage comes back looking bummed. Q Sung says it's cool, they'll keep searching. But the redhead spills that Myung's in, but weirdly asked who else is joining. The protagonist says that's normal, but the young woman says once she told him, he was all in. Chill. Our boy says they just need to write it up. After the chat, the trio plans to meet up in Suwon the next day. Somewhere else, a red-haired dude asks his buddy who called. Grinning, the glasses guy says he doesn't know, but he's hyped to join the war with Q Sung. Next day, the protagonist and the mage meet up. The young man sees his buddies super hyped. A bit ahead, they meet the support and the rest of the crew and head inside the venue. While filling out the forms, our boy finds out Lee Se-rin's in the war too and gets a bit jittery. Inside, an announcer's organizing the guilds. Shocked, the protagonist's like, whoa, never seen so many masters in one spot, and to top it off, they all look super strong. The mage yells for him not to wander off. Sprinting to catch up, our boy's thinking the only way to level up is by joining the war, which Se-rin thinks he's not ready for. Also rolling up are Park and the cameraman. The announcer says the war's kicking off soon. Seeing they're heading to Zone B, the dark-haired guy asks if they're not covering Se-rin. The journalist says that's the plan. Then he asks why they're going to Zone B and finds out his boss knows a killer spot near Zone B with a perfect view of Zone A. Grinning, the cameraman says no matter how hard he tries, he can't match the man's skills. Turning around, Park says skills aren't the only thing keeping him alive in this biz, being sneaky helps too. The duo keeps walking until the cap guy calls the journalist to check out the masters who did the last attack they filmed. He says this means a big showdown's coming. Annoyed, the journalist says even so, everyone there's low rank and the man's apology must have been tiny, cause he's been saying dumb stuff lately. We jump to the Zone C locker room. Walking in, Hiren comments on how the place is a dump. Agreeing, Kisu says, as usual, low rankers get the short end of the stick. Our boy asks if they know who they're up against. The redhead checks her phone and doesn't look thrilled. They're up against the Iku Guild from Japan. The news leaves everyone shook. The blonde kid's all jittery, asking who they're up against next, and finds out it's the Iku Guild. Mayung's just chillin' while the ranger's bummed he can't level up this year cause of these tough opponents. Kyu-sung's all curious, wondering if this guild's really that OP. Hiren's like, yup, Iku's the biggest, baddest guild in Japan, and having 10 players is just bad luck. The glasses dude rolls up and tells everyone to get ready. Meanwhile, Park's sneaking into a no-go zone. Even though it feels sketchy, the cameraman just follows orders and slips through the door. Elsewhere, some dude's announcing which guilds are doing the biometric exam. Inside a capsule, the main guy's thinking how weird this is until he's told to open his eyes. The announcer says when all group members are out, the match is over. With eyes wide, our boy checks out the battlefield, thinking it's go time. He yells for the healers to light up the place. A young dude sends a light ball sky high. Yuri's like, 4 tankers incoming. Kyu-sung takes charge, telling the mage and support what to do, saying he and Yuri will handle the sorcerers and then take out the healers. The trio's off, and the short-haired girl stays back to alert when the rivals show up. In the middle of the chase, the main guy hears a boom and knows the fight's on. He's thinking if all goes to plan, they got this. The enemy team rolls up until something pops up in the sky. The mage stops, starts casting a spell, but bam, something slices him in half. It's our main dude, taking out a guild member in seconds. He shouts for the others to handle the rest. The trio's running again, and Yuri senses a mage about 50 meters ahead. Our boy says he'll go first, so she should boost him, while the healer syncs up with his launch, casting a bonus the other way. Even thinking it's a mana waste, the young guy agrees, but thinks if Myung was boss, he'd have him guarding the base. Kyu-sung yells it's go time, jumps using the tanker's shield, not knowing the healers got other plans. Enemies start running, and a red-haired guy says their rear's exposed cause the mage is down. The main guy figures the healer just needs to distract the enemies as planned. Jumping again, he shouts for the young guy to act but realizes he's talking to himself. The tanker shows up and saves him from arrows. After landing, he thanks for the save, but the young woman says it's too soon. They're surrounded. The healer's running to catch up with the group. Confused, Kisu asks why the young guy's back, while Hiren's like, can't you see we're working hard here? Myung shows up and asks what Hwang Jong-wook's doing there. Hearing the scoop, he yells the plan's a bust. Everyone should join Kyu-sung as soon as possible, like yesterday. Everyone's running, and the healer's left behind, looking like he regrets his choice. Up ahead, they run into 3 enemy tankers. Back to the main guy and Yuri. The red-haired guy's thinking the young woman's a beast tanker, then lines up another arrow shot, which misses for the 6th time thanks to her shield. Seeing his buddy struggle, our boy's wishing the healer was there. He shouts for her to hang on for 2 more shots. She warns she's using her special move. Suddenly, she's glowing in light armor, leaving Kyu-sung amazed. With no choice, he says he'll prep his special move too. Seeing this, the enemy ranger decides to do the same, all to wrap up the battle fast. Elsewhere, Park and the cameraman reach their spot. The place has a killer view of all the zones. The cap guy's surprised, asking if the plan's gonna work. The journalist's annoyed, saying he's being a total noob again, then says this is a virtual space cooked up by genius engineers using that rare mineral on the ceiling, a mineral that's super rare, only found in raids tougher than Lucifer's level. After dropping that knowledge bomb, he wonders why his employees slacking off. Startled, the guy remembers he's supposed to be recording. Grabbing the camera, he asks where to point it. Park, fuming, asks if he forgot they're shooting a special edition of Lee Se-rin. The cameraman apologizes, saying he just wanted to know which zone and battle arena. After getting the info, the journalist wonders if the guy in the cap is messing with him on purpose. Suddenly, the man looks over and asks if he should really film Battle Arena 2 inches Zone A, since it's totally empty. Looking down, the glasses guy wonders how the match is already over, and remembering how he hyped it up to the director, realizes he's totally toast now. Trying to stay positive, the cameraman suggests filming the group that led the Uedo raid. Terrified, Park tells him to do whatever he wants. Back on the battlefield, the red-haired ranger just fired off his special move. Yuri's all set, waiting for the impact. When it hits, she stands strong. Behind her, Q-Sung's praying she holds on a bit longer, as his energy is almost fully charged. When the dust clears, the tanker is still standing, leaving the enemy totally baffled. Furious, he thinks there's no way she withstood his move, then tells his buddies to give all the mana they've got. With no other choice, the duo obeys and the ranger fires another deadly shot. As the arrows are about to hit Yuri, our boy's ready and charges at the enemies at full speed. The trio watches in shock as he closes in, but they can't stop him and get wiped out in one hit. The scene makes the tanker grin. Exhausted, the protagonist figures it's just about mopping up the last enemies. But surprise, surprise, the announcer declares the match over and Gang Moon the winner. Happy, he turns to his ally to celebrate, but she's on the ground. With Yuri in his arms, Hyu-sung asks if she's okay. She says she's fine and can reach the bioskinification system herself. The protagonist tells her not to worry, he's got her back. So, he picks up the tanker and gets ready to head back. After some walking, finally, the rest of the crew shows up. Myung's glad they're okay, while Hyren wonders why he's carrying the tanker. Our boy starts sweating bullets as the mage gives him the stink eye. Smiling, he says he's doing it because Yuri took a hit for him, then says it was thanks to her they won, even with some unexpected twists. Hwang Jong-wook looks down, embarrassed, while the protagonist loudly explains the tanker took the hits for him. The girl tells them to drop it and keep moving. Annoyed, the redhead jokes, telling him not to milk the situation. Watching from above, the cameraman announces he's done recording. Park doesn't react much, thinking about how to explain this to the director, leaving the guy in the cap puzzled. We jump to the AQ building, where someone asks if the Master's War is going well. Seated, an Aqua Guild guy thanks the young woman for her support, but she says their relationship's just symbolic. Getting the hint, the guy talks about the first match ending and reveals all the guilds, including his, lost to Japan's IQ guild. Unfazed, the white-haired girl says that's just how it goes. Then, the suit guy mentions a group among the generals beat IQ. When asked, he says the team's called Gang Moon. They stare at each other for a moment until the young woman says that's interesting. In the treatment waiting room, Kisu asks how they were the only winners. Hyren confirms it, getting everyone hyped about the group becoming superstars. A young guy asks if this means the Aqua Guild, which Lee Se-rin's part of, also lost. Smiling, the mage says yep, our boy stays quiet. Mayung comes over with Hwang Jong-wook and apologizes for being late. Then, he says the healer's got something to say. The young dude, feeling a bit awkward, says sorry for what he did. Q-sung's all chill, saying it's cool, but maybe he should say sorry to Yuri too. The girl finally bounces out of the doc's office and, when asked, says she's all good. Seeing the main guy all worried, the redhead's like, chill, dude, you're overreacting, saying the fight was in a virtual world, so injuries don't count, and everyone gets a report on any boo-boos after the match. Kisu's all, looks like our boy's got a thing for the tanker. Everyone's eyeballing the young dude who's just standing there, poker-faced, while sweat's doing a marathon down his face. Switching gears, the glasses guy's like, hey, as a team, we should know each other better, kicking off a round of intros. Meanwhile, over at the DBC HQ, the director's like, why couldn't Park film Lee Se-rin? The guy's shaking, trying to explain, but the mustache dude's all mad about the footage swap before he starts laughing like a maniac, leaving them both scratching their heads. The old dude then says he's got a genius employee since their team was the only one to beat the IQ guild, and they were the only ones to catch it on film. Getting props, Park and the camera guy are all, thanks, boss. Chilling in his chair, the director's all nostalgic, missing the days when he was a newbie covering attacks. The journalist's like, even if bullets are raining, nothing's stopping the cameras. Back to the battlefield, AQ guild members are strolling through the tall grass, totally clueless that Q-sung's got eyes on them. Elsewhere, a guy strolls into Lee Se-rin's room, where she's lounging in a robe. Nervous, she asks what he's doing there. Ignoring her, he says for the nation's angel. She looks more like a demon. With a sly grin, the redhead tells him to scram. Annoyed, guy's like, you only lost one match in the Master's War, so seeing you like this is a shocker. The girl chucks her drink glass and, huffing, asks what he knows about her deal. The guy dodges the question and says the president wants to see her, so maybe she should freshen up first. Back at the AQ building, Lee Se-rin's chilling in a room, waiting for someone. The white-haired girl from before pops in and asks if she's got a tough problem to crack. With a smile, the girl talks about the only guild that didn't get beat, asking if that surprised the redhead. Lee stays quiet while the president says as AQA's star, she shouldn't be down. Starting a story, the girl talks about the engineer's dilemma, where an engineer is on a runaway train with a choice at a two-way track. If he goes right, one person bites it, but if he goes left, 4 people get hit, sweating bullets. The redhead doesn't say what she'd pick in that spot. The white-haired girl says she learned all life is precious, but still, 4 lives beat 1. And if Se-rin can't get good results with the guild's help, maybe she needs to be the engineer. That's when we find out they're sisters. Fuming, the girl says someone so useless can't claim they're related, saying she'll be watching to see who rocks the Master's war. Alone again, the redhead tries to keep her cool. On the battlefield, the Gang Moon team scores another win, pulling in fans. Pumped, Kisu's like, looks like we're famous now. But Hiren's like, nah, they're cheering for Q-sung. After another day, the main guy says bye to the team and bumps into Lee Se-rin outside his team's waiting room. Thinking, he figures it's best to ignore her, but she calls out and asks to chat. The guy's like, got nothing to say, and keeps walking. Yelling, the girl says no matter how hard he tries, he'll always be just a nobody in the ranks. So, she'll make him feel what it's like to fall from grace. Hearing that makes our guy grin. Back on the battlefield, a young dude gets tossed by the main guy, who, still holding his sword, watches the enemy grab his shield before going in for another round. He remembers the quick chat with Lee Se-rin and how it felt like she was yelling into the wind. So, picture this, our dude walks through the door and bam, he's swarmed by reporters, all buzzing to get the scoop on his life. Q-sung's feeling all kinds of awkward, and some guy pops the question about how the squad prepped for the big day. Our boy spills the tea, saying he checked out battle vids from other countries, starting with the IQ guild, and then got the squad synced up like a boss. Another reporter's all, is your game plan to take out the DPS first? Nodding, the young man confirms, saying to win, you gotta knock out the rival team, starting with the DPS. The reporters are shook when they hear healers and supports aren't the MVPs. Our hero explains that the Master's War is all about taking down the opposition. So, certain classes can't just run the show, it's the DPS's gig to dominate. A dude's like, isn't it the healers or support's job to handle the DPS? Q-sung's like, yeah, but our country treats supports and healers like they're gold. But he adds, in other places, it's all about protecting the DPS. This isn't talked about much to keep some folks, like Lee Se-rin, in the loop. His words, plus the reactions of those feeling salty, make the headlines. Back to the action, our hero decides not to sweat what others think. The tanker dodges a hit but gets whacked again, leading to his KO. Our guys solo for a sec until more baddies show up, ready to trap him. One dude notices Q-sung's super chill, like he's got a secret plan. He yells for his crew to get off the ground, but it's too late. Myung shows up, stoked about the leader's epic strategy. Thinking, our boy's like, now Hiren just needs to wipe him out for the win. But surprise, an enemy mage lands a hit and gears up for another, thinking he won't miss this time. Flashback to when Q-sung told the crew he'd be the bait since the IQ guild's getting smarter. So, Myung and Hiren's firepower had to shine, and Yuri was on mage guard duty. The girl was down with the plan, and that's a wrap on that convo. Fast forward, our boy's hurt after dodging a fatal blow at the last sec. The glasses dude realizes he can't raise his hand, or the enemies get a free pass. Elsewhere, bodies are scattered, and the white-haired girl gears up for her next showdown. A guy yells, asking why she's doing this with no guild war declared. Grinning, she says after wiping out his crew, her guild's gonna be top 4 in Korea. The guy's mad, powers up, and says it won't be that easy, shocking the AQWA guild prez. On the battlefield, Yuri tells Hiren she senses mana from another direction. The mage asks how many, and the tanker says about 7, but 2 are their peeps. Smiling, the redhead's like, Q-sung's plan must have worked, and leaves her protection to the girl while prepping a big spell. The duo hits their spot, and the mage starts the magic. But Yuri's worried about our hero, who's hurt in the chaos. The scene reminds her of when her bro became a melee fighter and went to his first battle. Despite his grit, an accident happened, and even with the healer and support's best efforts, he didn't make it. Snapping back, the tanker decides to move, leaving the mage exposed. An enemy's ready to strike our boy, who thinks this might be it, until Yuri swoops in to save him. He's stoked but wonders if the redhead's okay. Seeing a fireball nearby, Q-sung trusts the tanker made the right call. Turning, the girl tells him to get closer. A bit away, Hiren feels exposed, knowing the other team will sense her mana. Still, she focuses on her attack, not noticing an enemy watching her. In the middle of the chaos, this young dude figures out the squad's plan is to wipe them all out with some epic magic move. So he's like, time to strike back. Totally zoned in, the redhead conjures this massive fireball. Then, out of nowhere, a guy with claws like Wolverine bursts from the water and charges at the mage. No chill. She spots the threat too late and gets smacked right in the face. Myung, Yuri, and Q-sung just stand there, watching Hiren vanish, whispering to themselves. The enemy's all smug, thinking he just needs to deal with the support and promises to take his sweet time doing it. But plot twist. The fireball didn't vanish with the girl and is now heading straight for him. The dude gets roasted by the flames and the main guy's like, gotta figure out how to make up for the missing DPS. Suddenly, he notices the flames are coming his way. The baddies start freaking out, and one guy yells he doesn't want to go out like this, but his words are just air. Yelling, the purple-haired dude tells his crew to bounce. Yuri's not having it, takes out the enemy who dodged the flames, and lands next to the main guy in Moyeon. With his shoulder back in action, Kyu-sung's ready to rumble again, telling his crew to go all out with their mana. The duo's all in, no hesitation. Across the field, one enemy gears up to unleash his special move. Called Full Bloom, everyone braces for impact, but Yuri absorbs it with her own special move. The mage targets her, but she's too quick, closing the gap in a flash. Seeing the main guy, the enemy's caught off guard. A light beam slices through, even chopping down trees. Then, the announcer calls it, declaring Gangmoon's team the champs once more. Catching his breath, our guy thinks about how wild the match was. Looking at the tanker, he sees she knows she messed up. Outside the arena, Hiren slaps the short-haired girl, leaving everyone stunned. Yelling, the mage asks if the tanker gets how wrong her move was. Our guy steps up to defend Yuri. With a red cheek, the girl just says sorry, offering to let the redhead hit her until she cools off. Everyone's quiet until the main guy tries to lighten the mood by reminding them they won. Unfazed, Hiren turns away, making things even more awkward. After a moment, our guy decides to follow his teammate. The others join, leaving Yuri alone. We switch to the AQUA Guild's president. After beating his foe, he sees more people coming. Leading the pack, a man praises Lee Hu-yoon's skills. The girl stays quiet while the guy says the elder's super impressed, even asking her to take out the other guilds. Turning away, the girl's not thrilled with what she hears. Annoyed, the man warns her not to forget who gave her power. Fuming, Hu-yoon grabs him by the neck, saying she hates taking orders from underlings. The other two get ready to fight, but the leader tells them to chill. Using his power, he breaks free from her grip, and she apologizes, saying she lost it. Sweating bullets, the man says it's cool and he gets how hard it is to control that strength. That's why he's there to warn that the elder will visit at the master's war closing ceremony. But first, he's got to handle some stuff. Thanking him, the girl says she's counting on his help and feeling wiped, she's out. Grinning, the suit guy thinks she'll be ready soon. Meanwhile, at Hotel M, Kyu-sung knocks on Yuri's door to chat. They hit up the candy bar to drown their feels in drinks. Thinking, the main guy wonders how to bring up the topic. But before he can, the tanker apologizes for that day. Nervous, the dude says he doesn't blame her. Explaining, the girl shares it was personal, revealing she had a younger brother and they struggled after their parents passed. But then, the boy awakened, and it seemed like things would finally change until an accident happened. Since that day, she's been dealing with some serious trauma, which made her bounce from her job early and mess things up. The main dude's kinda clueless on what to do, but seeing her all upset, he just goes for a hug and tells her it'll all be chill. Right then, Hiren pops up, and her face screams she's not digging the scene at all. After that awkward moment, the squad gathers around a table. Breaking the silence, Kyu-sung tells the redhead not to get the wrong idea, but she's not having any of his explanations. He's thinking, why does he even need to explain, while the tanker just stays quiet. Grabbing her drink, the mage chugs it down and, feeling a bit better, apologizes to Yuri for the slap. Hearing this makes the short-haired girl's eyes light up again. Continuing her story, the redhead admits she got swept up in the winds, since climbing the ranks is no joke. A bit awkwardly, the tanker says she's sorry too. Feeling good, the main dude asks how the mage knew she'd find them there. She shrugs, showing she's still mad at him. Trying to dodge the awkwardness, he suggests they stop drinking since there's a match tomorrow. But both girls are like, nah, we're not leaving. With no other options, he's like, alright, let's drink a bit more then. He asks if Yuri wants a repeat of her last drink and what Hiren's having. Pouting, she orders a Machioli. Worried, our guy wonders if she wants something else, but her glare says it all, so he just orders what she wants. Far away, in her room, Lee Se-rin watches a report on Korea's losing streak in the Masters War. Yu says the poor performance is because the country never changes its game. The reporter mentions this sounds a lot like what Kyu-sung said before. When asked, Park Byun disagrees with the professor, saying Korea's DPS skills are lacking, unlike other countries. Disagreeing, the glasses guy says just look at the winning team. That's not true. The other dude questions if this isn't a general classification fight, since no matter how versatile a general is, you gotta see the big picture. Yu says he's looking at it, mentioning Se-rin's team's losses. Things heat up, but the professor doesn't care and says healers and supports need to get that. If this keeps up, future generations will lose too. Annoyed, the redhead changes the channel. A red-haired guy walks out and asks why she's up, but gets no answer, so he sits and watches the news about the guild leader Label's death. A reporter pops up, talking again about the Korean guild's flop in the Master's War. Seeing Kyu-sung's pick, the girl asks the guy to take him out. Even confused, the guy agrees. Back at the bar, Yuri and Hyren are tighter than ever. Worried, the main dude says it's time to bounce, but they glare at him, showing their man-hate. Sweating bullets, he thinks this must be a nightmare. The next day, at the arena where the war's happening, workers swap Lee Se-rin's posters for Kyu-sung's, who's inside mid-battle. Hiding with Kisu, he thinks things will get messy if they stay. Yelling, the blondie says the issue is the enemy team's 3 rangers shoot all over the place. Our guy says they should focus on the slower mage. Putting the plan into action, the ranger jumps, shooting at a stone structure, which crashes down, blocking the opponents. Yelling, the group leader orders the others to keep shooting, giving the guys no break. Without hesitation, the girls get into position, thinking. The team's mage says it seems no one's scared anymore. Kisu signals the main dude, who speeds up, appearing right in front of the enemies. Realizing she's the target, the mage thinks she doesn't want to go out like this, but seeing the guy's look, she starts to freak out. Our guy misses the strike, leaving the girl shocked. Thinking, he wonders why he's acting like this if it's just a Master's War. So, when he tries to say sorry to the little redhead, she just starts yelling, and boom, the strongest dude in the squad shows up and yeets our hero across the field with one punch. The blonde ranger freaks out, calling for backup, while our guy only stops when he smacks into a stone wall. Seizing the moment, the giant checks if the mage is okay. The leader, super mad, tells her to get it together. Out of nowhere, something flies through the air and smacks the team. Grinning, Kisu's all, this is for Kyu-sung, and my arrow's gonna be legendary. But plot twist, the giant shields her crew with her own bod, and now she's mega ticked. She charges, launching the blondie sky high, and he crashes into a rock, getting seriously wrecked. No chill, the band leader fires an arrow and takes him out. Thinking fast, she figures only the melee's left, and since our boy's KO'd, she gears up to end it. The mage is like, hey, that's not cool, and steps in, asking her buddy to chill. Her move makes the ranger fire too soon. Realizing her mistake, the little redhead's all worried. Kyu-sung wakes up just as the arrow hits, clutching his shoulder and yelling in pain. Furious, the enemy leader spins around, demanding to know why the mage messed up. Shaking, the girl says, sorry, but it doesn't really help. Trying to defuse the sitch, the giant tells Matha it's Hano's first war, so maybe cut her some slack. Suddenly, another girl yells that the boy's making a run for it. The leader orders 2 to chase him down, warning that if the redhead's actions are out of sympathy, it'll be Kyu-sung's downfall. Running, the hero's thinking how the pain's getting worse, even in a game. Then, he faceplants, foaming at the mouth. The 2 baddies find him and get ready to finish it. But surprise, something blocks their arrows. It's Yuri, swooping in and smacking Shiaru, leaving her buddy super worried. The tanker rolls up with Mayung, and he asks if there's a way to help him. The glasses dude says the arrow's got frog poison, so his detox skills aren't enough, and they need a healer to fix it. Watching, the enemy ranger figures she can't handle 2 alone, heads back to Matha to spill the tea. But unlucky for her, Hyren shows up just in time and zaps her with a spell. Joining the crew, she asks how Kyu-sung's holding up. Mayung says it's bad and he'll have to carry him. So, the girls gotta guard him while he hopes nothing goes wrong before they find a healer. Suddenly, the giant enemy pops up, showing it's not gonna be a cakewalk. Math appears too, grinning at Yuri, who's gotta face Hino. The strongest throws her first punch, but the glasses guy dodges, set on hiding the hero so he can fight. The giant bolts, leaving everyone in the dust. All hyped, the enemy leader wonders if a tanker can beat a ranger. Yuri doesn't hesitate, making the first move, but her opponent leaps into the air, dodging like a pro. Seeing this, the short-haired girl raises her shield, thinking how skilled her opponent is. Nearby, Hyren charges at Hino, who dodges, thinking how wild the redhead is, like she's possessed or something, which means she can't drop her guard. Back to Myung, who finally finds a good spot to stash Kyu-sung, who's still out cold. Using his power, he activates Earth Protection, covering the guy completely. Seconds later, his opponent shows up, out of breath. Meanwhile, Yuri's still trying to hit Matha, but the ranger's a master at dodging, which is driving her nuts. Teasing, the enemy asks how long they're gonna keep dancing. Thinking, the tanker wonders how fast her opponent is. Grinning, the blue-haired girl warns her to watch her mana, firing an arrow as the young woman charges again. Yuri blocks it and realizes she needs to close the gap if she wants to win. Meanwhile, the 2 mages are casting spells, but neither lands a hit. Checking out her rival, Hyren's all, we're pretty much on the same level, just with different magic vibes. Hino's brain flashes back to her grandma's warning about playing with fire. It's a no-go, kiddo. In her head, the redhead's totally a demon, no cap. In a blink, the protagonist's buddy's in deep trouble, cause her rivals suddenly got a speed boost. Meanwhile, the tanker's still striking out with her attacks, like, seriously, Math is all, I see your brave heart, but I'm so over this fight. Yuri's dodging arrows like a pro and with no other options goes full-on special ability mode. The enemy boss leaps back into action, firing away, but oops, the tanker's got a barrier up. Just about to land a killer hit, the enemy flips on her maneuver step skill, ready to rain arrows, thinking the short-haired girl's mana's tapped out. But wait, last second, she spots Yuri's shield's gone. Boom, the object sideswipes her, landing a direct hit. Matha crashes down, leaving a crater where she lands. Hurt, she grumbles about the tanker's sneaky move being low-key shady. Unfazed, the tanker's like, taking down the boss is how we win. Duh. Then the ranger cracks up, spilling the tea that she's not the real boss, it's the mage battling Hiren. Her gig was just to push Hino into getting serious. Annoyed, Yuri takes out the ranger, then hears a boom and worries about the redhead. Sprinting through the rain, she's all, why is it pouring though? Sensing something's off, she speeds up. Elsewhere, Mayung's got his rival mad about being swallowed by the earth. The dude's not easing up, aiming to bury the giant completely. Once done, he figures it's smart to harden the mud, just in case. Suddenly, a dark cloud grabs his attention. Back to Hino and Hiren. Thinking out loud, the protagonist's pal's like, this rival's super stubborn. Yuri finally rolls up to the fight, ready to back her up. But the redhead's all, nah, I got this, better bounce, it's a mage showdown. Listening, the tanker warns her buddy to stay sharp, spilling that the mage is the enemy squad's boss. Hearing that, the redhead's feeling a bit jelly. Watching the pair, the braided girl wonders if the short-haired one took down Matha, but has to dodge Hiren's fireball barrage. The two dive into a head-on clash. Yuri's just vibing, thinking how epic it is, stoked to see her friend taking charge. Freaked out, Hino's like, I can't hang on much longer, until the flames swallow her up. Seeing her rival down, Q-Sung's buddy grins, while the tanker gives props for the win. Curled up and sobbing, the braided girl's only feeling fear, flashing back to when her village burned and her dad sent her to her sisters for safety. Looking at Shoko, he tells her to watch over the kids. After a ton of water, they finally tame the flames. Then, the girl's dad shows up with another bucket, set on putting out the fire for good. But glowing red eyes lock onto him from afar, and a demon beast steps out of the shadows with its crew. Thinking, the man wonders if these monsters kicked off the village fire and decides they gotta stop them no matter what. The village gates slam shut, and a bit away from the chaos, Hino's scared stiff, just like now. Sick of being scared, the girl gets up, leaving Hiren and Yuri shook. Nervous, the tanker's all, stay back, dude. But she insists she's good. Across the field, the mage is showing she's definitely not. Suddenly, she pops up behind the girls, landing a brutal hit on the redhead, who doesn't even flinch. The tanker yells for her buddy, thinking she's low on mana to handle the enemy, who's now got pure rage in her eyes, ready to go all out. Not ready to quit, Yuri gears up, saying she needs to dodge direct fights. Lucky for her, Hiren stands up, even hurt, declaring Hino's her rival. The tanker yells that fighting in this state is bonkers, but the redhead fires back, saying it's the same for her, begging her friend not to jump in, no matter what goes down. Hiren's banking on her opponent being just as beat up. In her head, one hit should do the trick. Without a second thought, she unleashes a firestorm at Hino, who blocks it with a barrier. Leaping into the air, the mage busts out her move, Surya's spear. Watching from a distance, Yuri's mind is blown by how the enemy's mana just skyrocketed, something she's never seen, even from the pros. Thinking about it, she remembers Matha's words and figures Hiren might be in trouble, given the massive mana gap between the girls. Cursing her opponent, the redhead realizes long-range attacks are a no-go and decides to try something she's not a fan of. Seeing the girl charging at her, Hino jumps to dodge. This makes Yuri super anxious. Still, the redhead figures she needs one more attack to win, but surprise, surprise, the enemy zaps her with lightning. The tanker shouts for her ally, who's down, right by Hino's feet. Seeing the young girl has mad skills, Yuri decides to step in but keeps her distance to drain the opponent's mana. The mage fires off lightning arrows, but the tanker dodges, waiting for her big move. When the time comes, the short-haired girl goes all in. Out of nowhere, in the middle of the attack, Hiren grabs Hino's ankle, admitting she hates this method but has no choice. Then, she unleashes Surya's pillar, engulfing the enemy in flames, leaving no escape. From afar, a massive fire tornado is visible. As the dust settles, Yuri stands unharmed, but looking ahead, she realizes she's alone. The announcer declares Kang Moon Team's victory, and the matches end. 10 days later, in a hospital room, a journalist on TV chats about Q-Sung's team's wins. Our boy wakes up, startled, and looks around, wondering where he is. Yuri shows up, thrilled to see him awake. Cutting to the chase, the protagonist asks how the match went. After a few minutes, he's stoked to hear his team won. The tanker says everyone had a rough time, but they pulled through. The young man takes a deep breath, feeling relieved. The young woman mentions the doc said once the pain shock fades, he'll be back to 100%. Suddenly, the rest of the team barges in. Kyu-sung asks if everyone's good, but Ki-soo says he's just meh. Another guy jokes that the Ranger's just salty because even the nurses are fans of the protagonist. Switching gears, our boy asks about Hyerin. In the cafeteria, the redhead's munching on everything in sight, ready for a nap. Just then, the whole squad rolls in. They all sit and chat about their wins. The mage mentions some folks with a 70% or even 50% win rate got higher rankings. Kyu-sung says there must be more to it than he thought. The blue-haired guy agrees, saying he'll snag a good ranking for sure. Ki-soo wonders what happens if they win all 10 matches, but the redhead says to focus on the ones left. Yuri mentions if they win all rounds, they could level up to Beelzebub or Mammon. Curious, the protagonist asks if that's ever happened. Adjusting his glasses, the healer says he heard about a case in Sweden. The cap-wearing guy claims with our boy, anything's possible. Breaking the chill vibe, the mage suggests thinking about the next team. But when asked, she admits she doesn't know what type they'll face. Everyone goes quiet until Kyu-sung jokes if Hyerin's saving that rice grain on her face for later, making everyone but the redhead crack up. In the middle of the fun, Yuri's the only one sensing something off. When night falls, the protagonist and the mage say bye to the group. The mage tells the tanker to head home and rest too. Agreeing, the young woman says she'll catch the duo tomorrow. Clinging to our boy's arm, the redhead wishes her friend a good rest. The duo watches the girl bounce and starts heading back to the hospital. Hyerin shoves the boy away, and he's thinking, man, I just don't get girls. Before crashing in his room, Kyu-sung tells the mage to chill while thinking, wow, time zooms by. But opening his dorm door, he's face to face with a dude drenched in strawberry juice who just offed the nurse. Confused, our guy's like, what the heck is going on? No chill, the bandit charges, but our speedy boy dodges like a pro. But the dude plays dirty, trips him, and bam, our boy's slammed into a wall. On the floor, he's like, why is this dude trying to off me? The assassin staring him down with eyes like lasers, yelling. The boy's like, wrong guy, dude. But it's no use. Worried, he's thinking, my body's still wrecked. Dodging again ain't happening. So he figures, time to fight back. Lucky break, Yuri shows up just in time and, with one epic kick, sends the guy flying. Kyu-sung's all impressed, thanks her, and asks why she's here when she should be home. She explains, saying she had a weird vibe since the store and came back. Seeing the boy's confusion, she says her power lets her sense if someone's chill or sus by their mana vibes. The assassin gets up, cracking his neck like he's in a movie. Facing the dude, our hero tells his buddy the guy's a killer. The girl says they gotta be careful. The bandit attacks again, but the duo dodges, quickly figuring out that if that's his speed, landing a hit is gonna be easy. Once more, the guy's sent flying, smashing through a big window. Our boy asks if it's game over, but seeing the enemy bail, he says they gotta chase him. Yuri grabs his arm, saying chasing him might be a trap. The protagonist trusts her and chills. Later, the cops roll in to check things out, and he's still trying to figure out why he's a target. Hearing the guy might be a renegade master, he asks what that even means. She explains that after awakening, you can join the government as a military master or be a regular master like them, who can't use mana except in demon gates. So, only military masters can use powers in the real world. But renegades break the rules, taking jobs for hits and chaos, and the government can't touch them. Hearing this makes Kyu-sung mad. Concerned, Yuri suggests he not crash at the hospital that night. When invited to her place, he's speechless, but she assures him it's all good. Hyerin pops in, saying she can't sleep with all the noise. Seeing the cops, she asks what's up. After the rundown, everyone heads to the tanker's place. Lying on a mattress, our boy's wondering who wants him gone. Elsewhere, Lee Se-rin's surrounded by an enemy squad. Disappointed, a woman says the group should rep Korea but is just a mess. The young woman gets knocked out, and the announcer declares the Sengatsu Guild the match winners. Outside, the redhead asks her crew how they lost 5 matches in a row. Everyone's silent, ticking her off. Yelling, she tells them to scram, leaving her solo in the room. Remembering her last chat with her sis, Lee Se-rin starts sweating and lights a cig to chill, but the red-haired guy shows up, saying no smoking here. Nervous, she asks if he didn't hear her say not to show up in public. The guy turns to leave, but she calls him back, asking why he's here. Sitting down, he says Kyu-sung's tougher than they thought, and the attack flopped. Realizing she's about to be attacked, the redhead says it's not over, and the fact that the guy who messed with his girl isn't weak makes it more thrilling. Our boy wakes up, startled, wondering why Hyerin's so close. To avoid any awkwardness, he decides to sneak away quietly. Suddenly, the mage starts moving but stays snoozing, which makes our hero breathe a sigh of relief. Away from the bed, he takes a deep breath, then realizes he's feeling kinda off. Our dude decides to hit the bathroom, but when he opens the door, surprise, Yuri's in the shower. He turns ghostly, pale, thinking, welp, this is the end of me. Hyerin wakes up, sees the chaos, and ties him to a chair, calling him a wild beast. The tanker suggests chilling out, saying the guy didn't mean any harm. After the drama, they decide it's time to grab some grub. At the restaurant, Kyu-sung wonders if they should spill the beans to the team. Yuri's like, nah, let's keep it on the down low, or it'll mess with the team's vibe. Plus, if it leaks, it'll be a major headache. Our dude nods in agreement. She then mentions the cops will find a clue soon. Curious, he asks what Hiren's glued to on her phone. Without looking up, she says she's watching a mind-blowing video of a master who soloed a demon gate. Kyu-sung and Yuri are totally shook. All hyped, the redhead says she thought it was fake until she found out it's about Reggie Weed, the top dog in the master rankings. Turns out, the dude got famous a decade ago after a match. Flashback to the semifinals of the Master War. Back then, Reggie was a rising star, even beating veteran masters. His semifinal opponent was Iku Shohei, Asia's top hand-to-hand master. Critics thought Iku would win easy peasy, but the two were evenly matched, and their mana blasts echoed outside the arena. After tons of hits, the dark-haired guy ran out of mana, while Iku, super tired, kept looking for a win. Finally, after 3 days, Iku used Godspeed for a final blow, causing a huge flash. The crowd went wild for Iku. But when the dust settled, Reggie was the one standing, and the crowd switched to cheering his name. Reggie's win over the Russian master shot him to the top spot, where he still is. Now, Kyu-sung is mind blown, asking how Reggie won after being cornered. Hiren says there's talk that Reggie had a second awakening, a hot topic among top masters. Our dude's clueless about second awakenings but gets pumped about the idea. Yuri asks about Shohei and learns he retired and went off the grid after the fight. Curious, the hero asks how the mage knows all this. Grinning, she says she's in Reggie's fan club. With the chat over, the tanker suggests they hustle to the arena. The mage agrees, saying she'll chow down faster. Meanwhile, our hero's buzzing about the second awakening, thinking melee masters might not be stuck at the bottom anymore. The fifth match of the Masters War kicks off. Two enemies attack Ki-Su, who fires arrows at them. The mage blocks the attack, making the blonde switch tactics. He shoots an explosive arrow with tear gas. With the enemies distracted, our dude swoops in and finishes them off. The ranger shouts, praising his epic entrance. But suddenly, one enemy pops back up. The hero looks over, shocked, while the other team's mage thinks going solo is dumb. When the dust clears, Kyu-sung sees the enemy's plan to bail. Ki-Su warns his buddy not to chase, fearing a trap, but he's ignored. Running, our dude wonders why the enemy's so chill, even though he's faster. Another foe appears ahead and sends him flying with one hit. As he falls, the hero thinks this might be the end. Up top, the ponytailed guy praises his allies' attack, saying now that they've ditched the biggest threat, victory's a done deal. As everyone stays quiet, he's all, why the awkward silence, guys? The big dude's like, I don't think Kyu-sung got knocked out. The mage is confused, asking if he thinks Kyu-sung's gonna climb up, then yells that his buddy needs to grow a backbone. The young guy nods, and right then, the hero's sword slices him in half. The young dude lands the hit and keeps climbing, while the enemy's jaw drops, wondering how he's still going after seeing him fall. The hero just chills mid-air, leaving the young guy even more baffled. He suddenly remembers the healer and wonders why Jiro didn't sense anyone sneaking up. Lost in thought, the ponytailed guy figures his enemies must be further down. Scanning around, he spots Jong-wook, giving it his all to keep Kyu-sung airborne. Ticked off, the young dude's like, didn't think they'd risk the healer to save the melee dude. Still, he's all, as long as the support's here, even if it's tough, we've got the upper hand. Ryota gets the call to help, but then, bam, he's frozen in place. The blonde guy's yelling, what's the deal? His buddy gets knocked out, and he's scanning for where the shot came from, realizing it's from way, way far. Ki-Su's locked and loaded, ready to fire again. Sweating bullets, the enemy decides to watch the young guy's next move up close. But, unlucky for him, Myung and Kyu-sung close in. With 3 on him, the young guy tries to stay chill, until he figures, surrenders the best move, everyone closes in, and the rangers all, Yuri, Hiren, Hire, and Jong-woo should soon beat the other pair. Out of nowhere, a scream reminds them Hwang's still dangling. Hearing the young guy needs help climbing, Myung tells Ki-Su to warn he might fall. Curious, the hero asks how the healer knew he'd fall. The glasses guy's like, I'm the messenger, one of my skills lets me see super far. Our boy's grateful, but the young guy's like, no need, it's thanks to you, we won. Meanwhile, the ranger's trying to convince the healer to just drop already. Thinking, the hero's like, because of me, we almost lost. Meaning in real life, Hwang would have had to sacrifice himself for me. Then he wonders what Reggie and Iku would do in his shoes. Thinking about it makes him jittery, and he's all, I gotta get stronger, both in body and mind. We jump to another scene, where a guy's frantically telling his crew to protect the guild master. But even so, the mysterious figure charges in and wipes everyone out, until a big guy's fist comes flying. After the punch, he's like, pretty gutsy of you to storm one of the top 4 guilds like this, then reveals he knows it's Lee Hu-yeon under the mask. Other masters join the big guy, who's yelling that the young woman will pay with her life. Meanwhile, in what looks like a company building, our boy knocks before entering Kim Min-chul's office. Walking in, he asks if everything's cool. Nodding, the man invites him to sit, then asks what's up. After chatting a bit, he gets that the hero's hunting for a personal training spot. Asking for help, our boy's like, private training spots cost a fortune. I'll take any time slot. Thinking, the man's like, it's not my place. But seeing Kyu-sung's face, there might be a way, there should be some openings. The hero's cool with anything, as long as it's his. Holding a tablet, the suit guy's like, don't get too hyped, if a master signs up, you'll lose the spot. After some searching, Kim Min-chul finds what he needs, but suddenly, a master registers, and poof, the spot's gone. Hiding his disappointment, our boy's like, I'll find another way. Apologizing, the man promises to keep an eye out in case someone drops out, so the young guy should only thank him once he's in the training field. Switching gears, he mentions Kyu-sung should totally meet the new master. The main dude's down to meet her, so they head to the door. In the master's room, Kim Min-chul introduces himself, but surprise, surprise, the woman and the young guy already know each other. Cut to the guild HQ getting wrecked by Lee Hoo-yoon, who's flying solo after taking down the other masters. Thinking out loud, she says only one guild's left, all thanks to the power she scored. Bam, something hits her. On the ground, a dude's ready to throw down, but she's quicker and takes him out in a flash. While she's thinking about mopping up the rest of the guild, a black mist sneaks into the AQEA president, messing with her face for a sec. Lee Hoo-yoon faints, and Myung finds her. Flashback to when Kyu-sung worked at a company, taking orders from a lady with pink lipstick. Head down. He says, sorry for messing up his work. Annoyed, his boss tells him to work as an agent, since he got that title. Turns out, after becoming a master, the best part wasn't ditching the low-pay, late-night gig, but escaping Jung's grip. One day, he wrote a report, but then the director showed up asking who wrote that garbage. Without missing a beat, he says his boss told him to do it that way. But she denies it, saying she didn't make those dumb mistakes. Back to now, he tells Kim Min-chul how he knows Jung. Grinning, the woman says it's nice to see him, while he thinks the best thing since becoming a master was not seeing her face again. The guy uses their connection to ask his old student to introduce them. With no other choice, he does it. Mi-yeon says he doesn't need to call her boss anymore, and Min-chul says it's nice to meet her. Kyu-sung takes the chance to say he needs to bounce cause it's late. The guy's not thrilled and says his group has a match soon, so he'll drop by again when he can. With a spooky look, Jung tells him to take care. Leaving the building, he wonders how he'll book a training field and why his ex-boss had to register. Feeling like he's in trouble, he decides he can't wait for Kim. Then, something catches his eye. At the Red Bull Guild HQ, Mayim asks if Aiden Guild's the last one and what Lee Hoo-yeon's gonna do with all that power. Curious, she asks why he thinks she got that power, saying her goal was to be on top, until she met Iku Shohei, who's got more power than anyone can imagine. So, she decided she can't be the head of the dragon, she'll be the tail. The guy stays quiet while she says she knows he's in it for the same reason. Out of nowhere, a green-haired dude shows up, saying even after talking to the government, a problem popped up during cleanup. Asked what happened, he says one of Red Bull's 4 guardians vanished. Freaked out, Lee Hoo-yeon orders him to find and finish off the survivor. Myung stays by her side, silent. Outside, Kyu-sung heads to an alley after hearing a noise and finds the missing guardian. Flashback to just before the fight. A guy tells Hana to run, while a big redhead says the enemy's not even human. A mustache dude says he'll clear a path for her. The tank top guy tells her to stay alive. Waking up, the guardian sees the main dude and charges, asking where she is and who he is. He tries to speak but can't catch his breath. Yuri shows up, glad she's awake, while Hyerin wants to know what her ally did. Covered in strawberry juice, Hana's confused about what's going on. Meanwhile, in the alley, Lee Hoo-yeon's worker figures the girl can't be far because of her injuries. Placing his hand on the ground, he realizes someone else was there, meaning the guardian might have had a sidekick. We bounce back to Kyu-sung, who gets why the girl acted that way, then asks what went down. Wrapped like a mummy, the guardian asks if he's a master too. The main dude's all, yep, and my squad is too. Hana's curious, asking which guild he's reppin'. Yuri jumps in, saying they're not in any guild. Cutting off the girl's grilling, the mage suggests she should spill who she is first. Our guy scolds the redhead, but she's all, I didn't say anything wrong. Feeling a bit awkward, Hana says sorry and introduces herself as one of the 4 guardians of the Red Bull Guild. The news leaves the girls totally shook. Continuing her story, the girl says yesterday, her whole guild got wiped out. Hearing one person did it solo, the trio's like, how's that even possible? The guardian says, even if it's wild, she's for real, revealing the assassin is Lee Hoo-yeon, boss of the AQUA Guild. Unlike his freaked-out friends, Kyu-sung asks who Hana's talking about. Yuri explains that a few years back, AQUA was a small fry, but everything flipped when the girl took charge. Adding to this, Hiren heard the group dodges competing with other guilds. After a pause, the Guardian says Red Bull, Label, Aiden, and AQEA are Korea's big shots and, among them, Red Bull and Label are chill, while Aiden and AQEA are all about action. Still, no turf wars happen until one day. Label's leader got whacked. Even though the news blamed renegades, she's sure Lee Hoo-yeon's behind it all. The mage and main dude are stunned hearing this. But Hana spills that her guild checked the crime scene and figured it was an organization's doing. She believed the whole guild, leader included, got taken out by one person. At first, no one bought her story until everyone saw it for themselves. Curious, the main dude asks why AQUA's leader is picking fights, but the Guardian says it doesn't matter since the girl messed up the power balance. So, they gotta alert the other guilds as soon as possible. Hana calls Q-sung and, pulling something from her pocket, asks him to hit up Aiden Guild HQ and report the drama. In return, she'll do whatever he wants. Thinking it over, our guy figures if he takes the mission, he might score a training room. When night hits, he heads to the spot the Guardian mentioned, remembering her panic about the power balance being wrecked, risking a civil war. Knowing Aiden's wary of strangers, the girl gave him a USB that only reacts to certain mana. The main dude stops at a door with a red symbol and, after a deep breath, asks if anyone's there. With no response, he wonders if he should just bust in. But deciding that's rude, he knocks again and yells until the gate swings open, on its own. A bit further, there's someone chilling in a chair, sweating bullets. Q-sung thinks he's in the wrong spot. Still, he approaches the guy and tries to get his attention. The guy doesn't budge, so the young dude speaks up until he's shocked by the old man's face. Lifting his head, the man asks what he's doing, but the main dude's just thinking how the old guy looks like the dude from his dream. Remembering he's in Korea, the man stops speaking Japanese, and smiling, says it's nice to meet him. Q-sung stands frozen, saying nada. Worried, the man asks if he messed up until the young dude finally says hi. Laughing, the man says it's been ages since he spoke Korean, then asks if the young dude can help him find the nearest subway station. Thinking it over, the main dude figures it's best to help the guy. So, he loudly tells the man to follow him. Happy, the old man says the young dude's super generous. The two start climbing the stairs, and our boy's all ears, soaking up the advice about keeping his body in tip-top shape. After a few minutes, they hit their destination. Pointing with his arm, the protagonist tells the old man to follow the road, take a right, and boom, he's at the station. Grinning, the man thanks him for the help and apologizing, says he's got a reward for the young dude. Q-sung's like, nah, keep your cash, and tells the man to hold onto it. The old man then goes, well, if you insist, and sneaks the money into our boy's coat pocket before bolting. The protagonist thanks him while watching the old man bounce and, remembering his mission, wonders if he wasted too much time. Then he figures, better get a move on. Out of nowhere, the old man pops back and says he forgot to mention something. With a creepy grin, he says the young dude's got a rare and precious body. Freaked out, our boy's like, how does he know I'm an energy-based master? Turning to leave, the old man says the young dude better hustle if he wants to deliver what he needs. Q-sung starts sprinting back to the spot Hana pointed out, but when he hits the gate, he sees something terrifying. His body freezes at the sight of a dead woman hanging under the symbol. In a cafe, he asks the Guardian if this means there are no guilds left to keep Lee Hoo-yeon in check and what's up with these attacks. Hiren's like, duh, the young woman's clearly trying to gain something. Yuri says the girl might be trying to absorb the other guilds. Breaking her silence, Hana says those reasons are way too shallow. Confused, the protagonist's like, what do you mean? Explaining. The young woman says the murders are tied to why the 4 major guilds were created. Years ago, Korea was known for having the most demon gates. But among these gates, there was one that caused the most chaos, known as the Gate of Tragedy. When the war truce ended, the government didn't help, leading many masters to lose their lives trying to close the gate. In the chaos, a squad of 11 pros was formed. Q-sung's like, why 11 masters when attacks usually roll with 10? The Guardian says this was before there was a proper system for attacks. So, after a month, the 11 managed to shut the gate. But when it happened, only 4 masters survived, and they're the ones who started the 4 major guilds. Intrigued, Hiren asks how this story ties to what Lee Hoo-yeon's up to. Explaining, Hana spills that, on the day the gate was closed, a unique mineral stone was found. The stone was split among the 4 masters, something that only happens when the mineral's not special. Not getting it, the protagonist's like, where's this going? Cutting to the chase, the young woman reveals the stone can create a demon gate. The info makes the trio's eyes go wide. The Guardian says the leader of the AQUA guild's trying to collect and merge the mineral pieces. Silence takes over until she remembers something. Turning around, the girl asks if there's anything Q-sung wants as a thank you for what he did. A bit awkwardly, the protagonist asks if she could hook him up with a training field. But Hana says the training field's been taken over by the AQEA guild. Wondering if a model training field would do, Excitedly, our boy's like, I'll take anything. Confused, the mage asks if he's really trying to train. The protagonist confirms and thanks the guardian for the help, while thinking how silly he is for asking at such a tricky time. Yuri asks what the young woman plans to do now that the Aiden Guild's toast. Determined, she says her plan is to team up with the remaining masters to take on Lee Hu-yeon. Hyerin says that's not going to be a walk-in. The park. Agreeing, Hana says it might be mission impossible, and even though she doesn't want to push them, she'd love to humbly ask for their help. Seeing the girl bowing, the protagonist stands up. Meanwhile, the tanker tells her to chill. They were going to help her anyway. Concerned, the guardian asks if the trio's sure, since it'll put them in a lot of people's crosshairs. Smiling, the mage is like, our squad's more than ready. Hana can't hold back her tears and starts crying while thanking them. Thinking, Kyu-sung wonders who the heck that old man was earlier. The next day, during a match, the Kangmoon team totally flexes on the B team of the Ikkyu Guild, showing off some serious power moves. The commentators yelling about how their strategy is next level, all about close combat and team vibes. Our boy's getting mad props for leading his team to their 6th win, and everyone's buzzing. After the battle, in the locker room, the squad's hyped, chatting about how sweet victory tastes. Switching gears, Hike's all, dude, why aren't you hitting the showers? He's like, got plans tonight, gotta bounce early. Grinning, the dude's like, join us for the victory party. But Kyu-sung's like, nah, the drinks can wait till next time. Kisu's like, bro, stop being a clown. He's got no time for that. Shouting, the young man's like, my bad. Laughing, the protagonist waves goodbye and pieces out. Hearing the guy's been chill lately, Kisu starts teasing Hyuk, saying he's got a crush. Myeong shows up but stays quiet. We zoom over to the AQUA Guild HQ, where Lee Hu-yeon's strutting down to a secret lab. She stops by the scientist, checking out these floating crystals in a tank. The dude's like, this mineral's breathing, but it's unstable without the Red Bull Guild's piece. The young woman's silent, remembering the redhead's last words about the mineral being impossible to find. Kyu-sung's back in action, battling robot enemies in VR, pulling off epic moves. He's crushing it until Hyerin and Hana roll in. The protagonist's like, sorry for wrecking the bots, but the guardians chill, saying there's plenty more. Impressed, she's like, your speed's insane, not your average rank master. Awkwardly, our boy's like, nah, I've got a long way to go. Confused, the young woman's like, who you talking about? But he dodges, joining the convo. The mage is like, spill it. Your goal's to be Reggie Wood, right? Sweating, the protagonist's like, yeah, kinda embarrassing. Out of nowhere, Hana's like, you'll never be Reggie. Kyu-sung's speechless, trying to keep it cool, asking what she means. But it's crickets. Impatient, the redhead's like, guardian, that's harsh. She stays quiet, then sighs, apologizing if she offended him. But he's gotta know, Reggie Wood's a different beast, all about energy with a second awakening. Shocked, the mage is like, is that for real? The guardian's like, yep, as far as I know. With his hand on his head, the protagonist's like, I'm energy-based too, repeating himself. When the redhead confirms, Hana's shook, not sure how to react. Still, she's like, prove it. And after the test, she's like, you've got mad talent. Curious, our boy's like, is being energy-based that big a deal? The guardian's like, totally. Most are mana-based, but energy-based can train infinitely. Hearing this, the duo's mind blown. Kyu-sung's checking himself out, feeling like the universe's coolest dude, while Hana's thinking maybe she should have kept quiet. Ending the hype, she's like, unlike Reggie, you've got a ways to go. Thinking, he's like, she's right. Catching him off guard, the guardian's like, wanna train? Grinning, our boy's like, heck yeah, when do we start? Meanwhile, Hyerin's wondering why he's so pumped. The guardian's like, he's gotta run home. A few minutes later, Kyu-sung's watching the girls drive off. In his head, he's like, how am I supposed to run a 2-hour car ride? The next day, a young dude's all bummed out after getting a text that the raid he was hyped for got cancelled. Curious, his buddy asks if it's because they're solo masters or something. Out of nowhere, a bus from the AQUA Guild rolls up, and their squad starts hopping off. Annoyed, the chubby dude glares at the trio, thinking they totally swiped his raid, meaning something's gotta give. They all eyeball each other for a hot sec, and the young dude starts sweating bullets as the AQUA Guild master suddenly seems to tower over him. Cutting to the chase, the glasses guy asks what's up. Lacking guts, the chubby dude just mumbles nothing. With a cheeky grin, the other young dude says, in that case, he should stop blocking the path. After this face-off, the master heads home, kicking himself for being such a wimp. Thinking, he mutters that, in the end, the weak always bow to the strong. Suddenly, a report about Kyu-sung and his crew standing out grabs his attention. We see the main dude using his Godspeed skill, driving the reporter bonkers. The young dude keeps watching, and we're whisked to the 7th match of the Kangmoon team, happening in the ruins pasture. The enemies scope out our boy and decide he's got nowhere to run. The young dude recalls Hana saying how close combat is inevitable. Besides, if the team's got skills, breaking through will be tough, so he's got to use a move called Flow. Fed up with waiting, an enemy leaps into the air, ready to strike. Turns out, the Flow move can redirect an enemy's attack, depending on the user's spin speed when hit. Our boy uses his new skills and dodges the blow, leaving his opponent totally baffled. Gearing up to continue, he gathers all his energy to unleash it in one go. In the tornado's midst, the enemies realize they're toast. A flash hits, and when the dust clears, Q-Sung's the last one standing. Wiped out, he admits the move's epic but super draining, as it needs spinning his whole body at warp speed to work. Knowing it's a high-tier move, the young dude figures it'll be tough to pull off again. So, the best plan is to avoid getting trapped. The announcer's voice booms, declaring the match over, and the Kangmoon teams win 8-0. Because of this, the main dude gets even more props, especially for being a lower-ranked master. The chubby dude keeps watching, eyes glued, till the broadcast finally wraps up. The next day, Lee Hoo-yoon's assistant meets the red-haired dude, who's curious why he's there. The guy then asks why the young dude hasn't finished the task the girl asked for. Explaining, the red-haired dude says attacking someone so famous could be messy, so he's waiting for the Master's war to wrap up. When asked again why he's visiting, the green-haired dude spills that he found the last member of the Red Bull Guild. At home, Hannah thinks about how, even though she's healing up, she's not feeling 100%. Even so, she decides it's go time. Hyrin and Yuri roll in with food. Shocked, the main dude asks what's up with the chicken feast. Grinning, the mage says it's the least she could do now that their rank-up confirmation's in. Thinking, our boy wonders if he can snag some chicken, but the Guardian's words about sticking to a strict diet to level up haunt him. Curious, the redhead asks where Hana went. Head down. Q-Sung says protein's one of the big 3 nutrients, while eyeing the chicken tray. Almost drooling, he notices the shiny fat, and unable to resist, grabs a piece. But the mage cuts him off, yelling, wanting to know where the Guardian is. The main dude then says she mentioned hitting the bathroom, but it's been a minute. The blue-haired girl finally shows up, smiling at the trio gathered. So everyone sits down and starts munching. Thanks to the diet, our boy's stuck with a broccoli meal. Breaking the silence, Hyrin asks if they think winning all the matches is doable, given their current streak. Nodding, Yuri says they just need 3 more wins to clinch the competition. Grinning, the mage spills the tea about how she thought she'd totally flop in the Master's War, but now she's vibing with how things turned out way better than she ever imagined. Hannah's just chilling, listening in, then hits up Q-Sung, asking if he's down for a practice match with her. The girls are all like, whoa, is that even a good idea? Cause there's a huge level gap between them. The Guardian's like, chill, no need to stress about the rank difference. Curious, the main dude's like, yo, are you really feeling better? She nods, saying she's got her mana back on track but will still dial down her power for the practice sesh. Once our guy's in, they head to the training arena, and after a few seconds of staring each other down, he decides to make the first move. Hana's just standing there, realizing how speedy he is, thinking, this ain't your average master speed, while blocking his moves. Not only is Q-Sung super fast, but he's got mad balance too. Seeing him charge again, the Guardian's like, let's see how he handles it if his balance gets wrecked. Our dude clocks that an attack's coming from below and knows he can't dodge it in time. Still, he steps back just enough to brace himself and block the hit. While holding his ground, he admits the pressure's intense and, after getting disarmed and tossed back, wonders if that's what a high-level master's strength feels like. Hana steps up, offering a hand, and gives him props for a solid effort. Grinning, Q-Sung compliments her too. After helping him up, the Guardian's impressed with his progress. A bit shy, our guy admits he's still got a long way to go. Then they start chatting about the moves they pulled off. Hyrin and Yuri are watching from the sidelines, and the mage notes their friend seems pretty stoked lately, thinking how in movies, when this happens, something always pops up to ruin the main character's fun. The next day, the main dude's gearing up for another match, when suddenly, there's a knock on the door. After getting the go-ahead, Hana walks in and asks how he's doing. Smiling, our guy says he's good, feeling lighter every day. The Guardian reminds him that even if he levels up in the Master War, he'll still get weak if he skips training. Q-Sung thanks her for all her help, and she says compared to saving his life, what she's doing is no biggie. Switching topics, the Guardian chats about the day's match and, hearing it's his 8th battle, says he won't be long leveling up, and watching him brings back memories of her own Master War days. Shocked, the main dude asks how she did. Hana shares she was just 17 when it all went down, a newbie master. Even with all her slip-ups, her leader helped her push through. Curious, our guy asks who the leader was. Without spilling the beans, she says it's been ages since she last talked to her ex-leader. Confused, Q-Sung asks what she slipped into his bag, but she just says it's something to help him win. A horn blares, signaling it's go time. The Guardian calls out to the main dude and, smiling, says she's sure his team will crush it. We're whisked to the 8th match spot, where our guy's soaring through the air, with Yuri boosting him higher using her shield. The main dude charges full throttle at the enemies. To keep everyone safe, the mage summons Yorimitsu no Kabuto. A massive impact hits, but our guy realizes his attack still isn't cutting it. So, he steps back to think about how the enemy tanks are defending like pros, perfectly syncing their mana. Plus, there's an annoying attacker in the mix. Puzzled, Q-Sung wonders how to tackle that. Meanwhile, at the AQUA Guild HQ, security's doing their usual rounds, when suddenly, one of them gets his neck snapped by Hana, who nabs the access card and sneaks into a file room. Scanning the massive shelves, she grabs a folder labeled First Impact, and after skimming through it, gets super mad, finding out what Li Hu Yu's been up to. To top it off, the baddies quickly close in on her spot and launch an attack, trying to stop her. With one swift move, the Guardian throws the trio off their game. When the dust settles, one dude realizes the girl has vanished and, super mad, says the intruder's crazy fast. Out on the street, Hana's just blending in, thinking how things will get messy if the AQUA Guild's boss gets her way, cause her plan would make Korea the world's enemy. Lost in her thoughts, the Guardian doesn't even notice she's being watched. Back at the battle spot, with Yuri beside him, the main guy says the three baddies are defending like they're one. The girl mentions that this defense is tricky, cause physical hits do nada. Hyu-sung ponders a bit on that and, after checking out the opponents for a few seconds, yells for the tanker to toss him in the same direction again. Worried, the girl reminds him physical hits don't work, but the main dude grins and asks her to trust him. Meanwhile, Hana's strolling through an alley, and then she realizes someone's tailing her. The green-haired dude shows up, getting closer, until, surprise, the Guardian pops out and says it's been ages since they last met. Turns out, the guy's her old leader, and he used to be a guardian of the Red Bull Guild too. Cutting to the chase, Shin Dong-hoon says if she hands over the stone, she can bounce. But, surprise again, the Guardian attacks, yelling that traitors don't get to talk. Blocking with his arm, the guy says those words mean zilch. Hana has to back off, while her old leader says it's a bummer she chose this path. Pointing her sword, the girl declares he can't beat her. Annoyed, the green-haired dude says she's gotten super cocky, and then charges at her. Using her speed, Hyu-sung's buddy leaps off the buildings and, aiming at the enemy, dives down with all her might. Shouting, she accuses Shin of killing everyone. Boom, a huge explosion, followed by a bright flash. When the dust settles, the guy's still kicking. Confident, the Guardian says it'll always end the same, so her old leader should quit. Before going for another attack, she says she's got a question, but, unlucky for her, another enemy shows up. Grinning, the red-haired guy asks if Dong-hoon's struggling. Curious, Hana wonders who this is, since she didn't sense him until he spoke. Back on the battlefield, Q-sung uses Yuri's shield again to get some speed. Thinking, the girl wonders what he's up to. Our dude rockets towards the enemies, while the tankers say that attack's pointless, not realizing he's aiming for the ground, not them. When he hits, the guys are launched into the air, as the ice beneath them shatters into a million pieces. Everyone's thinking how to escape this mess, while realizing they underestimated Q-sung. The trio looks down, right where the main guy's coming from with full force. Using his sword, he takes out two foes. Holding his shield, one tanker decides they can't just let the kid do whatever. At the last second, he shields himself and the mage. So, both land safely. A bit further, our dude wonders if he should use the new move he learned from Hana, deciding it's the best play. He starts prepping without a second thought. Watching, the enemy sees the kid's gonna use another charge move, and yelling, tells his buddy to get his special move ready. Following orders, the mage starts casting a powerful spell. Meanwhile, the tanker's set on blocking any attacks with his shield, no matter what. He activates his special move called Yorimitsu no Date, which fills the whole area inside his shield with his mana. So, breaking the ground's a no-go, and the shield will react to any physical hit. The only hitch is this move can't last long. Even so, the guy claims his crew will end the main dude's winning streak. To his shock, Q-sung starts walking towards him. Confused, the tanker wonders what move he's using. Our dude suddenly stops walking, and like magic, vanishes, reappearing inside the shield thanks to his Godspeed Shadow Step move. The two enemies are baffled how that's even possible, until suddenly, the shield's busted and they're taken out. Alone, the main guy thinks about how epic the move he learned is. Realizing he should thank Hana more often, Yuri strolls over, thinking the young dude's leveling up faster than anyone in the war, all thanks to the Guardian. She's a bit jelly, not gonna lie. The announcer's voice booms, declaring Kang Moon's team crushed it, winning 7-0. We zoom over to Hana's hangout spot, covered in strawberry juice, the red-haired dude's all. Now that it's done, I'm out of here. Shin's like, is it cool to just bounce like that? With a cheeky grin, the other guy's all, that's just how I roll. Meanwhile, in Kang Moon's locker room, Hyuk's waving a beer bottle, inviting the main dude to join. But he's like, sorry, got a promise to keep, can't hang. Annoyed, the boy's like, didn't want to do this, and orders the crew to grab Q-sung. Our guy's like, guess I got no choice, and lets his buds carry him off. Grinning, Kisu's all, what you been up to? Dodging us? The main dude tries to answer, but Jay jumps in. You seeing someone? Sweating bullets? He's wondering if they know about Hana. His reaction's a dead giveaway, and the crew's all, spill the tea. Who's the mystery girl? Just as he's about to fib, Hyrin storms in, demanding why he's taking forever. Q-Sung's all apologies, and his friends are like, we knew it. Yuri pops up too, asking if something's up. The trio's shook, seeing two girls waiting for him. Looking at the guys, he apologizes again, promising drinks next time. Everyone's speechless as he leaves with the girls. Later they're all, man, we're so jelly. At AQUA Guild HQ, Li Hu yawns all, Shin, find the stone. He shakes his head, nope, couldn't do it. The prez is like, no worries, knew it wouldn't be easy, then asks why he hesitated. Dong Hoon's silent, head down. Turning, she asks why he's acting weird, since he ditched the Red Bull Guild without a second thought. He just apologizes. Yeon's smiling, love that you're a softie. Switching gears, he says he found someone who knows about the stone, revealing it's Q-Sung. Elsewhere, the main dude finally rolls up on his bike, finding Hyrin and Yuri, who drove. The tanker jokes, you're late, as usual. The mage agrees, so slow, told you we should have left earlier. Sweaty, he apologizes for being late. They head in, noticing the lights are off. Inside, he guesses Hana's in the training room. But opening the door, he's totally shook by what he sees. Confused, the redhead's like, why you just standing there? Q-Sung yells, begging his friends not to enter. No matter what, we see Hana's been murdered, tied up, with where is the stone scrawled behind her. When morning comes, the morgue crew arrives, taking the guardian away. In the pouring rain, inside the house, the main dude's on the floor, looking like he hasn't slept in ages. A week later, Hyrin drives back. Finding Yuri, she asks how he's doing, if he said anything. Yuri shakes her head, he's still silent in the training room. Tears in her eyes, the mage wonders why it happened. Trying to switch topics, the short-haired girl asks about the Master's war match. Swallowing her tears, the redhead says they decided to take a break just for another week, which the association's cool with. In the training room, Q-Sung's head's still down, silent. Suddenly, memories of Hana flood back. Remembering their last chat, he finally lifts his head, mustering all his strength to stand. Our guy starts thinking about how Hana never mentioned the stone, wondering where it could be now. Then, out of nowhere, an idea hits him. Hyrin pops up and asks if the dudes had any grub. But, surprise, he zooms past her, straight to his backpack like he's on a mission. After a bit of rummaging, Caillou-Sung finally digs out the item and yells, this is the stone. The mage is all. What are you even on about? Buzzing with excitement, he spills that Hana gave him the item before the match, meaning he had the key all along. The two girls are speechless, like, whoa. The trio hits up a notebook, diving into the folder the Guardian left on the flash drive. They find a file called A Noble Person and are like, this has got to be it. A video kicks off, and boom, Hana's on screen, leaving them all shook. The Guardian says if Q-Sung's watching, she's either vanished or worse, so she's cutting to the chase. She spills that Li Hu Yun's trying to use the demonic mineral to tweak humans for military stuff, but that's a big no-no by international laws, and breaking them could mean world war against Korea. Her plan? Sneak into the AQUA Guild for more deets. But if things go south, she wants Q-Sung to have the Red Bull Guild's mineral, cause he's the only one she trusts. They hang on every word until Hana drops that the mineral from her old guild is in Jeryong-san, where detectors are useless. To wrap it up, she smiles and tells them to always remember her. Her last words hit hard, and tears flow. Meanwhile, in the city, a protest's heating up, demanding the association prez Kim Nak-won step down. Park rolls up with the cameraman, who's whining about the noise, asking if it's been a week already. Annoyed, the journalist grumbles about having to cover the protest, even though he thinks it's lame. Suddenly, the cap guy spots something by the protesters. With the camera ready, he asks where to aim. Park's like, doesn't matter, the script's set. Getting the hint, the cameraman starts filming but gets blocked by protesters. Sweating bullets, he calls for the journalist, who snaps. What now? Freaked out, the camera guy says they should bolt, kicking off a wild chase. Yelling, the journalist's like, why are they after us? The cap guy explains it's cause of the last negative report. After a bit, they duck into an alley. Gasping for air, the cameraman asks how they'll get more footage. Park just looks ticked off. Feeling down, the cap guy mentions the report's due tomorrow, and they haven't even started, meaning DP Kim will scoop them again. Told to zip it, he apologizes. Marching ahead, the journalist says he's cooking up a plan. A bit further, the cameraman spots Q-Sung and his crew. Checking them out, Park's like, heard they took a break from the Master's War. Intrigued, Park decides to tail them to see what's up. Cut to a mountain scene where Hyrin, Yuri, and our boy just landed. Breathing in deep, the mage is like, this air's awesome. Seeing his buddy all hyped, The protagonist asks how they'll find the mineral on such a massive mountain. The redhead turns back, grinning, and shows off a gadget she brought. Hyo-sung's jaw drops at the sight. The mage says she bought it herself, and it cost a ton, over 1,000,000 won. Pumped, the protagonist asks to check it out. She nods, just tells him to be careful. Holding the gadget, he hits a button, and when it works, he shouts, "Let's start this expedition." A bit away, Park's grinning, but the cameraman's puzzled. Trying to get a grip, he asks if they're on the wrong track. Park's like, "Nah, you're not on my level yet," and tells him to get ready to film. They follow the Gangmoon team. Clueless, they're being tailed too. After a while, Hyo-rin's not feeling the nature vibes anymore. Irritated, she asks if Hyo-sung's using the gadget right. He nods, but the signal's all wonky. The young woman says she's beat. Yuri suggests they split up to find the mineral quicker. The protagonist agrees and says they should meet back here in 30 minutes. Hidden behind a bush, the cameraman asks who they should tail. Grinning, Park says the smart move is definitely the young dude. A bit further on, our guy grumbles about the signal still being glitchy and, after messing with the device a bit more, admits he's clueless about the right spot. Suddenly, a noise grabs his attention. Spinning around, he wonders if there's a wild critter nearby. Nervous, the guys start thinking they'll get busted as they hear footsteps closing in. But then, something unexpected happens, leaving them totally baffled. Hyo-sung whacks some bushes, revealing a trio of hidden baddies. Wielding a katana, a dude with blue hair says the young man's senses have gotten sharper. Eyeing the men, the protagonist says he could feel the killer vibes, while the journalist and cameraman wonder what on earth is happening. Without getting closer, the dude says he's got some unfinished business with the young man. Confident, our boy declares that his list will grow after today. The enemy zooms in for an attack, but the young man blocks it like a pro. Yelling, the assassin says he was waiting for him to be solo so no other master could back him up. The protagonist just stares at him, then lands a punch right after. Backing off, the dude wonders what kind of power that is. With his weapon ready, Hyo-sung says he doesn't need backup anymore. Nervous, the cameraman asks if calling the cops wouldn't be smarter. Park says nah and tells him to start filming what'll be known as the dark side of the hero of the Master's War. Far away, Yuri looks around, thinking that eyeballing for the demonic mineral isn't the best plan. Using her skills, the tanker tries to boost her senses. Meanwhile, Hyo-rin's munching on a snack, with her mouth full. She figures she should be sensing something since the mineral's so strong. A noise grabs her attention, and when she glances to the side, the mage spots a deer staring at her. Smiling, she says the little critter's super cute, calling it over to get closer. But the deer bolts. Stretching, the young woman says at least now that she's up, she can keep searching. Out of nowhere, a small pile of stones puts the redhead on high alert. The young woman starts running and peeking behind the stones, grins because she just found the mineral stuck in a trunk. Turns out, the minerals are made of a special material packed with power, which is why they're not found in the ground. Once collected, the energy from these minerals is extracted for use in the modern world. Since this energy is non-toxic and way safer than nuclear power, humans call it a gift from God. Even though back in the day, the lack of knowledge about demonic minerals caused mishaps, with great care, Hyo-rin takes a container and, using a stick, pops the mineral inside. Hugging the little pot afterward, stoked with her success, she thinks everyone's going to be amazed. Until suddenly, a noise far off catches her attention. Thinking it might be one of her friends, the redhead says it's not cool to take out frustration on nature for not finding anything. Then she skips off towards the meeting point. We cut back to the enemy, who keeps swinging blow after blow at Hyo-sung. As they fight, the two lock eyes intensely. Curious, another guy asks if the young man wasn't just a normal level master, which means there should be at least 2 rankers difference between them. Yelling, he asks the group leader how long the battle's gonna take. Our boy lands another hit on his opponent, sending him flying and crashing against a rock. The dude emerges from the dust, pretty banged up. Not getting it, the protagonist asks again why he's trying to off him, but gets no answer. Fuming, the dude talks about how the renegades also dreamed of leveling up and saving the world through raids. But at some point, the number of invasions dropped, and the big guilds started pressuring the government to hog the remaining spots. And even though the normal masters tried to win back the right to join the raids, all they got was hate. So, no matter how much they rallied, nothing seemed to work, leaving them with no choice. While hearing the story, Hyo-sung wonders what that pill the enemy popped was. Suddenly, a light pops up around this dude, totally fueled by rage, asking if the kid even cares about his crew's rights before vanishing and reappearing behind our hero. With lightning speed, he spins just in time to block the hit. He's thinking, why did this guy suddenly level up in power and speed? Yelling, the dude insists he has no choice, and our boy's just blocking like crazy until, boom, something wild happens. From a distance, you can see how epic the impact was. Hyo-sung steps out of the dust, wondering if he needs to unleash his special move. Hyo-rin finally shows up, all like, what's going on here? She spots the kid and screams, found the mineral. Hearing this shocks the other baddies. The hero warns his buddy to be careful, but it's too late. The blue-haired dude's about to snatch the item. With Godspeed, the kid races to stop the disaster. The redhead turns and sees the enemy's hand. Then, after another impact, the crystal container just floats in the air. Turns out, Yuri's joined the brawl, just in time to stop the attack. The mage is confused, surprised to see her pal. The tanker spills she had a bad vibe. Hiren yells she lost the mineral. Our boy looks up, spots the item, while his foe struggles not to topple after losing an arm. Jumping, the kid tells his crew to leave it to him, but the other baddies pop up, saying it won't be that easy. One starts sprinting while the other tosses a rope, snagging the hero's hand and the container. Using all his might, he tries to smash the glass, while the strawman closes in, determined to grab the mineral. Yuri shouts for her friend to run, and when he doesn't, the mage fears the worst. With a hand on his head, the dude says the kid's got guts, trying to stop his power head-on. We see the container and liquid on the ground. All beat up, the hero's relieved he didn't lose the mineral Hana trusted him with. The strawman says if the kid hands over the item, everyone can go home happy. Grinning, Kyu-sung says that's exactly what he wanted to hear, then yells for the tanker to grab the mineral. The girl shouts back, saying she got the plan. The hero gets ready to throw, but nothing happens. Confused, he tries to figure out why, realizing the stones stuck to his hand. Charging for the attack, the enemy says he'll take him down with his own fist, forcing our boy to put the mineral hand in front of him. The impact's gonna be huge. Watching everything, the other enemy says nothing will be left of the kid, while his friends scream his name. But when the dust clears, everyone sees Kyu-sung block the hit with just one hand. Even using all his strength, the dude realizes he can't hold on, quickly noticing his mana is being drained, making him scream in agony. Then the blue-haired guy pops back up, aiming at the kid, and strikes, causing a wind tornado to form. A massive explosion visible from afar happens, while the girls and the enemy not fighting are wide-eyed. At the attack site, someone stands in the crater's center. The blue-haired guy decides to bail, but the hero shows up and stops him. The scene leaves Hiren and Yuri totally shocked. Our boy starts shaking before just collapsing. Quickly, his friends rush over. Worried, the mage asks if the kid's gonna be okay. The tanker says yeah, but mentions there's something more concerning than fainting, as Kyu-sung's left hand fully absorbed the demonic mineral, making him a walking target. We're taken to DBC headquarters, where the cameraman's holding a memory card, telling Park he knows what's up. Excited, the journalist asks the guy to play the video. He does, and with a click, the image pops up on the screen. But suddenly, everything goes dark. Nervous, the cap-wearing dude says showing the footage like that wouldn't be cool. Annoyed, the journalist asks him to play it again. Meanwhile, back at the battle site, Shin and the red-haired guy try to figure out what went down. Frustrated, the kid says the other guys must have bit the dust trying to get the mineral. Okay, buckle up, cause this is gonna be epic. So, his buddies all, yo, something's off, man. Besides Kyu-sung's trail, the fight got interrupted by some big shot. The other dude's like, wait, you saying there's still a Red Bull dude lurking? Donghoon's all, no clue, but we gotta handle this ourselves. Hearing this, Hana's assassin is not vibing. His buddy's like, dude, don't sleep on Kyu-sung's skills. They're almost guardian level. Plus, their master said the real deal starts after the master's war wraps up. Meanwhile, in No Man's Land, the 9th war match is on, and Gangmoon's squad is totally owning it. One commentator's yelling, the hero squad's flexing some serious power. His buddy nods. They must have been grinding in secret. Then they hype up Hiren's explosive moves, which totally wreck the Nikatsu team's DPS. The mage is like, hang tight dude, and then powers up her retribution armor. The DPS, all charged up, jumps back into the fray. Mayung's stressing, Jung-woo, get ready. Jung-woo's like, got it, and freezes the enemy, but it doesn't last long. The support's shouting, avoid the DPS for now. The big guy sneaks up on Hiren, where you think you're going? Hiren's like, why me again? But then Kyu-sung swoops in, blocking the hit. Annoyed, she's like, why are you here? You're supposed to be in the back. Yuri pops up, couldn't stop him. The redhead's like, you should have tried harder. He's still hurt. The tanker disagrees, better than him just chilling. The hero's going all out to beat his foe, and the squad's like, time to wrap this up. With a sick combo move, they snag their 9th win in a row. In the locker room, the hero's staring at his left hand. Jong-woo shows up, wanna grab a drink? Then asks if he's planning to bail again. Our boy grins, nah. So, they head out to meet Ki-soo and Hyuk. At the bar, Kyu-sung's swarmed by fans, thinking, maybe I should have stayed home. Elsewhere, Hiren's like, Yuri, you think separating the mineral from his hand's gonna be tough? Yuri's researching. Not sure, this is a first. In the past, engineers couldn't do squat in similar cases. Plus, the demonization's gonna finish in a week. Hiren's shocked, what does that mean? Thinking about Kyu-sung, her eyes go wide. Yuri smiles, the mineral's weaker now, split into 4 pieces. The redhead's worried, Where's he at now? At the bar, the hero sees his friends totally wasted, thinking, better call Min Kook. Cut to the city, blue-haired dudes loading them into a taxi. Our boy's like, sorry for calling on your day off. Min Kook's chill, no worries. They down 3 bottles of soju. They sit in silence for a bit, then Min Kook's like, thanks. Kyu Sung. The hero's curious. Why? Min Kook explains, the whole squad's grateful. Cause of you, we can dream of winning the Master's War. Our boy's like, I didn't do anything special. But Min Kook's like, at first, I thought you'd be dead weight. Then he saw him hyping the team and tanking hits, boosting everyone's confidence. So, he thanks him again before the final match. The hero's speechless and Min Kook's like, oops, talk too much. He runs off. See you tomorrow. Kyu Sung's thinking, he's a real one, but also nervous because the final match is coming up, so he heads home to chill. Next day, last day of the 46th Masters War, the commentators like, Gangmoon team just made history in Asia. Turns out, they won the 10th match and are now waiting for the rankings to drop. Hyun Suk's all hyped, saying they've totally hit the top rank, especially the team leader, who should be at the Mammon level, like a boss. In the arena, everyone's all ears, waiting to hear how much the rankings jumped, even the teams that got wrecked. After a few suspenseful minutes, it's dropped that Kyu Sung's now in the Lucifer rank. Boom! The event blows up, airing on every TV in Korea, and Lee Se-rin's losing her mind. She grabs her phone, trying to cancel the broadcast, but nope, and she totally freaks out in the street. People are staring, whispering, but act all cool when she catches them. She remembers her sister calling her useless, then decides to ring up Carrier to find out where he's at. Meanwhile, Hiren's thanking the squad for their hard work, saying they should cheer for the rank boost. Everyone's toasting, and Ki-su's the first to down his beer, like a champ. Grinning, he says it took him 5 years to level up twice since becoming a master. Jong-woo's annoyed, asking why he's a level below him. Ki-su says it's all about experience, bro. Hyuk's curious, asking what the protagonist's gonna do now that the Master's War is over. Kyu Sung's a bit confused, but says if he wants to join a guild, he's got options. The healer's pumped, asking if the AQEA guilds hit him up yet. Nope, our boy says he's not into joining a guild, leaving everyone shook. When asked why, he spills he's thinking of starting his own guild. After the drinks, everyone heads home, except the mage and the protagonist. Hiren's curious, asking if her friend's really gonna start a guild. Kyu Sung's all smiles, saying yep, he's got plans. The mage is all desperate, asking what he's got in mind. Suddenly, the young man feels something off, and with his speed, ducks with a girl just in time. After the attack, he's wondering what that was and who the mist-covered duo are. Carrier pops up next to Lee Se-rin, saying the young man's pretty quick, while the girl says things are about to get tough. Out of nowhere, our boy takes a kick to the face. Hiren's furious and ready to strike with her flaming fist, but the red-haired guy absorbs it, grabbing her neck. Yoon's sister steps up, hoping the protagonist answers her question fast, saying she and her partner are searching for something. Carrier's impatient, suggesting they off the duo, but Se-rin notices Kyu Sung's body smoking. Using his shadow-walking skill, the protagonist's ready to save his friend. The red-haired guy grins before getting hit squarely. Our boy's raging, aiming at the enemy, but Shin stops him with one blow, putting him down. Looking down, the man's all, nice to meet you, kid. Yoon's sister's boyfriend steps up, saying he could handle it solo, noticing the young man's merged with the demonic stone, meaning they gotta take him to the lab. Carrier's annoyed, asking if they should take the mage too. The trio's clueless that Min Kook's watching everything. At the Aqua Guild HQ, Lee Hu-yeon asks if the scientist can separate the mineral. The man's analyzing, saying the mineral's core is likely in the young man's heart, making separation impossible. The red-haired guy is chill, suggesting cutting out the stone, but finds out that spawn a first-class demonic creature instantly. He asks if their efforts were for nothing. The scientist denies it, saying, in a week, he'll separate the mineral's core, turning Kyu Sung into an artificial demonic creature. Hiren tries to scream, catching Yeon's attention, who's confused, asking who she is. Carrier explains the redhead was with the young man during the kidnapping. After a moment, the AQEUA guild leader tells the man to get rid of the girl. Outside, security guards are on standby. Hidden with the squad, Ki-su's feeling a bit nervous. Next to him, Jong-woo says he thought Min Kook was bluffing until he heard Yuri's explanation. Hyuk's sweating bullets, saying it'd be way better if Myeong was here. The tanker steps up, saying it's go time for the plan. The ranger's prepping for action, joking life was supposed to be easier after leveling up. He fires an arrow at the guards, who realize way too late they're in trouble. Boom. Explosion. The blonde dude's like, let's roll, guys. Everyone's on board, kicking off the rescue mission. In the chaos, some dude's yelling to call the chief's secretary. Two guys bolt, but Hyuk and Jong-woo pop up, saying this is just the start. The healer flexes his power, making enemies float so the ranger can rain arrows. A guard grabs his sword, ready to fight, but the glasses kid makes it vanish. The suit guys all, where'd these masters come from? Kisu's hyped, saying the AQEA guild's no biggie, daring more enemies to show up. But, unlucky for him, the dude's not scared. The healer yells for the blonde to check behind him. He turns and bam, it's Shin Dong-hoon, about to strike, saying that talk doesn't suit the ranger. Last second, the boy leaps, thinking one slip up, and they're toast. Powered up, the man orders them to face him head-on. Inside, Yuri and Min Kook are on a mission to find Kyu, Sung, and Hyren. Powers activated. The girl apologizes, saying she never wanted them involved. The tanker grins, saying he'd help no matter what. Before splitting, they wish each other luck. Back outside, Dong-hoon's flexing his full power. The guys are freaking out, wondering how to beat a beast like that. After wrecking everything, the man taunts if they thought 3 could take him down, then asks if they're there for Kyu Sung. The trio's eyes go wide. Meanwhile, Carrier's trying to hold Hyren, who's still cursing through the tape. Min Kook shows up, yelling for her to step back, but his attack gets blocked. Seeing his friend stuck, the mage fears the worst. The man, curious, asks who the kid is, but gets no answer, so he says they'll have some fun. Face down, the tanker feels his mana draining. Suddenly, the redhead strikes the enemy. Carrier's annoyed, saying he almost felt bad for her, blocking her fiery attack just in time. Tape off, the mage says she'll repeat what she said, promising to take them all down once free. Outside, Dong-hoon's left Hyuk and the crew pretty beat up. The man's impatient, saying it'll get worse if they keep fighting, asking again who's in charge. Jong-woo shouts they're all there to save Kyu Sung. The tanker mocks, saying talentless folks use beliefs as shields, blaming others for their insecurities. Basically, they're just weaklings, not worth notice. Kisu suddenly cracks up, saying it's been ages since he heard such nonsense. The healers worry the kids lost it. The ranger wipes his nose, saying he didn't know the masters he admired were just lapdogs, barking like one right after. Shin's furious, saying he'll make him beg, and Jong-woo thinks his buddies really lost it. Blocking a hit, the blonde tells the healer to kick off the final plan, thinking it'll be a good distraction. About to land a deadly blow, the man tells the boy to scram. Kisu charges, yelling it's time for plan B. The healer sneaks up behind the enemy, using his close-up guilt move, but Shin's tough as nails. Still, the duo holds strong until the ranger sees they can't block an attack. Without a pause, the man uses his Korean crow song ability, making the boys back off. Hurt, he says if the healer's power was stronger, the plan might have worked, but, as expected, they're just trash. Kisu's freaking out, his mana's all tapped out, and he's like, what now? Dong-hoon's all chill, telling his crew to back off, no matter what goes down. When someone asks the blonde dude his name, he just drops it, no sweat. The big guy's running, promising to remember him, like he's in some action movie. With no other options, the ranger jumps in, and with one epic smack, floors the enemy. The green-haired dude's all curious, asking how the young guy pulled that off without being a healer. The ranger's grinning, saying Jong-woo's skills aren't all that, which is why they kick in late. With the big dude down, he takes a breather, knowing there's a ton of bosses left to tackle. Boom! Suddenly, the building's like, kaboom! Kisu's relieved, thinking Yuri and Min Kook found Kyu Sung, so mission accomplished. Somewhere else, our boy's wondering who's rolling up. There's a demonic horse, and it's got a winged creature riding it. But plot twist, another version of him is chilling with the mystery dude. He's sweating bullets, like, what the heck is going on? Out of nowhere, his clone turns its head, eyes shut, and he's totally freaked. Back in reality, the main guy wakes up with black eyes, thrashing like a wild thing. The scientist grinning, saying he didn't think his drugs would cause such a wild ride, calling the energy-based master a biological wonder. He's thinking if this keeps up, they'll wrap things up faster. But then, a noise grabs his attention. He spins to the door, asking what's up. A guard slammed against the wall by Yuri, who's panting and saying she's here for her leader. Her entrance sends the scientist into a total meltdown. Meanwhile, outside, the security boss tells everyone to book it to the main building. Worried the CEO's in trouble. Upstairs, Hyren, Min Kook, and Carrier are there. And Carrier's grumbling that the young woman's skills are as annoying as her attitude. The mage is saying their moves are strategic, and the enemy's realizing the redhead's got a wide, explosive attack range, and the tanker's covering all her weak spots, putting him in a bind. Lost in thought, he doesn't notice another attack coming his way. In the air, the blue-jacketed guy's ready to wrap things up, but the red-haired dude lets himself get hit for some reason. The duo checks out the impact zone. In a crater, Carrier's saying they're amazing, admitting he's got to use his special power, just like when he fought Hana. Hyren's eyes go wide hearing the Guardian's name. The enemy, unseen, says the girl begged for her life, but he couldn't save her, even if he wanted to. Furious, the mage charges in, even though her buddy's saying it's a bad move. Before she can land a hit, the red-haired guy's hand shows up, making her power vanish. Fully transformed, the enemy says special powers like hers can mutate. What threw off many masters was not knowing they were up against a natural mage enemy, able to absorb mana. Quickly, the redhead realizes she's in danger, but Minkook swoops in just in time to save the day. The mage is yelling thanks, but Carrier's saying his plan all along was to lure the tanker with his shield. He lands a bunch of deadly hits, leaving Hiren in a panic. After tossing the young guy aside, the red-haired dude's like, now it's just us. In the lab, Yuri's smashing all the machines, yelling at her friend to wake up. The scientist, all beat up, says it's useless. The young guy's in a deep sleep. Annoyed, the tanker smacks the scientist and tells him to zip it. Then she grabs Q-Sung, ready to bounce, thinking she's wasted enough time. But Lee Se-rin shows up, smirking, saying she can't leave the same way she came in. So, it'd be smarter to put the guy back on the stretcher and leave quietly. The tanker knows she can't fight and carry the main guy, so she decides to make a run for it. But then, bam, 2 more baddies show up. Yeon's sister's all annoyed, saying the girl's making her feel super grossed out. Back on the upper floor, the mage and the red-haired dude are going at it. Hiren whips out her Surya spear, but nada happens. She's all, wait, is this dude a melee fighter or a tank? Carrier's grinning, saying she'll run out of mana if she keeps it up, like he's got a mana radar or something. Then, bam, he uses some mage moves, and she's got to jump to dodge. He's bragging, saying he's got a 73-0 record against mages, like he's the LeBron of magic fights. Hearing that, the redhead's fuming, but her mana's on E, so no big moves for her. So, she's got to try out this new trick she picked up. She powers up, ready to unleash the supreme light of Indra. The dude sneaks up behind her, asking how she plans to catch anyone with her slow-mo spells. Hiren takes a hit but stands her ground. The enemy's shocked, saying her persistence is wild, then realizes he's right where she wants him. Hoping her move works, the redhead's like, let's see how tough you are. Boom. Explosions everywhere, but when the dust clears, the fight's still on. Carrier's all beat up but stays quiet. The redhead's like, wait, were you hiding more tricks? Turns out, he fainted standing up, so she rushes to check on Minkook. Back at the lab, Lee Se-rin's watching Yuri, who's balancing like a pro, even with someone in tow. But she's bored, so she ties Yuri's legs to wrap things up. The tanker's shocked her feet are glued to the ground. The 2 strong dudes see their chance, but Yuri blocks both hits with her special move. She figures she's got to drop Q-Sung for a sec to speed things up. The guys attack again, but Yuri pops her shield of confidence just in time. Knowing she's on the clock, she plans to KO them with 1 hit. She's zooming, showing she's got speed too. The strong guy yells when he gets hit. Charging forward, the friend goes for Se-rin, who's wide-eyed, not expecting that. She uses a barrier to dodge the attack. The tanker's shield shatters, and she bolts with Q-Sung, making the redhead realize escaping was the plan all along. The short-haired master heads for the door, but something blocks the way. Yeon throws her spear, apologizing for the late intro and her crew's rough welcome. Standing on the experiment tank's remains, she says she's the AQEA Guild's CEO. Knowing what Yeon can do, Yuri's like, uh-oh. The president bows, asking for another shot to restore her crew's rep. While the tanker's thinking, they hear their names called, and Cinda and Ulu are like, yo. Facing the guys, the enemy says a guild's guardian shouldn't lose. The duo's silent, putting Se-rin on edge. Seeing the guards pop pills, she's like, sis, are you trying to off them? The tanker realizes it's the same pill the renegade used. In seconds, a light wraps around the guys, and now they've got yellow eyes. Yeon spills her plan, saying they'll target the short-haired girl, since they've got an hour before they're toast. Yuri's cornered by the baddies, who attack without a second thought. 1 hit, and her shield's toast, and to make it worse, they're not letting her get a hit in. Another hit sends the tanker flying one way, Q-Sung the other. Backing up, she's worried about the boy, but she's got to focus on Ulu, who's right in her face. Quickly, she realizes blocking without her shield is risky. Lucky for her, Minkook swoops in to save the day. Hiren's with him, saying it's time for the Gang Moon squad to shine. Yuri's stoked to see her pals, and the mage asks Yeon if she's cool with more people joining the fray. Yeon's chill, saying she can do whatever. One of the strong guys attacks again. Blocking it, the tanker feels like her arm's gonna fall off. The mage jumps in, casting flames, but it just makes the enemy angrier. The redhead's shocked her flames got snuffed out with a punch, while the tanker's all about keeping Q-Sung safe. Charging in, she smacks Ulu, then tells the redhead to keep the dudes busy. With Minkook's help, the mage kicks the plan into gear. Across the room, Se-rin wishes her honor was still intact, if only the main dude hadn't shown up. Powering up, she's all set for payback. She claims even if our boy wakes up, he won't have the strength to lift a spoon. Yuri's sprinting to stop the redhead from hitting her buddy, but Yeon pops up, blocking the path. Grinning, she says, ditching the battlefield's a no-go. Se-rin lands a hit on Q-Sung, but suddenly, she's in major pain. Turns out, the main dude's sucking up her power, which ticks off the AQEA Guild's praise. Rushing in, she stops her sis from hitting the floor, while the tanker notices the boy's acting kinda weird. On the battlefield, Hyerin and Min Kook are going all out. Yelling, the mage checks if her buddy's done. Ulu and Cinda target the young dude, making his shield fly off. Seeing the attack coming, he thinks it's game over. But lucky him, a hand stops the big guy's weapon. It's the main dude, super stoked to be awake. Looking at the girls, he apologizes for the mess he caused, then thanks his pals big time. Yon, though, isn't thrilled the guy's up and about. Thanks to the pill, Cinda's power goes boom, but the main dude's not even phased. Using two powers together, he leaps into the air, delivering a killer blow right after. Everyone's jaws drop. Q Sung's ready for round 2, while the AQA Guild's Prez watches quietly, yelling. Ulu decides it's go time. Worried, Yuri tells her buddy to watch out. Charging, the big guy's about to sneak attack, but before he can, the white-haired girl takes him down, leaving our boy kinda shocked. Grinning, Yoon admits the pill idea flopped. Thinking, the main dude wonders what she's scheming. Out of nowhere, the young girl attacks, making the boy use his speed to dodge. Curious, the Prez asks what he thinks of her power. Getting no answer, the young girl backs off, saying it's been ages since she had a good fight, so she hopes the boy won't be a snooze fest. Then, bam, something happens. Grinning, the enemy says she's got a surprise for him. The ground suddenly gives way, making the main dude realize the building's sinking. Everything goes dark, and he's checking if his friends are okay. The other kids say they're good, which chills him out. Confused, Q Sung wonders what his rival's plotting in this place. A super bright light flashes, making him shield his eyes. Ready for action, the Prez says it's been ages since she fought here, revealing it's her personal training zone, made of special stuff so nothing gets wrecked during fights. Plus, she wants to hand the young dude a sword. Our boy's shocked to see Hannah's weapon. Powering up, Yeon says now that everything's set, they can start. They lock eyes for a sec before diving into the fight. The main dude's giving it his all to land a hit, but his opponent's a pro, dodging everything. Watching the fight, Hyerin says her friend's amazing, taking on Korea's top master. Yuri's a bit jittery but notices the young dude's moves are different. Still, she's worried about his body, since his energy's all over the place from the coma. The mage stays quiet, but her face shows she's stressed. Mid-fight, the enemy says she's got to wrap it up quick, adding the young dude's the best master she's faced, so it's time to stop messing around. Thinking, Q Sung figures his opponent's gearing up for a big move. He blocks the hit with his sword, but the young woman breaks through. Appearing behind him, Yoon announces her second strike. The main dude realizes he's up against a super fast opponent, but still manages to turn just in time and defend himself. In the air, the girl shows it's not over yet. With the impact, the boy's knee hits the ground, thinking he can't handle this pressure much longer. Suddenly, something wild happens, and his eye starts changing color. Our boy's hand follows suit, and thanks to the Demon Stone, he resists the attack. Totally shocked, the AQA Guild president can't defend herself in time and gets launched skyward. With part of his body transformed, the protagonist takes a deep breath, shouting. Hyerin says the boy's state looks rough, but before she can move, Yuri tells her to hold up. Using her ability, the young woman says the boy's energy flow is stabilizing, and instead of being eaten by the mineral, his body vibes with it. Still airborne, Yoon tries to figure out why her last attack flopped, realizing the boy controlled the mineral, making her a bit shaky. Even so, the young woman gears up to attack again, launching a monstrous claw. Perplexed, the tanker wonders how the enemy pulls off such attacks so easily. Confident in his strength, our boy just watches the blow coming his way. The scene makes his friend nervous, but when the moment's right, he counterattacks, zooming through the claw towards his opponent. With not much else to do, Yeon activates her special move, Phoenix Dance, while the protagonist speeds up with Godspeed. The two lock eyes until they clash in the center, causing a massive impact. After a few minutes, they're in hand-to-hand combat. An explosion of light happens. On the ground, Q Sung's friends don't blink for a second. When the dust settles, the protagonist is still standing, as is his opponent, who, even tired, says she wants a rematch. We're taken to the girl's past, discovering she trained hard since she was little. Shouting, her dad says power starts from pure kindness, adding that if she wants to lead a guild, she must get stronger. Unable to take it anymore, Yoon lowers her head. The man sighs, saying even though he's aging, his daughters give him hope for the guild's future. He hopes their talents will be the sun and moon of the AQA group. The two little girls shout aloud, "Yes, sir." Smiling, the man reminds them that both the sun and moon can lose their light. In the present, the president states she'll keep her promise and, tearing her clothes, she reveals she gave up being human a while ago. Shocked, Q Sung wonders how she has 3 demon minerals in her body. Starting the transformation, Yoon says they're quite similar in the end. A purple light wraps around the young woman, while the protagonist stands still, just watching. In her demonic form, the enemy says when she wiped out the 4 guilds, the mineral was her only goal. Our boy turns at the last moment, but it seems too late. With the blow, he's violently thrown backward. Approaching, The young woman asks if he's curious why she wants the mineral. Frightened, the protagonist realizes her speed has gone through the roof. While attacking, the girl reveals after the AQA guild president died, she put the demonic mineral in her heart, seeing a new world. Reflecting, our boy wonders if there's someone else in the game. Yoon says a mysterious being knew the mineral's power and asked her to gather them to create a new world. She delivers a deadly blow, but Kyu-sung blocks it with one hand. Shouting, he claims she's just a foolish assassin using the minerals for power. Hearing this makes the enemy smile. Then, she reveals she knows what Hana told him and claims the Guardian's words are fiction. Furious, the protagonist orders her to stop lying, as his ally died exposing her evil plans. Unbothered, Yoon says the girl lied. Consumed by hatred, the boy prepares to attack but gets hit by the creature's hand. Then she throws him backward. After hitting the wall and falling, the protagonist shows he can still fight, even injured. The enemy then says if she's wrong, she'll give up the mineral. Intrigued, our boy asks how she plans to prove she's telling the truth. Confused, the young woman insists she already did. Disagreeing, Kyu-sung argues she hasn't proven anything she mentioned. Yeon then claims he also saw the start of a new world when he was totally synced with the mineral. Astonished, the protagonist realizes the place he thought was a dream is actually real. Grinning, his rival says the mineral is a key to that place, so she wants him to hand over the stone. Using his new skills, the young man manages to fend off the attack. The problem is, the creature's not ready to quit. Hyerin jumps in, launching a fireball. Irritated, the enemy turns to block the attack, realizing too late that Min-kook and Yuri had moved in. Still, she taunts that the two are trying hard to get themselves knocked out. The tanker plants the shield in front of him when he gets the signal from his buddy. Then, the short-haired girl throws a punch at the shield, showing the plan is to attack with sound. Yoon freaks out and unleashes all her power. Now, it's time for the mage to use her special move. A tornado of blue flames wraps around the enemy, who starts screaming in pain. Relieved, the redhead says the plan worked. Agreeing, our boy asks how they came up with it. Yuri says since landing a physical hit was impossible, she decided to take a gamble. The squad watches the dust settle. When it does, the mage declares that finally, the girl has collapsed. However, the two tankers start shaking out of nowhere. Frightened, Min-kook says the fight's not over yet, while the short-haired girl says Yeon's mana is going through the roof. We see the president has morphed into a bizarre creature and is ready for round 2. Shouting, the tanker warns everyone to stay alert. The demon raises its hand to charge an attack, firing with everything afterward. In the air, the protagonist is scared to see the building start to crumble with just one hit. Flashback to the past, little Yoon found her dad dead after a battle. That day, she stopped believing in his words. Now, in her new form, the young woman blindly trusts the sun will never lose its light again. Instead, in her vision, it'll shine even brighter. Shouting, our boy warns the creature is targeting only Hyerin. Trying to protect herself, the mage thinks about how her moves are slow due to low mana. Kyu-sung decides to team up with Yuri. The two leap into the air, and once again, he uses the tanker's shield as a step, thinking this is the best time to strike. The boy delivers a killer blow, but, to everyone's surprise, the creature dodges, even being massive. Running, Yoon charges at the redhead. She braces for the worst, as in that state, dodging is a no-go. Due to the impact, an explosion of light happens. Worried, the mage's friends realize they won't make it in time. But, luckily for Hyerin, Min-kook blocks the attack with his shield. Grinning, the young man says he couldn't be late this time. Then he starts shouting, and his behavior confuses the creature as well as his allies. Suddenly, the enemy gets tired of waiting and tosses the young man away using her tail. Activating his power again, Kyu-sung declares they need to stop the demon, no matter what. Yoon charges again, showing how strong her body is. Frightened, the mage wonders if this is the end. Shouting, the protagonist tries to keep up with his rival. Suddenly, a super bright flash appears, and we see that this time, it was Shin Dong-hoon who saved the redhead from doom. The man stares at the protagonist while he tries to figure out what's going on. Resisting, the man states he had his reasons for leaving Red Bull and choosing Lee Hu, thinking the young woman would make something possible. Then, he asks our boy to hit the mineral on the president's chest with all his speed, since if everything goes wrong, the creature will be exposed to the world. Additionally, Shin asks the young man to tell his friends outside they were awesome, and, before wrapping up his speech, he says he'll beg for Hana's forgiveness. His clothes tear from the excessive effort. After setting up a barrier, the man gives the signal to the protagonist. To help his buddy, Yuri decides to use all the mana he has left. Kyu-sung does the same and rockets towards the target, using Super God Speed plus Spiral Stab. Ye realizes the danger little too late. Clinging to the creature's leg, Dong-hoon says it's time for them to go home. The protagonist is inches from the monster until, suddenly, an explosion happens. Elsewhere, the president's all chill about her end but says no thanks to the main dude. Even if the minerals are won, she's not the boss of them. Curious, The young dude asks where the beginning of the world she mentioned is. The president spills that the place has the master's mysterious power and the creature's secret destructive forces. Totally confused, the main guy asks who this mysterious dude is, finding out it's the girl's teacher, who also took out his dad. Iku Shohei, hearing that name leaves Kyu-sung totally shook. Yan says the dude will keep chasing the mineral, since he's been doing that since he lost on purpose to Reggie Weed. The girl starts cracking up, but before she bounces, she asks the boy to protect Se-rin from Iku Shohei. Our dude's left solo in that big empty space, trying to process all the tea he just got. Then, the whole squad's watching the AQUA Guild HQ go down. Hiren's feeling kinda weird, while Yuri wonders if another big bad will pop up. Jongwoo asks what the main dude's gonna do with the mineral, while the blonde guy says selling it is the best play. Hyo tells his buds to quit joking about it. Our dude then says the battle showed him how the demon gates hit Earth. And, even if the mineral might mess things up more, there's one thing they gotta sort out. Since they want to stop the gate-caused chaos, everyone's gotta agree to one more raid, this time in the primordial world. Next day, the papers are buzzing about what went down at the AQA Guild HQ. Ju Jung, at the explosion site, says the cause is still a mystery, but the Masters Association sent a special team to check it out. A dude says he heard a boom at dawn and, clueless, called 192, but surprise, no signal. The journalist asks his buddy if there's any news on the rescue peeps. Nope. The young guy says Yan and Se-rin are still MIA, along with other guild members. Still, the rescue teams are hustling to find survivors. Because of this, Tae-sung Kim, the Masters Association prez, quits, saying the accident's on him. With that, VP Nak 1 Kim steps up and promises to shut down the AQUA Guild for good. Later that day, a white-haired dude says the AQUA Guild prez really bit the dust, then asks if Kyu-sung did it. Behind him, the old guy who asked the main dude for help nods in agreement. The young guy says he wants to see our dude with his own eyes, but the old guy tells him to chill, since the priority is ditching the AQA Guild, and Kyu-sung's the most famous master in Korea. Touching him would turn the whole country against them. Then, the old guy spills he knows what happened to the mineral, making it super urgent to find the stone. Curious, the young guy asks what the old dude wants him to do. Without turning, the old guy says his plan is to make Kyu-sung face his hero during the individual Masters' War. 6 months later, a young dude with purple hair wonders why he got jumped. In front of him, a creature with human teeth is ready to chomp. Running, the young dude wonders why the monster's so speedy and tough. Suddenly, he stops and thinks this is it for him. The monster charges, but Yuri stops it from munching. Annoyed, she asks how the young dude could just bail after what he did. Totally lost, the master wonders if he's really safe. The creature switches targets and goes for the tanker. Shocked, the young dude sees the girl doesn't mind getting hit head-on. With her fist, the tanker lands a punch, making the enemy shut its mouth. Yelling, she tells the unknown dude to go to the other side to distract the creature. With no other option, the young dude goes for it. The monster spots him, and Yuri launches another attack that, even if it doesn't hurt the creature much, makes it super mad. Saying she'll help the young dude, she tells him to hit the middle. Scared, the DPS wonders if they're going for the ping-pong move. Suddenly, something flies through his hair. Turns out, it's a sword. The tanker grins while the mystery dude's all puzzled. Kyu-sung zooms past the guy, sword in hand, and slices down the creature's back like a pro. The purple-haired dude's mind is blown watching him go. In the heat of battle, our hero's dodging attacks like he's got a cheat code for the monster's moves. Yuri, all smiles, says the dude's moves have leveled up. Our guy gives props, saying it's all thanks to her. Then they team up for an epic final smackdown. Poof, the monster just vanishes. On the ground, our hero jokes they took longer than last time. The tanker agrees, saying they gotta hustle. Back home, Hiren's wondering when her squad will roll in, and bam, the door swings open. Kyu-sung beams, announcing their return. But the mage is all grumpy about the wait. The dude argues they crushed a Lucifer rank raid in under an hour, but seeing the redheads not buying it, he just says sorry. The tanker rolls up with food for her buddy. The mage dashes over and snatches the box like it's treasure. Yuri spots our hero sneaking off and asks where he's headed. Holding more grub, he says he's got a delivery mission. Munching away, Hiren says it's a waste of time. Kyu-sung reaches a door, takes a deep breath, and asks if he can come in, but there's no answer. Still, he opens the door anyway. Across the room, Lee Se-rin's just chilling in a chair. Our hero asks if she's eaten, but she stays silent. He steps closer, saying he grabbed her something on the way back. With a serious face, the master asks if he's there to rub it in. He denies it, saying he knows she hasn't eaten in 2 days. She says it doesn't matter, nothing changes just cause he's nice, and she still sees him as a killer. Kyu-sung's left speechless. Hiren barges in, saying just cause the enemy can talk doesn't mean she should, then blames Yoon for almost getting everyone killed. Our guy tells the mage to chill, but she just asks if she's wrong. Head down, Se-rin asks them to leave. The The redhead yells she should be grateful, not calling her savior a killer. Without looking up, the girl asks again to be left alone. Our hero tries to calm Hyren until Yuan's sister suddenly screams for them to leave. Yuri shows up at the door but stays quiet. The redhead's fuming, saying she won't leave just because she's told to. Kyu-sung takes her hand, gives her a serious look, and asks her to chill. Finally, the mage decides to bounce. The tanker watches them leave, then says everyone feels awkward with Seirin around, but it's for her safety since Iku Shohei's after her. Before leaving, Yuri spills what Yeon said before dying and hopes the girl will stay until they find a safe spot. Lee Seirin stays quiet but starts thinking about her situation. Cut to another scene, where an old dude's asking a lady how things are going. Hearing everything's chill, he chuckles. Nakwon Kim, sitting across, says handling proud masters is tough, so maybe team up with the AQUA guild before taking over raid seeds. The old dude disagrees, saying central control groups should lead. They stare each other down until the president realizes it's time to ask what the old man wants. Laughing, the old guy asks if he was that obvious, then says he needs two things. First, the president's got to set up a masters tournament. Kim apologizes, saying it's a no-go. The old man tells him not to stress, revealing he's already hit up the World Master Society, so just set the dates. The president asks about the second request. With a creepy grin, the old man says Nakwon's gotta make Kyu-sung the top master in Korea. The goatee guy's shocked, but when asked, he agrees to do it. Smiling, the old man says he's out, but before leaving, he turns and jokes that the guy looks better without a beard. Intrigued, the secretary's all, "Who's the old dude with the prez?" The guy spills the beans, saying he's the ex-strongest master ever and now the big boss of the AQ guild. The woman's mind is blown, realizing she was just chilling with Iku Shohei. Flashback to Seirin's secret lair. In her room, she's snoozing like a baby until the thought of being hunted jolts her awake. In the training zone, Kyu-sung's replaying Lee Hoo-yeon's last words, "Sword up, ready to train like a boss." The redhead pops in, and he's all, "Did you pull an all-nighter?" With a face like a zombie, she's like, "Can't sleep with all this racket." Our dude's like, "Oops, my bad for the noise," but Seirin's chill about it. Turning back, he's all, "Sorry for Hyren's drama yesterday." The master's confused, asking why he's being nice when he's supposed to hate her. Kyu-sung tries to explain, but she figures out he's keeping a promise to her sis. She's like, "That's not gonna fix things." Our guy's like, "I know, that's why I'm gonna stop Iku Shohei." Seirin's curious, asking how he plans to pull that off. Staring her down, he's like, "I'm gonna get the association's help." Hearing this, the redhead cracks up. She's like, "You really think the whole nation's got your back?" He's silent, and Yeon's sis is like, "Even with help, you can't stop him. He's got power beyond any country." Mind blown, the protagonist's like, "How's that even possible?" As she leaves, she wishes him good luck with training. Shouting, our guy's like, "Loads of people can stop Iku Shohei, like Reggie Wee did." But Seirin's like, "Dream on, dude." Meanwhile, in a Nevada military zone, 2 guards get KO'd in one hit. In a room, a blonde dude tells Colonel Garijan something's up at the gate. The big guy checks the cams and tells him to call the counterterrorism team. The soldier tries, but surprise, all lines are dead. Shocked, the colonel grabs the headset, figuring if the Mammon-class masters are down, the enemy's super strong. Yelling, he orders security to level 5, promising to protect the VIP. Outside, Garijan's scoping the scene, saying not many have this kind of power. Suddenly, intruders show up. Grinning, the white-haired guy's like, "My buddy did all this." Yelling, the big guy's like, "This is a no-go zone, so taking out intruders is no biggie." Then, he powers up, and so do his crew. Leading the charge, the young guy's like, "If my friend fights, this place'll be toast, so I got this." The colonel and his crew attack, but a Q barrier blocks them. Their hits just bounce off. Annoyed, the big guy's like, "Oh great, a mage." The young dude clenches his fist, making 2 soldiers go boom. Seeing the colonel's confused, he's like, "This space is my turf now." The other enemies watching from afar, seeing their pals are toast. Taunting, Garijan's like, "Gonna be tough fighting me with those cheap tricks." Smiling, the white-haired guy's like, "You're pretty cocky, huh?" Focusing all his power, the big guy's ready to strike. His punch nails the barrier, but nothing happens, so he figures his opponent's blocking all attacks. Still with his hand up, the young guy's like, "Your hits are stronger than I thought, so my defense has to be top-notch." Black smoke creeps up on the big guy, who, focusing, shows his full power by smashing the barrier. A bit impressed, the mage is like, "Well, that was fun." They face off, and the boys pumped for round 2, unlike the colonel. Trying to get the upper hand, the man slams both hands on the ground. The young guy's confused until he sees something rising under his feet. Suddenly, a stone structure makes him leap into the air, and the young woman realizes staying out was pointless. Grinning, the mage is like, "Nice move." Determined, Garijan's like, "Let's see you handle air attacks," then fires a bunch of energy spheres. Protected by a shield, the young dude's all, I'm gonna level up so this fight ain't just kiddie stuff. On the ground, he's flexing. But surprise, his opponent sneaks up behind him and traps him with another barrier. Plot twist. He's all, where'd this mage even come from? Before getting literally blown up. Boom. When the dust clears, the colonel's still kicking. A bit banged up but alive. Tough cookie, right? The white-haired kid's like, pausing between attacks is like giving the enemy a free pass, which the big guy does a lot, making him weak sauce. Out of nowhere, a sword drops from the sky, freeing the colonel and grabbing everyone's attention. Epic entrance much? A wind tornado swirls around them until someone pops up, saying it's super rude to start a fight in front of someone else's crib. The enemy's thinking, oh snap, I'm up against the strongest master ever. Facing the young dude, Reggie Weed's like, the colonel ain't weak, and if you don't spill the beans on this mess, you're not leaving here. The mage notices the master isn't packing a bow, so he's thinking he might have a shot at winning. They lock eyes, but the dark-haired guy makes a move, giving a little smack and saying, better not do anything rash, dude. Feeling cornered, the enemy's like, guess my master was right, I'm not ready for this level of boss fight. So he just says, sorry for being rude. On one knee, the young dude introduces himself as Len, and his buddy's like, I'm Hazuki. Reggie's curious about this invite, so he asks what's up. Len spills it's an invite to the individual master's war. No hesitation, the master shuts it down and tells the colonel to nab the duo. The mage figures he's got to drop his master's name. So, he says Iku Shohei wants to keep a promise from 10 years ago, and the 12 disciples got invites too for this event in Korea in 3 months. Bowing all the way, Len's begging the dude to accept, wondering what he'll tell the old man if he flops. Lucky for him, Weed's like, alright, I'll be there. Hearing this makes the mage grin. We switch to Hyarin, who's all hyped to head out after getting ready. She hits up a store, grabs a new outfit and some earrings. On the street, a food stall catches her eye. She orders a seaweed roll with veggies and fried squid. Yum. But as soon as she digs in, she drops a dumpling and stains her dress with sauce. Oops. Annoyed, she yells for the culprit. Sweating, the young guy's like, what's the issue? Pointing at the stain, Hyarin's like, you elbowed me and messed up my dress. The guy's all, sorry, gotta bounce, urgent stuff to do. With nothing else to do, the mage watches him dash off. Even though she's bummed, she keeps going, thinking about how pumped she was before. Her anger shifts to Seirin, who's still hiding. Suddenly, a poster of Kyu-sung on a building catches her eye. She's stoked for her friend's success. Across the street, the guy from before calls out to her, apologizing again. Irritated, the mage is like, why'd you run then? Bowing, the guy's all, really had urgent stuff. He hands her an envelope, saying it's for dry cleaning the dress. Hyarin's like, nah, just forget it. Nervous, he's like, if you don't take it, I'll feel bad. Turning away, the mage is like, it's cool, gotta rush to an appointment. She starts walking, and the guy decides to tag along. A bit further, she turns and asks why he's following. Smiling, he tries to explain but fumbles his words. Thinking he wants her digits, Hyarin's like, I don't need the cash. The guy rummages in his bag and, touching her shoulder, says he wants to invite her to the master's war. Confused, she's like, what are you even talking about? They end up in a restaurant, and the guy spills he's an assistant to the association. Asking if the mage can forgive him, she says, sure, but wants to know how he knew who she was. Holding up a notebook, the redhead spills the tea that all the deets about the invited masters are scribbled in there. Then, he starts reading out loud everything he's jotted down about the girl. When he mentions her mood, she's like, is that really necessary? And wonders what happens if she just says, nah. The redhead's jaw drops, asking how she could even think of saying no, practically begging her to join the squad. Curious, Hyarin's all, who else got the invite? But the dude's clueless. Even though it's all kinda sus, the redhead kicks off a round of intros. Grinning, the guy's like, oops, my bad for not introing earlier, and drops his name, Iku Tetsuya. The mage is shook, saying she didn't expect a Japanese dude to speak Korean so well. The redhead spills he learned from his dad, but since he's clueless about Korean addresses and has more invites to hand out, he's hoping the girl can help. Hyarin's like, nope, not happening. The dude's so shocked he practically faceplants onto the table. The mage just stares as sweat drips down his face. Meanwhile, Kyu-sung's at home, sweating bullets after seeing his buddy with Iku. She explains she had no choice but to bring the guy there. The redhead grins, saying it's lit to meet the duo. Elsewhere, a guy's apologizing to Iku for leaving someone solo. An old dude's worried, saying the person just came down from the mountain and might stir up trouble. The suit guy's like, chill, I don't see the big deal. The master disagrees, saying he doesn't know the person, so he can't be sure. Turns out they're talking about Iku Tetsuya, who's been a sore loser since forever, even beating a regular master. Before even waking up, the guy's in shock. The old dude laughs, saying the young guy tried to challenge him after waking up. He's worried Iku might challenge a guest and leave them KO'd. The suit guy's eyes go wide, asking if that's for real. Back at Seirin's hideout, the redhead intros himself. Yuri's all smiles, asking everyone to chill while she grabs some drinks. Hiren heads to her room to change. A few minutes later, coffee's served. Taking a sip, the guy's hyped, saying the drink's fire. The tanker compliments his Korean. The mage stops him from retelling his language story, asking him to cut to the chase and hand over the invite. Kyu-sung wonders why his buddy won't cut Tetsuya some slack. The redhead's annoyed, asking if her new clothes will magically clean themselves if she does. When the guy doesn't answer, she tells the delivery dude to hurry up, yelling if he didn't hear it's go time. Calmly, the guy says they've actually arrived, since the last invite in Korea is for the master right in front of him. Yuri's curious why that is, while the main character questions if the guy's sure. He confirms, saying he'd love to meet him, hearing he's got an epic backstory. Hiren's fuming, asking why the redhead didn't say from the start the last invite was for Kyu-sung. The guy chuckles, and she's like, "You won't be laughing for long." Curious, our boy asks why the tanker's not on the list, but the guy's got no clue. Noticing the girl's bummed, he says she can still sign up for the event. Once everyone gets it, he's hyped, shouting he's super stoked for the upcoming Masters War. The mages, confused, asking why the hype, since the event's every 2 years. Tetsuya spills that this time all masters can join, with no time or skill limits. He asks if it's the main character's first time. He nods. Hearing the guy awaken just a year ago, the redhead's mind blown. Our boy awkwardly thanks him, but the guy whips out his notebook, reading all about Kyu-sung. Hiren's like, "Why wasn't my description as cool?" Ignoring her, the delivery dude's curious if the main character's ability works in a team-up. He says he'll find out during the war. Grinning, the guy asks if he can challenge him to a match right there. The mage is intrigued, saying the place is too tiny for that, but the redhead's like, "No worries," leaving everyone puzzled. Outside, he draws 2 circles on the ground and, when asked, says it's the stadium. The redhead's all, "No sport needs a doodle stadium," while Kyu-sung's like, "What game is this?" Iku explains, "To win, push me out of the circle. If your back hits the ground or feet touch the line, you lose. But if the opponent gives up, you win." Curious, our boy's like, "What's the dot in the middle?" The redhead goes, "That's HQ. If HQ's taken, you lose." Finding it fun, the protagonist asks if the mage can give the start signal. Even though she's not thrilled, Hiren agrees. Quickly, the game kicks off, and, to Kyu-sung's surprise, his opponent's super fast. The girls are speechless, while Tetsuya is like, "Knew he'd dodge." Thinking, the protagonist realizes this isn't a normal pushing game. Shouting, the mage is like, "Wasn't that too violent?" But he says he just pushed. Our boy's like, "It's cool. No worries. It was just a push." The delivery guy gears up for another attack, but this time, the young man's ready. After ducking, the protagonist counterattacks, but he gets hit by his opponent's hand. They start trading blows until Kyu-sung changes position. The two stare each other down for a few seconds before attacking at the same time, causing a bright flash. Neither moves, both smile. Bored, Hiren's like, "This isn't a fight." Iku's surprised by the protagonist's power, while the latter's like, "Iku's amazing." Doing squats, the redhead suggests they get serious. The red-haired girl's like, "Was he bluffing?" But our boy knows he wasn't, as he didn't use mana. Unlike him, who had to use energy to protect himself. Activating his power, the redhead's like, "Let's start." Seeing the guy use mana, Kyu-sung moves to hit the blind spot of his opponent's arm, but, surprise, the delivery guy blocks it with one hand. Confused, our boy's like, "How'd he catch me?" Realizing the guy showed his weak point on purpose. Determined, Tetsuya's like, "The fight ends here." Yuri's worried, while Hiren's like, "Is he trying to kill him?" The redhead's hand moves toward the protagonist's face, but he jumps away just in time. Surprised, the delivery guy's like, "How'd he twist his arm like that?" After freeing himself, our boy delivers a double-leg blow, leaving friends relieved and hyped. Seeing his opponent on the ground, he says the game was fun, thinking if he took more hits, he'd surrender. Kyu-sung offers a hand to help Iku up, but he says the game's not over. His foot's still in the circle. Shocked, the protagonist's like, "How do you withstand that blow?" The delivery guy looks back with a creepy smile, scaring our boy more. Without hesitation, Tetsuya delivers a big blow. The tanker and mage scream, "Stop," but he stares like he's possessed. Thinking, Yuri's like, his violent side's gonna get worse if left alone. Activating her power, she gears up to join, but the protagonist's like, "Don't do anything, no matter what." The tanker listens, while the red-haired girl's like, "He's such an idiot." The redhead preps for another attack, power in one hand. When hit, Kyu-sung feels the impact, even with his guard up, knowing defeat's near if this keeps up. Determined to end it, our boy launches into the air. Yuri's like, "What's he thinking? Why isn't Iku taking HQ?" The protagonist's about to headbutt, but the redhead catches him last second. Since it was all part of his plan, our boy uses Godspeed, but gets blocked again. Thinking, he realizes the guy's physique is insane. They engage in a shoulder battle until Kyu-sung starts getting pushed back. Suddenly, his demonic side pops up to say hi. Then, a huge explosion happens. Due to the shockwave, Yuri thinks one of the dudes might have just passed out cold. The girls hang tight, waiting for the dust to chill. Hiren's all annoyed, saying the courtyard's a total disaster thanks to those two knuckleheads. Quick as a flash, the tanker notices her buddies looking kinda off. She bolts to the crater and spots the main dude with half his body looking all funky. Seeing him shaking, she wonders what on earth caused that, figuring out that whatever it is, they're all clueless. Yelling, she tells the mage to hit up any healer or support they know. The red-haired girl, all jittery, says she's on it. Meanwhile, Tetsuya is still out like a light. Our guy's making a weird face, which freaks the tanker out even more. Seeing the scene, she realizes if they don't hustle, things are gonna get real bad, real fast. Seeing Yuri with her hand out, Hiren's like, "What are you doing?" Yelling, the girl says Kyu-sung's losing to the mineral and needs to act. Fuming, the redhead's like, "Why do you think offing the dude's the best plan?" They lock eyes for a sec. Then, out of nowhere, a yellow light pops up, coming from Lee Se-rin's hand, who finally decided to step out. A bit later, Kyu-sung wakes up and finds his two pals staring at him. Turning his head, he's shocked to see the redheads there too. The tanker asks if he's alright. Nodding, he says his shoulder's just a bit sore. With arms crossed, the mage says that was the dumbest fight she's ever seen. Our guy says sorry for the chaos, while Se-rin decides to bounce. Yelling, he thanks her and says she helped him snap back to reality. Looking sideways, Yeon-sis says she only did it to stop the racket before she fully heads out. The main dude asks if she could heal Tetsuya too. The redhead then spills that, surprise, the guy's been awake for a while. Hiren strolls over to the delivery dude and, tapping his shoulder, waits for a reaction. When nothing happens, she pinches his cheeks and calls him a pain. Grinning, the redhead says he's embarrassed, revealing he knows Se-rin. The mage is like, "How's that possible?" Iku says they're pals. The girl denies it, saying it's not quite like that. Agreeing, the master says calling them friends is kind of vague. Amused, Hiren asks if they're a thing. The dude denies it, while Sis says he's Iku Shohei's kid. The info leaves everyone wide-eyed. Yuri quickly steps in front of Se-rin, but she says chill, no need to worry. The redhead's not tight with his dad. Laughing, Tetsuya says she hasn't changed a bit. Smiling, the redhead says the same goes for him. Watching from a bit away, Kyu-sung says no wonder the dude's so strong. Suddenly, the redhead calls out to him and says his skills totally meet the invite's requirements. Hearing this makes the main dude grin. Then, they shake hands and start chatting about the fight. Iku admits he thought his mountain training was top-notch, but learned a lot from the fight. Admitting he lost, the main dude disagrees, saying he also passed out. Impatient, Hiren says they can call it a tie. Later that day, the redhead says he's stoked for Kyu-sung's show at the Master's War. Excited, the main dude asks if he'll be there too, and, with a nod, says they'll meet in 3 months. Yuri takes the chance to guide Tetsuya to the bus stop and they say their goodbyes. It's then the main dude finds out he's gotta clean up the garden mess. After a few hours, he finally wraps up and, taking a deep breath, checks out the hand holding the demonic crystal. Our guy thinks about how it's taking longer to get back to normal after transforming. Se-rin shows up and says it looks like he can't control the mineral anymore. Switching topics, the main dude thanks her again. But she says she's there to find out his plan, since, after scanning him, she found out the rock that melted in his hand is now a full-on mineral, impossible to control, and there's no gadget nearby to handle the shakes. Our guy asks if there's another way. The redhead's all, nope, no matter how hard you try, nothing's stopping the transformation, and I'm gonna be the first master to wipe out humanity. So, it's best for the dude to keep his left hand on the down low to dodge the government's radar. Kyu-sung drops to his knees, yelling, asking again if there's another way, cause he's not about to just chill and wait to turn into a demon. Se-rin's got her back turned, while the main guy's all, you know more than you're letting on. Hearing this makes her grin. She spins around, saying, bummer, the mineral whiz from the AQUA guild's toast, but the squad's always been about finding the guy's sister, who might be the only one who can help you out. On TV, a salesman's hyping up the latest car, running on mineral energy, and there's something even cooler. This ride's got a brand new system. Just swap the mineral filter once a year, and it's good forever. Sounds epic, but folks are just strolling by like it's no biggie. After catching this ad, a glasses dude's all, people are seriously clueless. Meanwhile, the main guy's hunting down an address to chat with Dr. Kim, the mineral guru. Finally, he lands at what's probably the doc's hideout. After knocking a bunch, our dude's feeling kinda hopeless. Then he remembers his chat with his pals. They're worried and didn't want him flying solo, but he tried to chill them out, saying he doesn't feel any pushback. At least that's a relief for the blonde girl. But word is this doc's a total nutjob. Our guy asks how she knows. She's got pals in the mineral biz who say the doc's bonkers, but her skills are top tier. Knowing this, our dude's only worry is if he'll actually get help from her. His brunette buddy tells him to chill. If a master like him asks for help, they're bound to lend a hand. And yeah, With all the recent drama, he's basically a celeb and the association's poster boy. Our guy didn't see this coming, but he's kind of flattered. Curious, the blonde girl asks if he bribed the association, but Sung's all, I don't even have the cash for that. Even though he's not loaded, he's definitely getting famous in Korea. Anyway, the blonde girl finds it weird how all the ads flipped overnight. Before, it was Saren, now it's him. They're all thinking about it, feeling a bit bummed. The brunette girl tells him not to sweat it. The master's lineage was saved because he stopped Yeon Lee, even if he had to merge with the mineral. Everything he's done is a huge deal. They also got to take on Shohei, a total mystery, and for that, they need his backup. That's why they're sure this doc will help him out somehow. Because he's got a good heart. After remembering this chat, our guy finally gets a response from a woman with glasses. Being super polite, he asks if she's Dr. Kim and introduces himself. But the woman behind the door is not feeling it, and she locks it again, leaving our guy puzzled. But he hears yelling inside. The woman's calling her grandma, saying some dude's here to chat. The old lady wants to know who he is, and her granddaughter's all, see for yourself. Finally, after all the yelling, the supposed doc meets our guy. He introduces himself nicely, saying he heard she's the mineral queen. The old lady stays quiet after the compliment. Sung spills that he's in a tight spot right now, so he needs her help. The old lady cuts to the chase, asking if he's got cash. He's confused, but she says it'll be pricey if the mineral's been absorbed. Sung's shocked she guessed that without more info, so he asks how much. The doc says it'll be 1 million up front, and after the op, success or not, another 1 million. As soon as he heard that price, the main dude was totally shook. He was all, this is crazy expensive, and I'm in a tight spot, no cap. Now they're having this intense staring contest. The old lady decided to lock her apartment door again. Our guy thought he got the boot, but surprise, surprise, the door swings open again. The old lady told him to stop loitering outside, time to come in. Sung was super hyped about the invite, hope levels rising. Inside, he showed his messed up hand, and they slapped some sensors on it. The old lady was all chill, checking out the situation. Sung took a shot, saying he's broke and wants to haggle, but the doc already knows he's broke. No way he's got that kind of cash. Last time someone asked for her help, they tried to make her sign a contract, and she shredded it like a boss. Hearing that, our boy got a bit sus, and she asked her granddaughter for the scissors. She said the bigger the lumps, the more arrogant they are. People don't get minerals, thinking they're just tools to make life easy. Few want to know their true nature. Finally, the scissors were handed over. After that, the old lady's granddaughter bounced again. Looking at our guy, she asked if he mixed up the two. Something the old lady expected. Most people who visit her make that mistake. The girl must hate it. Finally, the procedure was done. Sung was stoked to hear that. He didn't think he'd ditch the mineral so fast. This doc's a legend. Annoyed, she said the boy's a bit of a goof. She just finished checking his hand. A bit red-faced, Sung asked what the verdict was. The doc said cases like his are rare. The mineral's super rare, and even experts gotta be careful. Her take, dismantling it is a no-go. Words that got our guy worried. Continuing, the doc said the mineral's root hit his heart, and even with his super precise surgery, no guarantees. Pretty freaked by this, Sung wants to know if there's really no cure. The old lady said he's a funny kid. She let him in, but never promised a fix. Our boy started feeling down. This diagnosis could flip his world. Now the old lady's got questions. Time for the master to drop some knowledge. She wants to know how he got the minerals from the gate of tragedy in his hand. After hearing that, our guy went silent. The old lady already guessed what went down and asked if Sung took down the Aqua Guild. Our boy said he didn't do it solo, and the old lady said nothing's more believable than a wild rumor. She's kinda surprised, but it doesn't seem like he's fibbing. Once more, he asked if there's another way to bounce back. And again, the old lady said he's got no shot, but there's a twist. No one knows that mineral better than her, since she broke it into 4 pieces. Our guy was totally floored by this reveal. It all went down in the fall of 1952. Some kids watching the distant chaos. They want to know if the masters will stop it this time. And one kid said his bro's leading, and he's the strongest he knows. But the girl said none of that matters if he doesn't make it. Her friends thought she was a bit harsh with that. While they watched, something went down again. A huge creature popped out of the tornado. It's gotta be the final boss. One kid was super worried, while the captain's bro was getting hyped. The girl said don't party too hard, that's the most powerful demon. Even so, her friend thinks his bro will take it down, while another's hoping it works out. They kept watching the epic battle on the horizon, but it dragged on so long, the boys dozed off. Until finally, something different happened, grabbing all their attention, and they started cheering. The creatures vanished. It's likely the masters won, and the captain's bro started sprinting towards it. The girl was super stressed, asking what he was up to, and the friend was all, gotta find my bro, he's a hero now. She tried to warn them it was still sketchy, but they totally ghosted her. Ignoring all the danger, the squad rolled up to the battle scene. They tried to find people, but the place was giving off major weird vibes. It felt like a demon could pop out any second. The girl said her friends were acting like little kids, and one dude got his foot stuck. He freaked out, thinking a demon had grabbed him. The girl, staying chill, told him to zip it. He just got caught in a root. Then they kept moving through the super empty place. Finally, they found the heroes who won the battle. The scared dude dashed over, thinking he'd find his bro. But when he got there, he saw something super worrying. Those heroes didn't look like winners, and some were really hurt. The boy started to freak out. One of those heroes wasn't even alive. His friends showed up and saw it too. The one who was gone was his brother, and he couldn't believe it. He thought his bro would be the greatest hero ever, but he ended up as plant food too soon. While he tried to deal with it, everyone else stayed quiet, letting him process his grief. The next day, the sun lit up everything. The girl with the kids saw Master Zion coming. He asked how she was doing. She said she was fine but was confused about why he was there. Zion said he needed a favor. Once he had her attention, he said they needed to chat about it, then asked how Yun was. The girl said he was still quiet and super sad. Zion expected that, and the girl asked what favor he needed. The master said it was tough, and if she didn't want to, it was cool, but she was all in. He showed her a container with a mineral from the demon gate. He wanted to know if she could break it into pieces. Experts tried, but no luck. He believed she could do it. She was shocked because it was super valuable. Zion also had a gift, but wasn't sure if it was right. It was glasses. When she put them on, Zion asked if she could see better. Her vision, which was blurry, was now crystal clear. She was stoked. While Zion was glad, she liked it. Someone took the container. Accepting the favor, she said she'd give it her all. After getting the material, she studied it to understand it before starting. For 4 days, she worked non-stop but couldn't figure out the mineral's properties. They usually have mysterious powers based on 6 traits, leading her to a conclusion. The mineral was something humanity hadn't discovered yet. She rushed to Master Zion to spill the tea. She burst into his office, excited to share her discovery. The master was in a meeting with a soldier, but he recognized her. He asked her to chill and explain again. Once she calmed down, she said the mineral's nature was unknown. This news shocked the master. Seeing her confidence, he got even more worried. He admitted he didn't know what it meant, which was why he was confused. Kim said the mineral's essence determined its value, with a grin. The master thought they were just talking price. Now that she shared this, Kim asked why he wanted to split the mineral. He said he made a promise, praised her work, but she said it was just the start. Impressed by her dedication, Zion said she could use the lab from then on. So, the plan was to give her the room earlier, but it was a mess, so she got it now. But hey, she was totally stoked about it. With that room, she could dive deep into her mineral research. After some tests, she found out the mineral had some super weird properties. She mixed it with lab samples, and it just gobbled them up. Usually, minerals are like, nah, not today, but this one was all, gimme more. This blew the master's mind, and the girl was like, wait, there's more. Turns out, the mineral's got vital signs, like a living demon, and it can chat with other demons. Zion was like, no way, that's wild. The girl hasn't done much digging yet, but she thinks this mineral could open a demon gate. And Zion was like, whoa, that's insane. This mineral's both super dangerous and mega powerful. Zion thought splitting it was smart, so he went back to the girl. Even though the war's been over for ages, things are still shaky. If people find out about this mineral's power, chaos could come back. Now, this girl's got the fate of the nation in her hands. So, Zion asked her to split the mineral into 4 pieces again. Knowing the huge task ahead, Kim was like, challenge accepted. Back in the day, she was so into her research, she lost track of time. Turns out, she'd been at it for a whole month. Thanks to her hard work, she split the mineral into 4 pieces, which was epic. Zion dropped by the lab with a slice of cake. Right when she nailed the mineral split, she was so pumped about her success, she even hugged Zion, her forever crush. Later, he handed the other pieces to the 3 remaining masters, giving Kim a big thanks. He also gave the last piece to someone special. Outside, they're strolling on the train tracks, stargazing. It's been ages since the girl went home, but she said it's cool, the lab's cozy. While chatting, a mysterious light popped up, and it lit up the house they were heading to. The girl was shook. She couldn't believe what was happening. Inside, the light was shining on someone. That's the moment someone becomes a master, and she'd never seen such a stunning light, like a saint appeared. The boy in the spotlight was Yun. Zion went over to congratulate him, and Kim was super happy too. But the boy shrugged Zion's hand off his shoulder and asked what they were doing there. Kim said he was being rude for no reason, but Zion brushed it off, saying the boy did nothing wrong and he had something for him. It was a piece of the mineral. Zion offered it to the boy. Kim knew how much that meant to Master Zion, but the boy just tossed it away, leaving Zion stunned. Kim asked what was up with her friend, acting all wild without knowing what it was. While he cried alone, she kept working hard because that mineral's super valuable. But a boy asked if it could save his brother. Since this mineral's so awesome, it should do something like that, right? Those words hit Kim hard. She didn't know some wounds can't be healed. While Kim pondered this, Zion went to talk to the boy again. He apologized for what happened, but didn't have much else to say. Kim still remembers their faces that day, filled with deep sadness. It's something she can't shake off. That same night, the boy started walking alone. Kim asked where he was headed at that hour. Yoon told her he didn't belong there anymore. He'd been thinking about everything since his brother's death and came to the only conclusion. Asking Zion why his brother had to die, it made no sense to Kim. And after the boy's question, Zion stayed silent. Yoon knows his brother died in an explosive attack from the front, but he was way faster than his buddies. So, dude got whacked by something or maybe backstabbed by someone right there. Kim was all. Those accusations are whack, the whole world's in danger, and he's treating those masters like they're just decoration. Super annoyed, she nudged Zion to chime in. But when she glanced at him, she saw the master looking all sweaty and stressed. That was enough to flip her mood. Even though Yoon's bro went down like a hero, the tributes are kind of pointless. Cause you know, the dead get forgotten, and the living get all the clout. Yoon's hoping Master Zion can soak up that fame. After dropping those words, the boy just kept walking into the night. That was the last time Kim saw him. Later, she heard he crossed the sea, but no matter how hard she searched, he was like a ghost. The gate of tragedy left a ton of scars, and people are still dealing with the fallout. While pouring her tea, Kim knows her destiny's tied to that gate. Once again, that mysterious mineral is back in her life. So, the main character is either super lucky or super unlucky, but she's all in to help him. This news got our boy hyped. It's already night, and stuff's going down elsewhere. Some masters are throwing down inside this house. The armored girl takes out all her foes, but after the last one, she realized there's still a long road ahead. As soon as her training wrapped up, her phone buzzed. Someone's trying to reach her. It's our main dude who went to chat with Yuri. He's gotta chill until the master's war. Yuri's crossing fingers for good vibes. The doc called for our main dude, and since he's gotta bounce, he asked Yuri to tell Rin he's all good. The girl promised to do that, and finally, the call ended. Time to dive back into training. She's gotta gear up for the master's war. A level 5 raid's popping off in Japan. The squad in there is already at the mid-boss. A massive beast. They gotta stay laser-focused. But that creature's a real beast, no room for slip-ups. Everyone's in it to win it. While the protective shield's up, masters with bows are hitting the beast. But the shield guy's totally wiped out. At least their plan worked. The difficulty's off the charts. No room for mistakes. After the monster went down, its body started shrinking. Then, in a flash, it seemed to regenerate. The masters are trying to figure out if the creature's got double the tentacles now. As if regenerating wasn't enough, those tentacles are wrapping around the squad. The guy realized it all happened too fast, no time to call for backup. So he's got to use his shields again, hoping to save his crew. One girl wants to use her special move, but her team's like, nah, too risky. As they fight to survive, they whip out the bows again. But they're already tangled up in the creature's tentacles. The monster's body started morphing, forming a huge cocoon around them. Then everything started shaking, like something wild was happening inside. Finally, the creature's tentacles started popping up from the ground, like they're sprouting. The tentacles spread out, going after the other masters. The old dude among them said if they chop the tentacles, they'll just grow back, and the recon team probably had the same issue. A guy with his shield's trying to hold his ground. He knows he's got to find the main body to end this. The old man saw a tentacle about to smack the girl on the team. But before disaster struck, someone swooped in to save her. While she's all thankful, the old man told them to keep pushing forward. Only then did the woman realize she was totally surrounded by tentacles. But someone's working some cool magic gadget. It made a big energy cube, trapping those tentacles that popped up. The shield guy decided to peek back to see what went down. One of his buddies is charging through the tentacles, full of swagger. Among the extras who don't even get colored in this story, there was someone who stood out. His gray hair's proof he's got to be powerful. The best part of being a standout character is doing epic stuff. Yo, it's wild how the extras just chill in the back, watching the action go down. This silver-haired dude's got a plan to solo the monster with his magic cube. No cap. He pulls off his move like a pro, and boom, the creature's body just goes kaboom. The old guy shook, cause the mid-boss got wrecked by one dude. Turns out, this young gray-haired guy's a student of Shohei, who's a total legend. But to everyone else, it's like they're hanging with a beast. The girl runs up to the leader, saying she senses something from below, and the old dude's like, yep, that's the final boss. As soon as the creature pops up, he tells his crew to gear up. It's go time. He also tells the mage to fall back, cause things are about to get real. But the mage just shrugs it off, like, nah, I'm good. Even without top-tier genes, he's got skills that make others bow down. When he was taken in, the guy said he's not just treasure, he's a phoenix. Now the boy's facing this massive creature that could make anyone's knees shake. The monster's a real beast, a giant demon. The elder spots that it looks a lot like his squad. Right after he says that, the monster fires an arrow, causing a massive shockwave. The elder's like, whoa, that could flatten a mountain. Fighting this powerhouse is pointless. It's a fast track to doom. Knowing it's a tank, he needs the close-range fighters to step 2 up. He tells the mage to listen up, cause going solo is risky, but the mage thinks the elder's clueless. The elder's hand starts glowing as he preps a move. His crew's ready to roll, sneaking around to hit the center. They're all moving in sync now. The elder's plan is to weaken the beast so his team can hit harder. Using their speed, they sneak up on the monster's back. Everyone's in position, launching their attack. The mage is watching everything closely. He remembers when he got his new name, Len, like a flower in the mud. That weird guy told him to stick around, as long as he behaved. Back in the fight, the extras are giving it their all, hoping for a comeback next chapter. But they soon see their attacks are useless. The monster's armor is tough as nails and a huge impact shakes the battlefield. Flashback to the mage's past. The strange guy ordered him to take out everyone behind the boy, a jaw-dropping command. The team's tank just got KO'd, and things are looking grim for the extras. The mage's mind flashes back to his childhood. All he had to do was look at those people and clench his fist. Now he's a master, ready to face the beast. He doesn't care about anyone there. Time to unleash his special move, Purgatory. The other masters freak out, knowing it's a big deal, and drains a ton of mana. The girl who got saved earlier sees what's going down. The mage's eyes start glowing like crazy. Soon, the creature's body starts blowing up. The monster's in serious pain. The elder's amazed by the power, but he spoke too soon. One of those wild energy balls hits him full on. The girl watching screams in panic. The others are trying to figure out what just happened until one says the leader got hit by the mage's attack. It's not totally fatal, but the old guy might not make it to tomorrow. Len keeps cranking up his power. While his crew's on edge, the spacey girl says they gotta bounce, but the mage needs to pause the attack. One of her friends says that's pointless, cause the move only stops when everything in its path is toast. Back to Len's past, he's leaving, but someone calls out to him. The staff-wielding person is super determined to keep training, but Len's won 32 out of 32 matches. More training's a waste of time. Yoon's all about that grind, ready to keep training like a champ. After a big old breath, he's back at it, saying he's not throwing in the towel. With his energy recharged, Len's ready to give him another smackdown. That's how Yoon and Len roll. They train like crazy. After some mutual admiration, like two confused kids, they start throwing punches. Len's all, dude, you're using the same moves. But Yoon's like, why fix what's not broken? Since nothing's changed, Len's geared up to hand Yoon another L. Len's magic cube is in action, while Yoon's trying to block it with his energy. Their powers clash, lighting up the place like a fireworks show. When the dust settled, all that was left was a smoky mess. Len noticed Yoon's power-up, and before he knew it, a blade was in his face. After 43 rounds, Yoon finally snagged a win. He told Len, honesty's the best policy, bro. And that was Len's first ever loss. Ouch. Someone was there who was super hyped about it. That weird adult was all about Yoon's skills, saying he's leveling up fast. If Yoon keeps it up, he might be Korea-bound soon. But Yoon's feeling like he's still got a ways to go, thinking more training's needed. The strange adult said sorry for crashing their session, but he had a reason. The moment had finally arrived. Whenever Yoon hung out with that weird adult, he'd come back with a new hair color, and his skills were leveling up, slowly taking the lead. Their training kept going, but Len wasn't much of a challenge anymore. With his hair now totally gray, Yoon's got 45 wins and 44 losses, finally in the lead, giving props to his buddy for the lessons. After that, they shook hands like bros. Len asked if Yoon was heading somewhere. Turns out, Yoon's jetting back to Korea that night. Len's hoping it's a prank, cause Yoon promised more training. They got interrupted again by the strange adult, saying the battles would have to chill for a bit. It's Yoon's last day, and he knows it. So he said his goodbyes, promising they'd train again someday. A quick farewell, and that was the last he saw of his friend. Until 5 years later, he got news he never wanted. A girl came up, dropping the bombshell. Yoon was gone, and it hit hard. Word was, he was taken down by a master named Sung Kang. Hearing this, Len facepalmed, and the girl asked if he was okay. He had to hold it together, finally getting a grip. He said he was. Fine. So fine he was losing it, vowing to remember the one who ended his friend. Switching gears, a mysterious machine's collecting samples. The doc's eyeballing the data like a hawk. After the analysis, the computer's all, nope, invalid. She kinda saw that coming, but the protagonist's clueless. The old lady said the mineral's packing a punch, making the boy think he's stuck. She said, nah, don't think cure, think better mineral. But one thing's for sure, this boy's got some tough days ahead. Len's finally flying solo after that epic showdown. All that's left is a massive, empty crater. Some techies notice he's the last one standing, again, and the newbie's still figuring things out. When he fights, it's like a ghost town, and if they make it, they're out of there soon after. People are usually spooked to work with him, scared of becoming collateral damage. After picking up a pebble, the newbie asked if they tried to off Len, but the older worker said he's too green, and this place is way harsher than he thinks. When there's one survivor, they get all the loot, and some folks off their buddies just for greed. Hearing this, the newbie was shook. That kind of stuff can get you locked up, but no one's ever ratted him out, and it's even sketchier, given the tangent level difficulty of that hunt. This is a sign that this master is super skilled, way more than his squad, which is why he's always the last one standing. The rookie started scanning the horizon and spotted something. He dashed off towards whatever he found. The older workers got no clue what he's up to. Amidst the wreckage, there was a survivor, and the rookie yelled for an ambulance. Stat. The older worker, catching up, was totally shook too. Meanwhile, our main dude's out there pumping iron, getting those gains, until someone interrupted, asking if he does this every morning. Our guy was stoked to see the doc. She said this hardcore training isn't really for the masters. Sung's like, yeah, it's kind of pointless, but it keeps him chill. The doc figured it's like meditation, and she heard him mention the master's war. Sung, all hyped, confirmed there's just a month left till the showdown. The smartest move for the old lady would be to stop him from joining, given his condition. But the fire in his eyes was intense, and she caught that vibe instantly. So she asked him to follow her, leaving our guy totally puzzled. They headed inside, strolling down the hallway to the basement. Our dude never imagined there was a spot like that in the building. Opening a massive metal door, the old lady admitted it's been ages since she last visited. Inside, our guy was blown away. The place is huge, a massive weapon stash, way bigger than the Master's HQ. Everything he's seen so far is top tier. All he can do now is be totally awestruck. The old lady saw the surprise in his eyes, and he said it's his first time seeing so much cool stuff. Introducing the place, she said she got these materials when she was a craftswoman. They're samples she made, and the Master's rented. She's thinking of giving him armor. Confused, he asked if he didn't already have one. But the old lady was like, nah, what you got is trash. She's talking mineral armor. Our boy had never heard of that before. Regular armor gives basic protection, but mineral armor uses the mineral's power for extra synergy. Like if a mage uses it, they can boost their destructive power. The old lady wants to make armor to control his seizures, not a permanent fix, but it'll help in battles. Sung was super grateful for the help, knowing this armor's super valuable, and he's clueless on how to repay her kindness. As soon as he said kindness, the old lady froze, saying she ain't doing charity. She's already jacked up his bill since the diagnosis. Bummed out, our boy faced reality again. The old lady assured him he won't have peace till he clears his debt, handing him armor to wear. He suited up right away. It's a first-stage model, X30, made with super light material. But after putting it on, he wasn't feeling it. The armor looks like it's for a tank, and the old lady reminded him he's a damage dealer. The Master's war kicked off, and duels are already going down in the arena. Everyone's glued to the action. In the crowd, only two dudes are sitting. One of them said all the competitors are the same. Thinking about it, he decided to bet on this year's underdog. His nephew said those folks seem talented, but the man's not feeling the fight, as those fighters don't know how to wield their power. They wouldn't last 10 seconds against the elite. It's tough to have high hopes now, but back in the day, there were loads of cool underdogs. The boy's not into this nostalgia, saying things are different now, gotta focus on the present. But his uncle wasn't having it, thinking the kid doesn't get the Masters. He's talking about the Master with no fear, someone who could sell candy in the sketchiest place on Earth without a weapon. Compared to past heroes, today's Masters are just kids. They don't stack up to Empress Jie Li, or the revolutionary Ryong, or Emperor Huan, who was super talented. All these legends started as underdogs and rose to fame through epic battles. But the boy noticed his uncle's stuck in nostalgia again. The dude's defending his point, saying he's been glued to the Master's war since he was a kid. But lately, those epic battles are getting kinda meh. Right now, two people are duking it out in the arena. He knows it's a showdown between a tank and a damage dealer. Checking out the gear, the tank's got the upper hand. It's gonna be a total wipeout soon. And the girl in there is getting seriously cornered. Now she's trapped, can't even fight back. It's not worth the guy's time anymore. As he gets up, his nephew's all, "You leaving?" The guy's like, "Match is done. Let's grab some grub." But his nephew's like, "Nah, it's still on." And then the girl gets hit with another surprise attack. Boom. A massive explosion goes off right then. And the guy's all, saw that coming. As he starts to bounce, his nephew's glued to the spot. Then, super shocked, he begs his uncle to hang around. The fight's not done yet. Peeking back at the arena, the tank's still throwing punches. Now the guy's really into it. That fighter's going all out, giving it everything. He's getting wiped out and just wants the girl to throw in the towel. The guy who was bored before is now totally hooked. The tank's like, just give up already. Before he can land another hit, a blinding light flashes in the arena. Everyone's jaws drop, even the guy who was yawning before. The girl who was getting wrecked finally fights back. Yuri's crowned the champ with just one epic move. The announcer's hyped, saying the next battle's coming up, and fighters better be ready. The kid's buzzing, asking if his uncle caught that epic comeback. She was totally losing, but then, bam, she flipped the script. The old dude knows exactly what he saw, and this is the kind of action he lives for. A draw's happening now. The ball that got picked is number 7. Group G's all set, just like the others after this draw. All the matchups are locked in, and the woman asks what commentator Huang thinks. He reckons this setup will show off the master's skills and can't wait for the chaos. The reporter's nodding along but wants Sungmin's take too. After checking the list, he's sure of one thing. The top spot's gonna change. The reporter's caught off guard. She can't believe Reggie's going down. But the experts got reasons. First up, Reggie's rep gives away all his moves. Second, his age. The master's peaked between 17 and 23, and he's been over 30 for ages, definitely past his prime. To top it off, renegades and criminals can join this tourney. It's all about proving who's the strongest. Now that the commentators have spoken, the reporter's wrapping up the broadcast. One person watched that super closely. It's that blonde girl, our hero's buddy. Knowing her team's lineup, she's sure they're in deep trouble. Even so, life goes on for Yuri the next day. She's still doing her chores, and with more people around, the trash is piling up. While she's thinking about it, she hears someone panting nearby. Rin's just back from her morning workout, and they meet outside. Knowing her friend took out the trash, Rin's like, "You should have asked for help." But Yuri's all, "I'm on chore duty. Why'd you go work out?" Rin's all flustered, saying it's no big deal. She quickly bounces, telling Yuri not to worry about the dishes, she'll handle them later. After that quick chat, Yuri heads back inside. She goes straight to the kitchen, ready to tackle the dishes. But before she can start, the phone rings. It's our hero, saying everything's cool, but wants to chat. Sung caught the show yesterday, and there are loads of ranked folks in Rin's area. Our guy's checking if she's good. Remembering the meeting from earlier, Yuri figured the girl's a bit quirky, but still pretty chill. Our main dude got grouped with the super talented Reggie, which just cranks up his stress levels, since it's his first solo battle gig. And since he's up against a skilled opponent, he's unsure if Rin will root for him or the other guy. Everyone knows Rin's a huge fan of this dude, and if our guy wins, even by some miracle, it might bum her out. But Yuri's confident that the protagonist doesn't know Rin like she does. The girl will definitely be stoked if he wins. She also thinks his win wouldn't be a miracle, cause he's got mad skills. Our boy thanked her for the pep talk, then remembered a package is dropping tomorrow. Yuri was totally puzzled by this info. Some mentioned he scored some mineral armor from the dock and ordered one for each of his pals, being the good guy he is. But when he called, the old lady said nothing in life is free. Yuri was hyped about this news cause she knows those materials cost a fortune. Saying their goodbyes, they planned to meet at the War of the Masters. As soon as she hung up, Yuri checked herself out in the mirror, noticing her hair had grown quite a bit. Elsewhere, a bunch of tests are going down with the master. The scientists there are all about that data, until a dude showed up, saying the War of the Masters candidate list is ready, and he knows loads of prodigies are in, but his boss ain't thrilled. The master, chilling in the middle of all those gadgets, said he's doing great. His sidekick heard the 5th transplant was a win and praised the boss for his epic bod. But the old man keeps teaching this, and the dude said the big day is almost here. The old man started moving in his chair, and he wondered why God would test humans with annihilation. His sidekick was super confused hearing this. Loads of disasters hit humanity, which is being tested by God. Every time a messiah shows up, people twist their words to keep the suffering going. Now that his power tops a master's, the old man finally got it. Humanity needs saving through 3 challenges. Flexing his power, the ground started shaking, freaking everyone out. The first challenge is to save humanity. The second tests their faith in chaos, until the third brings total despair. Those who beat it all get to live in a brand new world, full of hope. As he unleashed some power, people started passing out, making the place super sketchy. Finally, the old man stopped the pressure. To finish his plan, he needs 2 minerals. The ones Reggie has, and the mineral that ties them all together. The one Sung Kang has. This War of the Masters could kickstart a new era. The War of the Masters is about to go down. Tons of people are packing the arena to watch the showdown. Among them is our protagonist, buzzing with excitement from the crowd. Plus, he's feeling ready to compete. Lately, his body's been super stable, thanks to the doc's hard work. Now he's got to hustle to meet his friends, who are also in on this. Yuri's in District 3, while Rin's in District 1, and the place is swarming with reporters. The protagonist also noticed there are loads of participants. In the middle of all those people, he got totally lost and has no clue where to go. Until someone tapped him on the shoulder, Sung turned to see who it was. Surprised to find Rin, he asked how she's doing, but got caught off guard by a surprise hug, something he didn't see coming. While this was happening, some folks noticed Sung had arrived. The master of the undefeated team from the last group battle, the reporters are going wild to snap a pic of him. In seconds, they swarmed the boy, cameras flashing. Sung and Rin were so shocked by the attention they didn't even know how to pose for the pics. So, the pics turned out super cringe. Rin's eyes were shut, and she was not feeling it. Plus, she was bummed because the news totally ghosted her, not even a name drop. Rin switched topics fast, asking if Sung's body was chill, and he spilled that while there's no cure, he can still live his best life. Rin was all, that's lit. Now our main dude's curious about Yuri's whereabouts. Rin said she's chilling in the waiting room down the hall, and Sung's low-key impressed she knows her way around. They hit the waiting room quicker than a TikTok trend. Inside, it's a vibe with a few people, all total legends. Their presence is intense, everyone's eyes glued to the new arrivals. The protagonist could feel their spooky energy, even though they were silent. Rin told him to hang tight, the ladies' room is elsewhere, but before bouncing, she whispered for Sung to flex his aura and spook the enemies. As she dipped, our boy mulled over her advice, feeling a bit awkward, but then he spotted his first target, a jacked, shirtless dude. This guy looked like he just escaped the world's worst prison. The protagonist decided to steer clear of this dude, until someone rolled up, asking if he was really Sung. The guy was hyped to meet him, saying he'd been waiting for this moment. He was super impressed with Sung's last year's moves. Our boy, a bit shy, thanked him. The guy was stoked to see Sung throw down this year. Feeling grateful, Sung asked for the guy's name. But before he got an answer, a familiar voice called his name. He turned around, and surprise, it was Yuri, rocking a new hairdo. Our protagonist was almost speechless. Yuri said her hair was too long, so she chopped it, and asked what Sung thought. With all the cheekiness of a middle schooler, he said it looked awesome. Yuri noticed Sung was chatting with someone, and asked who it was. Sung glanced back, a bit worried, realizing he'd accidentally ghosted the guy, but he was already gone. Now he was bummed he didn't get to say bye. Outside the room, the girls were stoked about their armors, which fit their skills perfectly. Sung's a bit jittery. Only 2 hours till the first battle. Yuri confirmed Rin's up first, being in the first district. Rin's pumped to finish her fight quick, eager to watch Reggie throw down. Watching her hype, Sung figured this girl doesn't know how to stress. Yuri also mentioned she'll fight 10 minutes after Sung, which made him happy. After the battles, he wants to hang with everyone for a drink. The idea was a hit, and Yuri went to check out everyone's opponents. Rin's up against a normal-type tank, while her opponent's a support, which could be tricky. Sung's facing a damage dealer, just like him. He realized his opponent was the dude from the waiting room, explaining the intense stare. Even though he's nervous, his competitive side kicked in, and he's hyped for the battle. In the arena, the crowd's buzzing. Rin's battle is on, flames everywhere. She's handling it like a pro. Her new armor is epic. Her opponent doesn't stand a chance. In no time, she snagged the win. Yuri's also giving her opponent a hard time, trying to smash his magic shield with pure force. The guy thinks it's impossible. But surprise, surprise, nothing beats the script's fury and the rush to get to the main event. As expected, Yuri snagged her win easily. Finally, the moment we've all been waiting for. Sung's in the arena. He wished he'd caught his opponent's name, and Jung said he saw Sung with company and didn't want to interrupt. Now they're both ready to rumble. Before the chaos, they wished each other luck. Sung made the first move, vanishing in a flash, clashing his blade against the opponent's sword. Finally, the boy got to try out the sword he got from the dock, and whoa, it's sharp enough to slice through a meme. He landed a few more hits, and Jung's all like, whoa, this kid's fast, so he's got to keep blocking like a pro. After that epic clash, they both took a breather. Both are super impressed with each other. Sung thinks his opponent's a beast, and Jung's convinced our hero's a total prodigy. Up in the stands, Yuri's watching everything like it's the latest episode of her fave show. Rin popped over and asked how it's going, surprising Yuri since she thought Rin would be glued to Reggie's match. All hyped, she said Reggie's fight was a blink and you miss it deal. So Yuri mentioned our hero's battle might be a bit of a marathon. Rin's brain was doing the loading screen thing with that info, but down in the arena, it's all chaos and action. Our hero's pushing forward, trying to crack his opponent's secret moves, and now, he's busting out the shadow pass. He sneaks up behind his opponent, who suddenly realizes he's in deep trouble. At the last second, he blocks the strike, just in time. In the stands, Rin's cheering like she just won a lifetime supply of pizza. Sung figures his enemy's all about defense, but he's feeling pretty confident he's got this. Jung's impressed by his opponent's strength and wants to ask him something. Why is the kid so strong? Our hero's pondering that question. Jung said he got the boot but was part of the special ops squad of the SMT, and back then, he kept asking himself that same question. When Yuri heard that acronym, she was all ears. This squad's job is to smash demon gates when the big shots can't, or step in for famous masters who guard the country. For someone who got an invite seed. Raids flop when teamwork's out the window, or when the key master bites the dust, or when the enemy's tougher than expected. Special ops are basically bait to keep the famous masters alive. In short, they gotta be strong to keep kicking. Hearing Jung's story, our hero's getting all the feels. Yuri noticed he's already a bit of an emotional mess. If he doesn't snap back to the fight, he's toast. Now that he's all deep in thought, Jung's going on the offensive, and this time, he's not holding back. The dude's spinning like a Beyblade, knives in hand. Our boy's feeling the heat from those blades. It's intense. Finally, the attack's over, leaving a massive smoke cloud behind. The hero knows he needs to refocus, but is caught off guard by what's happening. Jung said if the kid's got nothing else up his sleeve, he's never gonna win. The energy of young sprouts is pointless against someone who's juiced up on Trenbolone. Now our hero's ticked off by that cocky talk, calling his opponent a show-off. They go at it again, but our hero takes a hit to the chest, which sends him flying like a ragdoll. Rin's starting to freak out. She's got no clue what's up with our boy. Yuri noticed the opponent's got mad combat skills and decided to mess with the hero's weakest spot, his mind. Jung's charging through the arena like a boss, dropping more sad tales. He said his squad had 15 guys, but only 3 made it out when he got dismissed, all to protect famous masters like our hero. Our boy's really feeling the weight of this. Jung said those guys were super loyal to their mission, except for him. In the middle of the arena, Jung used his special move, Dissolve. The hero's friends are on edge. Things are getting real. Rin's clueless why our boy's just standing there. After blocking the last attack, his energy's all over the place. He needs a game plan. But our boy is still stuck on why he wants to get even stronger. Everyone he's faced had their own reasons, all wanting to level up. Same goes for our hero. He's been trying to power up, for no clear reason. Yuri, seeing that stance, thinks our hero's a bit of a doofus. He wants to wrap this up with a head-on clash. The opponents size each other up again. Jung's channeling even more of his mysterious power, ready to unleash chaos. Before we find out how this ends, a flashback hits. The doc called our hero. She asked if after becoming a master, he got any real guidance. He admitted he had a teacher, but not anymore. The old lady said his skills are a hot mess, and he needs to start fixing them. Alright, buckle up, because this is going to be a wild ride. So, just like minerals have cool powers, masters do too. You see it more with mages, but even the damage dealers and tanks have their own secret sauce. These powers make a master's skills pop. It's not about being all big and flashy, you know? If you know what the enemy's power is, it's way easier to smack them down, even if you're not the strongest. Our hero is super curious about this mysterious stuff, but the old lady snapped, saying she's not the one to ask, cause she's no master. But hey, she's still got some wisdom to drop. She repeated, it's not about being big or flashy, and with those words echoing, our dude started swinging his sword in a funky way. Yuri's totally clueless about what's happening. Jung's pulling off a move that's both defensive and offensive, swinging his swords, so a head-on clash is a no-go. But Yuri's onto something. This move isn't perfect. It's too slow, so Sung's gotta keep his distance until the enemy's pooped. Sung pointed his sword at the enemy, who thought an attack was coming. If that's his best move, he's really not the sharpest tool in the shed. Feeling all challenged, Jung's thinking he's not that weak, and now he's charging at our hero. The girls were totally shook by this sudden jump. The two fighters are about to go at it, full-on clash mode. Our hero's sword is really cutting through that move. Jung said that's not gonna work on him. He's using his swords to block the attack. The girls saw our hero's attack get totally blocked. Now, he's kinda stuck. But even so, our hero's chill, and his opponent's getting all jittery, seeing all that confidence. Plus, the sword in his hand just vanished. Only then did Jung realize our dude's sword was having a serious moment with his chest bones. Flashback time, the old lady's got more to say. That sword she gave him has the same power as the shadows our boy's got. Depending on the sitch, it can store and unleash its powers, but he's got to learn how to use it. The old lady told him to use it wisely, cause that sword's pricey, but our dude didn't really get it. Looks like he figured it out in action. Jung's got a big ol' hole in his chest, but he's still kicking, which is kinda wild. Our hero's friends are already throwing a victory party. The extras coughing up blood, and our hero's stoked that everything worked out. Jung finally got what went down, realizing he was super careless. Dropping his sword, he admitted defeat. He wished that battle was real, so he could have died and joined his buddies. Hearing another sad tale, our hero said special ops shouldn't be all doom and gloom about losing. But that guy doesn't think the big guy upstairs is wrong, not if the main goal is staying alive. Finally, our hero was crowned the winner of that fight, and as promised, they hit the town for drinks that night. Rin chugged her beer like she'd never seen water before. That's the real champ's prize. Yuri told her to chill, cause they've got another fight tomorrow. But Rin's not sweating it, already ordering round 2. Even though it's party time, our hero's super quiet. Yuri wants to know if he's all moody, cause of the sad stories during the fight, and our dude, who was zoning out, said yeah. He's shocked to learn such a unit exists. Yuri already knew, special ops are like insurance for famous masters. Kinda annoyed, our dude asked why they need that. Rin said he's as naive as a kid. Not all countries have powerful masters. Not all have full teams, so masters gotta be protected. They're the nation's muscle. Now our dude's quiet, feeling all sad again. While Rin's back to her usual self, ordering another beer and a shot. The drinks are getting ready, and as soon as they hit the table, she downs them. No mercy. From Rin's face, she's definitely gonna have a killer hangover tomorrow. Our hero asked how she'd feel in that spot. If she got sent on a mission to replace the masters, with danger levels off the charts, surrounded by scary demons. The girls went silent. Sung said he couldn't be happy after winning. After hearing so many sad stories, he turned into Shinji from Evangelion, hating himself for not knowing about special ops. The next day, the sky was all gloomy, matching our hero's mood. As they strolled through the square, they started wondering if it rained that day. Rin was all chill, were fighting indoors, but you could totally tell the booze was messing with her. The main dude was like, "You sure you're up for this?" Rin shot back, "What? You gonna fight for me?" Without a second thought, he was like, "Nah, not my scene," which got her all salty. Fed up with the pointless chat, she groaned about her killer headache and how this dude was just adding to it. Yuri was vibing on their banter, but then she spotted something. An armored truck rolled up on the street. When the door swung open, it was clear it was some special ops deal, and they were hauling someone out. Yuri nudged her friend, "You know what's up with that?" While the main dude was still nursing his bruises from Rin. Rin, totally unfazed, was like, "That's my opponent today." Her friends were totally shook by this bombshell. Flashback time, 5 years ago, at the South American Masters HQ, a terrorist attack went down, one of the nastiest ever. The president of the South American Masters Alliance and top officials got wiped out by one person, a woman who didn't even look that scary. One security guard was ready to protect his boss. He and his fellow extras were geared up to fight. That girl was just 16 back then. The extra gave the order to start the chaos. The girl's eyes lit up like fireworks. The World Association was like, "How did a simple girl do all this?" So they sent backup, but it was too late. She just wrecked those extras. She kept moving forward, leaving chaos in her wake. A chubby dude, probably the regional association's prez, was freaking out behind the guards, but the girl kept her icy stare. They all met a pretty grim fate. The World Association finally nabbed her, and the weirdest part, she didn't even fight back. No big public explanation. The Masters Association wrapped it up as a terrorist attack, but a prosecutor reopened the case 3 years later, and the real reason blew everyone's minds. Yuri found the scoop online. Our main dude's stressing for his friend because he knows her opponent's a beast. Rin was like, "If you're so worried, step in for me." But he was all, "Nah, you gotta handle your own stuff." Rin got even more ticked off by the same old taunt, and in her flustered state, she remembered, clear drinks aren't water. She had to bolt to the bathroom, pronto, which only made her crew more anxious. In the bathroom, her sounds were freaking out the extras. Rin was gasping for air, but she finally finished hurling. She came back to her friends looking wiped out. Even with their worry, she was like, "I'm not backing down from this fight." Sung offered her some chill-out stuff for before the match. Yuri said the main dude hit up the pharmacy for meds. Rin was grateful for the help because she really needed it. After grabbing the meds, she told them to scram so she could change. Sung was all, "I'm rooting for you, hope you win." Rin thanked him but was like, "Out now." Yuri wished her luck too. Finally, she was alone in her room, but a shadow crossed her face. Even though she showed her friends she was struggling, she was already cool with maybe losing. She had the perfect excuse to not feel the heat. Sung knew Rin breezed through the first fight, but her next opponent's a beast. Yuri was worried. If she wins now, she's closer to the finals. But the truth is, they're all gonna face tougher foes. Sung just wished his friend was in better shape. While they were chatting, a quirky silver-haired person strolled up, casually brushed past our main dude. But that quick moment was packed with vibes. Len locked eyes with our guy, and gave him a nod right after, then vanished into the crowd. But the main dude wasn't feeling that brief encounter. Yuri asked what was up, and he shrugged it off. Nothing major. Now they gotta hustle, or they'll miss the match. An announcement blared in the arena. 30 minutes till the showdown. But our main dude's clueless about who that person was and didn't dig the way they eyeballed him. Inside the arena, battle number 16 was on deck. There are 2 random extras, a tank and a prodigy who's got 3 powers. Our main dude is super hyped to watch it all go down. That kid with the staff is a support, which is wild cause they usually struggle solo. Yuri mentioned it might already be a done deal, but our guy's curious about how this support pulls off his moves. Rin's waiting for her turn and got sidetracked by something. She heard some weird noises and decided to check it out. The battle in the arena is lit. The support totally owned the tank from the start. Everyone thought that tank would be in the top 4, but he might just get wrecked now. Even though it's not over, things are heating up. After dodging that trap, the tank tried to smack his opponent, but he's too slow for that. The support thinks he's up against a total snail, but the tank's hits do something sneaky. His eyes gleam with mischief. Boom! A shockwave just hit the arena's center, and instead of getting pushed back, the support's getting pulled in. The commentators are trying to keep up. That's the tank's secret move, and he's ready to land another hit, throwing a super nasty punch at him. The support realized the power is insane. If he hadn't put up a shield, he'd be toast in one hit. Before he could go flying, the tank grabbed his leg, trying to mess with his head. The tank said supports don't belong in the fight, landing another hit, this time on the ribs, but it's like he hit air. The kid slipped into the shadows. The support said the tank's move names are super lame, and he's not getting hit by those cringe moves. The tank didn't like that roast, saying he won't take it from a bald dude. They're ready to throw down again. A huge earth wall popped up in the arena, summoned by the bald dude. But the tank just bulldozes through, only to get surprised on the other side. The bald dude vanished, along with his hair, and he's already behind the tank, ready to throw hands. The gap between them is closing fast, but the tank was ready for a sneak attack like this. The bald kid was shocked by the tank's speed and is switching up his game plan. Getting ready for a precise hit, they're about to test their strength. After blocking it, the tank said juggling multiple powers isn't all that. Seeing his move get wrecked, the bald dude started sweating bullets. Now, he's got to block another one of those cringe-named hits. Feeling the heat, the guy knows he can't lose focus. But he didn't see the tank already moved and landed a hit on his back. The commentators are calling it a beatdown. The supports got nothing. With all the chaos, a big dust cloud rose up. But the tank knows the bald dude didn't take much damage, and it's time to get back up. Using the metal power, the bald dude turned his whole body to steel, and now he's saying he's getting serious, but that just ticked the tank off more. Elsewhere, hands are cuffed, fingers twitching. The guards are chilling, watching TV. One bet on the tank, the other on the bald dude. One's happy, the other's bummed. The one who bet on the tank said his buddies should have done the same. As they're watching, one guard asked about the next match, and it's gonna be two mages. The red-haired girl's got mad skills and is on a solid team. That fight's gonna be intense. Both girls look strong, but his buddy said the mage and the slammer is also epic, and the mustache guard said he can't forget that. Criminal masters come in with a penalty, wearing mineral cuffs that mess with their mana. While they're chatting, they heard a weird noise. They look at the prisoner, weapons ready. They said she can't move without the okay. The girl said she's super thirsty and wants water. The guards say no can do without orders, and she's gotta sit back down. The girl stays quiet, and the guard repeats it louder. This makes her sit back down. After that, they all let out a big sigh of relief, and one of the guards was like, "Wait, we can't even give her water?" The mustached guard was like, "Dude, you're too trusting. She could turn you into a dust bunny. Mages are wild cards. That's why they gotta stick to the rulebook." But when the mustache dude glanced back at the TV, he was totally shook. His buddy was like, "Yo, what's up?" But the mustache was speechless. Shockingly, the tank lost to the bald dude. This freaked out the skinny guard because he bet his cash on that fighter. While he's bummed, the mustache guard tries to piece together some shredded paper. It was the betting slip he had on the bald dude. Finally, the girl left her cell, escorted by the guards. As she's about to throw down, they took off her cuffs. She now has to step into this massive tube. As soon as she went in, the door slammed shut behind her. Inside, ID check complete, she's ready to hit the arena. Still rocking ankle bracelets, she's already in the arena's center. Outside, our main guy went to grab some grub. He tells Yuri the fights have been lit. He didn't expect the support to be this epic, but Yuri thinks the tank's power might have hurt the fighter. Finally, it's their turn to order. The main dude got some fried chicken and a soda, and he's like, "I got this." But the vendor's all hyped and asks if he can ask something. He wants to know if he's talking to Master Sun, and our guy's like, "Yep." After hearing that, the fried chicken guy looked like he might burst. He was super stoked, saying it's unreal, grabbing the main dude's hands with excitement, because his idol just ordered from him, and he's honored. Our guy thanked him for the love. The chicken vendor said the main dude's the pride of Korea and changed the game for masters there. One of the top damage dealers, who woke up late, his moves last year changed the vendor's life. Our main dude's now super embarrassed. And seeing he's got company, the vendor asked if that was his girlfriend, cause she's really pretty. Sung said they're just friends, and the vendor apologized for being a bit forward. During all this, Yuri stayed quiet. Now serving his idol, the chicken vendor promised a special service, but our guy was like, "Nah, no need." A big pot of chicken was brought out. Our main dude wasn't thrilled cause he got offered a pricier meal. Yuri realized he got played, but hey, at least he got mad props. While munching on fried chicken, the commentator announced the next fight's about to go down. The fighters are already in the arena. Sung's getting super antsy. He's rooting for Rin to win, and Yuri's got faith in her skills. Only 5 seconds left before the chaos kicks off, and the countdown's on. The fighters are staring each other down intensely. As soon as the fight starts, Rin goes all out with her fire spear, but the long-haired girl just shrugged it off. Rin's still watching closely. Her fire hit the ground. Now she's planning aerial strikes to hit the girl's blind spot, sending a fierce firestorm her way. The flames engulfed the arena. The commentator said things are getting wild. An area attack just went down. As expected in a mage battle, the one who strikes first has the upper hand. But in all that fire, a huge barrier popped up, and it's so strong it snuffed out the flames. Seeing that, Rin thinks the girl's power must be metal. Charging again, she starts believing if she keeps pushing, she might win. Elsewhere in the building, a mysterious woman showed up. She's holding something in her hand, a mysterious object that started glowing, and it's glowing super bright. She remembered when it all went down. Her hand went into our main dude's chest. Reliving these memories bummed her out until she overheard a chat about ore poisoning. She turned around, all suspicious, finding another woman there with short hair. The red-haired woman asked how Hazuki tracked her down. Hazuki said they're in a tiny country, so finding people is a breeze. She's totally wrong if she thought she was solo all this time just because they couldn't spot her. And, oh no, her hand's looking worse. That poison's leveling up. Hazuki told the woman to chill. She didn't roll up to finish her off. The mysterious woman, all jittery, asked why Hazuki showed up. Hazuki said she just wanted to meet this citizen. The woman, even more freaked out, asked what Hazuki's real deal was. Getting super close, Hazuki grabbed the woman by the neck and said she'd spill the beans on her mission. She wants to help that woman get her groove back. Thinking victory's near, Rin unleashes her flames again. The fire dances around her opponent, but the girl's got mad combat skills. Doing moves that scream capoeira, she dodges the flames. Rin realized her attacks getting totally shut down by those moves. That's the power of epic capoeira. Seems this young Brazilian spent too much time in Rio, learning secret survival hacks. A true force of nature, a walking disaster. Rin's now clueless on her next move. Her opponent busted out the Naruto run. Rin's puzzled why the girl wants to close the gap. She thought she might start getting hit, but nah, she won't let that happen. Before getting reached, she summoned even fiercer flames. A massive fire pillar popped up around her. Our hero's also puzzled why the supposed Brazilian girl is charging in. It's wild to think a mage wants to throw hands. Usually, a mage's spells take time to charge up, to be super strong. That's why they steer clear of enemies. But that Brazilian girl knows what it's like to spend 5 minutes in Brazil. She ain't scared of danger, she laughs in its face. After trying to hit those flames, she singed her ankle a bit. Even so, our hero keeps watching the fight, super confused. Yuri realized the fight's gonna be all about range. The capoeira girl keeps kicking. Rin noticed her spins are getting even faster, but that's kinda dumb. The capoeira girl might burn herself. However, her power's cranking up even more. Rin's feeling more and more pressure until something sliced through her flames. Her defense got breached. And on the other side is one ticked-off Brazilian girl. Rin burned through her mana too fast. Now she's wiped out. She can't even move. The Brazilian girl's hands closing in. Rin thinks these might be her last moments. But when the capoeira girl touched her, nothing happened. Actually, the Brazilian girl asked for help. Rin was totally shocked by that ask. She didn't get those words. After that, she started feeling her body again, getting more energy. She launched an attack at the capoeira girl, who had to back off quick, but Rin's still wondering if she heard right. Even without getting it, the capoeira girl keeps pushing. Rin thinks it's just a mind trick, meant to throw her off. After dodging that kick, she saw the arena getting wrecked. Using her speed, she got behind the capoeira girl. She decided she's done with these mind games. Getting hit again by the capoeira girl. Rin's friends are getting worried about how the battle's going, cause she just got slammed into the ground with a ton of force. The dust clouds clearing. Rin got up again, proving she's not hurt. Our hero loved that, thinking there's still a shot at winning. The capoeira girl stays put. Rin's now super confused. She doesn't know if that help request was for real. And to make it worse, in the last attack, she didn't take any damage. The two are just watching each other closely. Rin decided to ask why the capoeira girl asked for help mid-battle, but, knowing others would hear, she didn't say more, and went on the attack again. All this just leaves Rin even more puzzled. The capoeira girl is now spinning through the air like a Beyblade. Closing in on Rin, she managed to tell her lots of people are watching. This time, she gathered massive power at her foot's tip. That energy ball started to spread across the arena, creating a super bright light. Inside that, the two can finally chat. The capoeira girl said it'll end soon, but they're cut off from the outside world. So, she needs to keep it short, asking for help once more. Rin's still kinda sus, but took a deep breath. She's finally gonna spill the beans and said she ain't helping. After that, the capoeira girl just zipped it. Rin told her she knows zilch about her and should show some respect in this fight. What really ticked Rin off is knowing the capoeira girl is going easy just to get a word in. Faced with this sitch, the capoeira girl said it was all a big oopsie. Rin said she ain't helping someone who's been a total menace. After that bombshell, the Brazilian just stayed quiet. Outside, folks are buzzing, wanting to know the tea, cause they can't see squat inside. Then, bam, energy started slicing through everything, causing a massive kaboom. The crowd saw the masters are still chillin'. The Brazilian said she ain't holding back on purpose, she just needs to chat. Rin totally ghosted her plea, gearing up for more chaos, launching a bunch of fireballs her way. But the Brazilian blocked them like a pro, realizing there's no other way. In a flash, she got behind her opponent. Rin thinks she's got the Brazilian's moves down, who, seeing those fireballs, knew they were no joke. But before she could strike, one of those balls started blinding her with its glow. The Brazilian got that if she touched it, she'd be toast. Rin said a baddie like her, to be competing, must have zero guilt. This comment hit the Brazilian hard, cranking her power to the max. She told the red-haired girl to zip it. Rin knew she struck a nerve, time to unleash her trash talk. The Brazilian said the masters have no biz talking about her. Hearing this, Rin said that's not her circus. She tried to smack the Brazilian, but her move got blocked, realizing the capoeira girl really ain't out to hurt her. Now that she blocked that hit, the Brazilian spilled why she's asking for help. She finally found someone she can vibe with and doesn't want to go back to square one. Rin got more and more puzzled, which takes us to a flashback, 5 years ago, in the middle of the desert. In a church, an old lady's saying her prayers. The Brazilian girl went to ask what's up. The old lady's asking the big guy for the girl to make bank, and she got ticked, cause she hustles hard. The nun's chill as ever, and she thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to free that kid, as long as she keeps sending cash. The Brazilian said she's going on a raid that day, but she stays in the next city. If things go south, the nun should bounce. Hearing this, the nun couldn't wrap her head around the great capoeira master getting beat. The girl just said it as a backup plan. But the nun told her to chill. That place is on high ground, and if things go down, she can ask the Virgin Mary for backup. Face-palming, the girl was sure the nun's kinda clueless. Leaving that spot, she said she'd be back. But the nun stayed put to keep praying, asking the big guy to bless that kid's life. Heading to another building, the capoeira girl opened a window, seeing a bunch of kids still snoozing. One of them seems to have some leg issues. The capoeira girl wants to stack cash to help these kids out. Finally, it was go time for her. In that raid, she faced a pretty tough baddie. Only that boss is left to wrap up the mission. She asked the crew to refill her mana, but she noticed all her mates are bailing, even though only the last boss is left. One of them said it's not worth the hassle. She didn't get it because she worked way harder than the rest. She just needs more mana to finish. The dude said again that this is overkill. He ain't risking it because of the girl's bad call. The Brazilian said this is a joke. This raid's low-key, and these folks are weak sauce. The two are about to throw down, but a chubby dude stepped in. The Brazilian said if they bail now, the area next to this portal's gonna be in trouble. Hearing this, the chubby dude just stayed quiet and asked if this is really a big deal. The Brazilian wasn't feeling that. The chubby dude said the association told him to bounce. It's a bummer for those who didn't flee, but they can't do squat else. Then she should stop making things even messier. The Brazilian said she heard some gossip lately. The chubby dude eyeballed her. She said they crank up the raids to make them riskier but with better loot. After leveling up, the chubby dude was low-key scared she'd wreck him and asked her to chill. The Brazilian said a master who skips their duties is just as bad as the monsters they gotta beat. She was all set to finish them, but then, bam, someone clocked her on the neck. The girl hit the deck, out cold. Whoa, it's that mysterious lady from a few chapters back. She wants to know why the Brazilian got all worked up. The chubby dude let out a big sigh, realizing things could have gone sideways. They say it's 'cause she's still a noob. Now they gotta bounce before it gets sketchier. They finally made it to the gate. Before stepping through, some mysterious energy started swirling. Then, boom, a massive light show kicked off. Now that it's more dangerous, the minerals there are top tier. The chubby dude said things almost went south, but his buddies stoked it all worked out because those two showed up. Without them, it would have been a whole different story. They got invited to party and sipped some drinks, but the lady said they're too young for that. Still, the invite to party was thrown out again, but got shot down once more. After the snub, the extra had to deal with it. The chubby dude told him not to sweat it. Those masters are big shots. All this while the Brazilian's still knocked out. Finally, her eyes flickered open. The girl tried to get up, super slow, but everything there was way different. After waking up, she tried to head back to her convent, hoping nothing went down while she was gone. But when she got there, it was a ghost town. The kids who used to play ball were MIA. Even their secret hideout was empty, and the nun the Brazilian hoped to find in the church was nowhere to be found. The whole place was deserted. Rin heard the whole scoop and asked if the Brazilian took out the association peeps for revenge. Ticked off at the accusation, she said she didn't off anyone. When she got to the association, it was already trashed. She saw it was a bloodbath. Clueless on what to do, she ended up in the bathroom. And when she got to the evidence, it was all wrapped up. Just then, the association's agents rolled in, and she got nabbed as the only suspect in the whole mess. She didn't even fight it, and the trial was a flash, getting dubbed the worst criminal ever, and yeah, she loathes the folks who wrecked her life. Rin noticed the girl's mana was getting all wild and dark. That's when the Brazilian popped a question. She wants to know who's worse, those who framed her or herself. The power pressure is insane. Rin's getting spooked, and she asked if the Brazilian's asking for a jailbreak to get revenge. Super mad, the Brazilian said no one gets the pain she went through. Rin nodded, and with her flames flaring again, said freeing her could be risky, deciding she'd stop her before more chaos. Feeling hopeless, the Brazilian realized all masters are the same. Rin said she's different, but the Brazilian told her to zip it. Since talking's pointless, it's time to throw down. Once again, these girls are ready to brawl hardcore. Both are going all out with their power. The showdown finally kicked off, creating a massive flash. Their powers peaking right then. Rin saw a golden chance to make a move, using her speed to dodge the impact zone. The Brazilian noticed direct combats being dodged. Rin's all set with her flames, ready to strike again. Encircling the arena with fire, the Brazilian's trying to figure out the game plan. After their clash, Rin saw her opponent lost steam. She needs to seize this chance, but her hands are all shaky, and her fingers aren't cooperating. Amidst all the fire, the Brazilian's still a powerhouse. She's sure those flames will hit her randomly, but busting out capoeira moves, she said those tricks won't work on her. Right then, Rin swooped in from above, ready to wrap up the fight. The Brazilian dude's saying the girl's not feeling herself, cause she keeps sneaking attacks from the sides, But Rin's all, nah, she's got this, and says she's bursting with confidence. Even after using all that mana, she's still feeling the heat, which means the Brazilian is super strong. They're back at it, testing their strength again. Rin's thinking she's finally got the upper hand now. She's got to push a bit harder, and then boom, something's happening with that anklet. The mineral there starts to light up. Now the Brazilian can't use her mana anymore. Rin spots this weak point. Time to pounce on that chance. She wraps the Brazilian in her flames. In the crowd, our main dude's hyped about that move. That might have been the game changer right there. Rin's still watching as the smoke clears. No sign of her opponent yet. Rin takes a breather. Finally, she's announced as the winner of that showdown. She's used up all her energy, and Rin just collapses, totally wiped out. But hey, she's made it to the quarterfinals. Finally, night rolls around. Rin's friends are already out cold. The girl finally wakes up. She's buzzing with happiness from her win. Looking at her friends, she's like, how are they sleeping so chill when I just had a crisis? Seeing them so relaxed makes her kinda mad. Rin heads to her window. She's peeping out until she spots something. That prisoner's getting loaded back into the armored truck. Rin's watching as the truck gets sealed up. Now it's off, probably to the nearest prison. After the fight, Rin's deep in thought. Outside the arena, this long-haired dude's stealing the spotlight. He heads straight to his statue there, checking out the figure it's showing. Looks like he's there to pay his respects. Rin wakes up super annoyed, calling out her friends, who are still snoozing. Our main dude's like, I'm beat. He says he rushed over to see her, but she was out cold. Knowing she's ticked off, our guy's clueless on what to do. He's like, I don't even remember crashing. Just woke up on the couch. That's all I got. Yuri's watching them, finding it pretty hilarious. Then someone rolls up to her, and from the girl's grin, they seem interesting. Sung's still trying to make it up to Rin, and she's like, feed me, and I'll forgive you. Sung's down for that, but Rin's like, depends on what you're buying. Then, they get interrupted by someone else showing up. Tetsuya rolls in all cheerful, saying it's been ages. Rin, still salty, asks what he's doing there. Tetsuya says he's got a fight today too. Yuri knows he's got a private room, so she's curious why he's here. He says the place is packed with competitors, and it's cool to watch the other masters. Sung's amazed at how chill this guy is. Tetsuya was expecting all these young guns to clear the first round. Yuri says Rin's already in the quarterfinals, and Tetsuya is genuinely impressed, didn't think she had it in her. Rin's more annoyed, but the guy's like, just kidding. Yuri's curious if he knows who's next. Tetsuya's got no clue. Rin thinks he's being reckless. He should at least have a plan. Knowing he's from District 4, Yuri finds out he's up against a dude named Batuga, who popped up earlier. Checking her tablet, Tetsuya's seeing who he's up against, but he's more fascinated by the tablet. Rin's thinking he's joking, but Tetsuya's reaction is totally real. Finding it hard to believe, Rin decides not to bother explaining. So, Yuri steps up to handle it. She says the opponent's a tank too, and since he's unranked, it's probably his first comp, but the dude looks kinda scary. Tetsuya's into that. Since the opponent seems tough, Rin's sure it'll be a battle of the clueless. Yuri says she'll fight at the same time. Just like the main dude, they decide whoever finishes first buys the others a meal. Rin says they gotta get Tetsuya's contact first. Knowing this, the main dude asks for his number, but Tetsuya's got no clue what that even is. Feeling all kinds of weird vibes from this dude, they just gave up trying to figure it out. Except Yuri, who was all chill, saying they'd find him somehow. In the hall, Tetsuya's rival is just chilling in front of a vending machine. He's checking everything out super carefully, like he's having a deep convo with his own reflection. While he's lost in thought, someone mentioned a guy who looks like a hobo has been waiting in line for 5 minutes. Behind him is this dude, chatting on the phone with his girlfriend, until he gets super annoyed, telling the hobo to scram. Batuga turns around with the intensity of a caveman. That was enough to make the extra dude wish he wore his brown pants. Batuga's now giving off some serious bad vibes, and the extra dude decides to grab a drink somewhere else. Now, Batuga can get back to his mission. His eyes are all confused by the tech overload. Flashback time. A young kid is riding a horse through the prairies. He finally reaches his cabin. Inside is an old dude, Batuga's grandpa, who called him over. The old man looks at his grandson with serious eyes, handing him a telegram. It's an invite to the War of the Masters. Batuga checks out the telegram with a serious face. The old man says it's a bummer. If he was younger, the invite would have been for him. Batuga says even though he's old, his grandpa's still got it, and the old man chuckles, saying his grandson's laying it on thick. Standing up, he says the young dude's got his blood, so he's stronger and more talented than others his age, and should be stronger than the old man was back in the day. He was a confident guy and lost 3 times to the same dude. Batuga's curious about who could beat his grandpa. Before spilling the beans, the old man takes a sip of soup. He says the guy's name is Hwang Mayum, a legendary tank from Korea, founder of the Bull Guild, and he hopes his grandson can win this War of the Masters, handing him the cloak he was wearing, saying the young dude's gotta figure out the meaning of the word on that cloak himself. Batuga listens closely. Now he's back in the present, in front of that vending machine. still clueless about how it works. In the bathroom, a dude's taking a chill shower. Right now, he's shaving. Seriously, no one's gonna recognize him. He's like a whole new person. After turning off the shower, he starts drying off. Checking out his reflection, he feels something still off. Now that he's dressed, he's heading to work. This guy goes to the secretary, who's busy working. She sees it's a visitor and asks what brings him there. A bit shy, the guy introduces himself, and the woman realizes it's the president. She apologizes, cause without the beard, he looks totally different, but the president's cool with it. Taking the chance, he asks how the competition's going. She says there's a tiny budget hiccup, but the Iku Guild sorted it out. All the fines from round 16 will be wrapped up that day. While the president's signing papers, the secretary's got a question. She's curious about Iku's support, since the War of the Masters isn't in Japan. The president's got to think hard to answer. He doesn't really know why. Maybe it's tied to Iku's retirement. But this info leaves the secretary puzzled. She thought the retirement happened after losing to Reggie. The president knows this guy's super ambitious. The association's always watching him, and he's still on a level they can't touch. That's why they sped up Reggie's growth. The association never thought he'd beat Iku. The win shocked everyone. Now the secretary thinks this competition's a power move to get Asia's top spot back. The president agrees. If that's the case, Iku's probably got someone ready to follow his lead. The president's on board with that idea. Iku's got 12 disciples. Some are in this competition. They're not famous, but they're top tier. Rumors say disciples 3 and 5 are stronger than Iku was back in the day. Knowing the secretary is also a master, the president asks if she's curious about their power. The girl says she'd love to know who they are. What the president doesn't get is why Iku asked him to help our hero instead of his squad. As soon as she heard this, especially the hero's name, the secretary was shook. And honestly, this request makes zero sense. The secretary thinks he's trying to boot the master's crew from the scene. The president's deep in thought about this. She remembered Tetsuya and the hero are throwing down today. This totally caught the president's interest. He wants to see the fight, but the secretary said nope, because he's got a mountain of paperwork to sign. Knowing he can't dodge his duties, the president was bummed. Back at Korea's National Stadium, the crowd's hyped for some action. In the VIP section, next to a couple vibing hard, is the beardless president, super focused. With him is the same secretary. She brought fried chicken and soda. The president was all about this surprise. They and the whole crowd are waiting for the showdown in 5 minutes. Tetsuya is up next, and they barely know his opponent, just that he's a big deal's grandson. With the hype building, the president asked the secretary who she's betting on. No hesitation, she's all in on Tetsuya. Sipping his soda, the president nods along. But unknown masters beating celebs is a thing, and it keeps the crowd buzzing. The War of Masters wouldn't be lit if the fave always won. Surprises are the spice. Tetsuya and his rival finally hit the arena. They're eyeing each other with laser focus. Our hero's also in the ring. His rival called him a pretty boy. There's 5 seconds till the chaos kicks off. While our dude's battling puberty, his rival's milking it. Yuri's also about to throw down. She's up against a super weird extra. If his beard doesn't match his hair, he's probably rocking a wig. Finally, it's go time. Tetsuya and his rival are ready to throw hands. In a flash, the red-haired dude charges in, but Raditz is chill, trusting his Saiyan vibes. Tetsuya's punch is about to land with max force, but just as it should have hit, nada. Just his image left hanging. A massive impact rocked the arena. The president's watching all this, eyes glued, with his secretary. After that power show, he's feeling pumped. Tetsuya is a total beast, packing insane power. He's sure the kid's gonna win. It's wild to think this master's still leveling up, but things aren't going as planned. Raditz tanked that hit, using one of his shields. All he got was a tiny cut on his forehead. Now knowing his rival's strength, Raditz is buzzing with confidence. The president can't believe the fight's still on. Tetsuya, even after starting strong, stays sharp. The low-key shadow dude in front of him is a tough cookie. The president's also wowed by this curb climber's toughness. Raditz finally struck a weird battle pose. His image started to warp. Tetsuya sensed danger. Before getting hit, he blocked with his perfect defense. These two tanks are going to deliver epic entertainment. Tetsuya went on the attack again, charging power in one hand, but the guard gnome on the other side is speedy. Now they're trading blows like crazy. Every hit's getting blocked. Way different from the OG Raditz, this hairy dwarf's putting the pressure on. Tetsuya's got to use more of his smarts. But the move he tried got deflected by the mini-master's shield. Since he's into grappling, he grabbed Tetsuya's kimono, but as soon as he did, he got a headbutt to the forehead because they're super competitive. The president didn't see that coming. Turns out, it was the dwarf who headbutted. Tetsuya is now dizzy, almost hitting the deck. Seeing his chance, the low-key Shadow Master went all in, launching his rival far with a killer blow. More dust kicked up in the arena from that hit. Watching all this on the big screen, the president's feeling the nerves. That arena's made of demonic minerals, and it shook from the impact. If it was normal, it'd be toast. That dwarf is a total legend, no cap. But in the middle of the chaos, there's Tetsuya. looking like he just got whooped by a pack of wild dogs. With a little blood trickling down his forehead, he starts stretching his neck. Realizing the fight's still on, no breaks here. After landing a sick punch, the vertically challenged master remembers his grandpa's wisdom. The world's a massive place, and it's packed with fools. If fools could fly, the sky would be invisible. The pint-sized master sneaks behind the enemy, but Tetsuya's hand starts glowing like a supernova. Time to dish out some payback for all that pain. The kid-sized master dodges the hit, but Tetsuya's ready to throw hands. Watching the moves, Raditz knows the attack's coming from the shield side. He braces for it, but Tetsuya just vanishes. Poof. Even the president's clueless about what's going down. That's Tetsuya's ultimate move, and maybe the short-statured master can't handle it. But in a macho showdown, Raditz decides to take the hit head-on, after Tetsuya called him a chicken for dodging. The clash is epic, like a superhero showdown. For the president, Tetsuya's got the upper hand, gravity's on his side. The choice of the master with a pocket-sized shadow wasn't the smartest. Now they're both plummeting to the ground. Tetsuya's caught off guard by his opponent's slick moves, who wraps him up with his legs. It's his people's secret move, the groin lock. Still airborne, he flips the script. Who's on top is now below, and vice versa. The president sees them spinning. It's getting wild. The tension's cranked up. Whoever hits the ground gets a free chiropractic session, and it ain't gonna be fun. Tetsuya sees the ground rushing up, and his opponent's more determined than ever. The president and the secretary are glued to the action, because those two masters are spinning like Beyblades on turbo mode. After all the chaos, Raditz is wowed by his opponent, a legit warrior. But it's time to show who's boss in this battle. The dwarf master gears up to finish the fight, feeling all superior. This last move's got the president on edge. A steaming fist rises in the arena. Tetsuya, deep in thought, moves his hand without thinking, and smacks his opponent's thick skull, who's now checking if his horns are still there. That hit was insane. After getting schooled, the toy master steps back, cause that really stung. Tetsuya warns his enemy not to attack recklessly, or he'll be wide open for counters. But after getting smacked like a kid, Raditz is fuming. Now he charges with his secret move, all fired up with red energy. And again, Tetsuya says he shouldn't have been reckless, cause now he's full of openings. The two are clashing again. The arena's in shambles. But something's up with our warrior. His body's not the same, cause now he's missing an arm. The president's totally shocked. No clue how Tetsuya lost that round. If a cut stings, imagine losing an arm. Tetsuya's in serious pain. Batuga, yeah, he deserves his real name. Sees his opponent's a true warrior. But those words came too soon. Tetsuya is getting taken over by some dark energy. As it grows, it's clear this fight's personal now. The president can't believe the master's gonna fight like this. Fully transformed, looking like a demon from the depths, Tetsuya is ready to unleash more chaos. Batuga realizes this must be some transformation trick. What's in front of him is seriously dangerous. Taking an offensive stance, Batuga thinks his enemy can't keep this form for long. He knows he needs to use his special move again, but didn't expect that closed fist coming at him. The nuclear impact hits the arena's center. Batuga blocks it. If it was a direct hit, he'd be on a one-way trip to meet the big guy upstairs. Still in the air, he's being chased by that demon. Tetsuya's gone full beast mode, using his hand like it's a weapon. Crushing his enemy with pure force, Batuga realizes the world's full of fools, and maybe he's one of them right now. Meanwhile, Tetsuya is still raging, unleashing so much power in the arena that it explodes. A massive cloud of smoke is now blocking everything, like a ninja's smoke bomb. As it clears up, the arena looks like a total wreck. The president scratching his head, wondering if it's finally over. Right in the middle is Tetsuya, back to his usual self, or almost, because he's still missing an arm. This is the first time the president's seen this epic move. Little Batuga's a real legend. Finally, the winner's announced for everyone, Tetsuya, the one-armed champ. Meanwhile, the main crew's also fighting like crazy. After losing, Batuga's ready to head back to his squad. Chilling on the ground, he starts remembering his grandpa's wise words, who learned a ton after losing 3 times to the same dude. First, he lost his pride, then his cool, and finally his feelings, becoming a true warrior, hoping his grandson becomes even stronger after this showdown. Batuga sees how big his pride is and isn't heading home yet, wanting to learn more from his grandpa's wisdom. That's why he sent a telegram, wishing the old man good health. The grandpa knew the kid had a wild journey ahead. Through the building's halls, a red-haired woman strolls. She heads straight to an open door. Miss Saren gets a warm welcome. A bearded dude's already waiting for her. Saren vanished, and our hero's wondering if she got snatched. Rin's just glad, cause she found her super annoying. Yuri tells her to chill and show some respect. Our hero realizes he shouldn't have left the place empty. Now they gotta find her. Rin thinks she'll come back on her own. They're just being dramatic. While they're chatting, someone swings the door open. Saren's back, shocking everyone. But seeing her new look, our hero's hormones go haywire. Joining them is a stunning woman with a mysterious vibe. Our poor hero's sweating bullets. Puberty's hitting hard. Rin notices the mischief in his eyes. Trying to play it cool, Sung asks Saren where she went. She says she needed some fresh air because she was bored. Our guy says she should have told them. The Iku Guild could have helped. After that, Saren gets dangerously close to his face. With a flirty tone, she asks if this lively young man was worried about her. She thought he didn't like someone like her, and our hero's feeling the pressure. Showing off her charm, Saren teases him, asking not to be so tough on her. The boy agrees, but things are already tough. It was a hot day, and she got all sweaty, needing a shower. Rin tells Yuri they gotta keep an eye out tonight because they can't trust the hero anymore. Sighing, Sung realizes puberty's a wild ride. Finally, night falls. Our hero and his pals are having dinner. They're all in the quarterfinals, as planned. Sung, with his tiny bit of confidence, thinks he got lucky because he didn't face tough opponents. Rin says he'll definitely lose the next match. Our hero's shocked, asking why she'd say that. Rin says he's up against Reggie, a super strong master. Sung hears this but stays chill. His friends are surprised, expecting him to freak out. Rin asks if he's not worried. He admits he's nervous, but Rin thinks he's bluffing. Our boy knows he'd have to face him eventually if he kept winning, and battling the top dog is everyone's dream. Yuri digs this positive vibe. Rin asks if Sung will put up a good fight even if he loses. Sung, before becoming a master, always dodged fights, but now, he doesn't think he'll lose. No matter how strong the opponent is, he's strong too. Rin's shocked by his confidence, Yuri too, because months ago, he was shy and innocent, and now he's full of confidence. After hearing this, Rin says she'll cheer for Reggie anyway, thinking this battle could be legendary. Our boy says he's getting up now, suggesting they do the dishes tomorrow. Rin's surprised, realizing her friend's off to train at this hour. Sung told her he needs to chill a bit before hitting the sack. That's totally weird to the girl, who thinks her buddy's got issues. But then Yuri was all about practicing with him too, way better than flying solo. The main character was down for that instantly. Thinking they might get loud, Rin said she'd crash and ask for some peace. But now that she's solo, she feels like something's missing. It's super late, so she started yawning right away. Knowing she was beat, she headed straight to the room for a nap. Until the quarterfinals, the masters have a week to prep, so our dude's training while others are snoozing. Finally, the week's up. Our hero's ready to show off his sword skills. Commentators are buzzing that matches are about to kick off. Competitors should gear up soon. Our guy started getting up from his spot, letting out a big sigh during the process. With a fresh breath, he's now all about that determination. The arena's more packed than ever, his crew's already there. For sure, everyone's there to see the legendary masters. Even the big shots from the association are present. Rin said it's gotta be rough for our hero, because everyone's there for Reggie. It's been nearly 10 years since he's been #1, so his fame's huge. He finally made his entrance. When he hit the arena, Rin went wild like a superfan. Seeing that buff master, she almost lost her cool. Yuri's worried about our hero's growth. The pressure of this fight is intense. She knows it'll be tough, but she's sure our hero will crush it. In that same arena, someone's strolling through the halls. Saren's got a mission in mind. She heads to the stands, and with her stunning looks, she's turning heads. Our hero's battle is coming up soon. Saren's watching closely, with her twins by her side. For crying out loud, another flashback. Everything went down in 2001. No need to say what happened, it was a bummer year. Lots of lives were lost, and a big hunt for terrorists kicked off worldwide. 10 masters were sent on a revenge mission to find the brains behind that attack. But a mole leaked the plans. The 10 masters who were supposed to bring the heat ended up getting burned. Communication was cut, they were wiped out and out of supplies. The situation was a mess. Expecting things to get worse, they were shocked. A lone dude was outside, and that dude was Reggie Weed. He came to save the day and totally wrecked the terrorists' base. The special forces were mind-blown. The destruction was epic. The proof came through the head that the little hero was holding, which belonged to the terrorist leader. This same war hero is now up against our hero, who's got mad agility, dodging all the hits so far. But Reggie hasn't been on top for 10 years for nothing. He's got mad skills, and is about to finish off our hero, leaving behind one of his explosive traps. After the fire, all that was left was just the dark smoke, and from within it, our hero shot out like a lightning bolt. He's set on taking down the other master. Reggie uses the distance to launch some attacks, but our hero uses the shadow walk, popping up behind his enemy, getting a chance to slice him with the sword, but the hit missed. And to make it worse, another explosive trap was left behind. Once again, the fire blew up in the arena. Reggie and our hero hit the ground, ready to keep this brawl going. The fighters give each other a quick look, knowing the next moves will be epic. Rin's glued to this fight. Those two masters traded tons of blows in minutes. Yuri's getting more and more hyped for our boy. He's really keeping up with the pace. Reggie said the boy's fighting style reminds him of someone. Sung noticed his enemy's always on the move. As expected from a long-range damage dealer, he always strikes when our boy gets close. Reggie's watching him like a seasoned hunter. Sung's ready to hit back with all his might. Faster than lightning, Reggie made his move against our boy, who barely had time to react. He had to duck fast. If he doesn't stay sharp in this fight, he'll get hit hard. Still thinking about it, he got caught off guard by the black lightning again. Reggie's ready to send our hero to dreamland. The attack was spot on, but our hero's speed isn't far behind. He realized he dodged it by pure luck. As soon as he hit the ground again, he felt something super weird. The ground was all squishy, like stepping on a giant marshmallow. Then he realized, oh snap, Reggie's target was never him. The master said he wanted to wrap this up quick, but changed his mind after seeing the boy's moves. Now he's going to teach our hero a lesson the hard way. Even with zero self-esteem, our boy was pretty ticked off hearing that, charging forward with his sword, ready to make Reggie regret it. But with the ground all soft, he couldn't zoom like he wanted, moving like a snail. And just when things couldn't get worse, energy arrows started raining down on him. Our boy dodges, but is shook by how massive the attack is, covering the whole arena. He quickly realized, no time to be starstruck, it's time to skedaddle or get fried. To save himself, he whipped out a special move to boost his speed. Reggie's still ready to dish out some serious hurt. Rin's getting more hyped, seeing the boy use his special move so soon. Wrapping himself in an energy bubble, he blocked all the attacks. At the same time, he sped up, charging at Reggie. Seeing this, Reggie slammed the ground with his energy, turning the arena floor into something like slime. Our boy noticed just in time. Elsewhere, a dude's carrying a mysterious gadget, looks like it's for some sneaky sabotage. The masked guy said it needs to blow up in the right spot to work. The bald, chubby guy holding the bomb is wondering if this plan's really foolproof. His older bro, who kinda looks like a lady, said they gotta have some faith. But the bald guy's not feeling it. They're way up in the arena, and the bald dude chucked the bomb at the big screen. The arena floor turned into water. As he got closer to Reggie, Sung was trying to guess his plan. He had to stop his charge, or he'd faceplant into the arena floor. This move left his friends totally shocked. Reggie liked the boy's smarts, not being reckless, but it's just delaying the inevitable. In all that chaos, he fired another explosive arrow, which, blew up in the air, creating a massive energy blast. Our hero's relieved he wasn't reckless, or he'd be toast. Reggie's all set to keep the pressure on, but this time he's switching it up with ice arrows to freeze the meddling illustrator. Sung's blown away by all this skill. The arena's totally transformed after Reggie's triple element arrows. Seeing all this, he's wondering how one person can have so much power, feeling trapped. From the outside, it looks like he's just a fly in a web. His friends are getting more and more amazed. At least, Rin's super stoked, being a huge Reggie fan. She just doesn't get why he's using so much energy to change the arena. Yuri thinks it's to stop our hero from zooming around. And all those ice pillars can be used for sneak attacks. Our boy can't see his opponent anymore, but he hears arrows whizzing by, trying to figure out where they're coming from. Soon, he felt a bad vibe from behind. Instead of dodging, he blocked it with his sword. The impact sent him flying, but he's okay. Taking some hits, he realized he's gonna lose soon. That's why he needs to find his enemy, and then he spots something. With his sword's help, he managed to protect himself. The attack's path changed. Reggie must be able to steer his arrows. Maybe that's his real power, way different from what our hero saw in the vids. He can't get distracted. He needs to find a way to track him down. While our boy's trying to survive, he's being watched. Reggie noticed he looked super confused, so he decided to end it all with the ultimate arrow attack. It'd be wild if he blocked such a beastly attack with just his sword. Our boy's exhausted, can't even hold his sword right, and thinking's getting tough. His body's been pushed to the max. Oh man, another flashback. Our dude asked this blue-haired guy what he does when he bumps into someone stronger. He's been through this before, so he came to get some answers. The blue-haired guy just said to focus on himself. That's his big secret. Sung was kind of blown away by how simple that was, expecting some secret ninja move. But nope, that's all the blue-haired dude had to offer. Now, our hero's gotta start putting this wisdom to work. He's getting super tired, though, so he decided to close his eyes, hoping it helps him concentrate. Reggie, watching from a distance, thinks this is bonkers. Maybe he's trying to level up his senses, which is wild, making Reggie remember stuff he'd rather forget. But Reggie's arrows aren't easy to dodge. Our boy's now hearing his own blood pumping, finally tuning in. Something's coming his way. Boom. Ultra Instinct unlocked. Our dude's moving like a ninja, like he's one with a sword, or maybe Goku, dodging hits like a pro. Reggie's watching from the sidelines, not thrilled. Yuri noticed our boy's moves are way smoother than usual. He pulled off something epic in this fight. For a hot minute, he went beyond his limits. Reggie respects the skills, but he's got more arrows ready. But our hero's still in beast mode, ready to throw down. So he heads straight for the source of the noise, finding his opponent, who hasn't even fired yet. Reggie didn't expect him to show up so fast, throwing off his game plan. Then he launched an arrow at our hero's sword. Boom. Explosion in the icy desert. Now they're staring each other down, power radiating off them. A bit of blood dripped from Reggie's hand. He got hurt, which he totally didn't see coming, and now he's super mad. He's not just ending this fight, he's going full savage mode. Our hero, full of swagger, switched up his battle stance. Reggie instantly on high alert. But before they could keep the show going, something blew up outside the arena. a massive explosion, melting part of the stands and, well, the extras. The fighters shifted focus. Our boy saw it came from where his friends were. The explosion's destruction was insane. Some extras are getting rescued. Among them, some folks definitely aren't coming back. The fire's spreading everywhere. Then someone decided to drop into the chaos. But this mysterious someone freaked out the extras. It looks like a woman, but it's not. And it's not a trap either. Yet, it took out that guy. This monster's raging. Our hero's watching all this, speechless. He told Reggie they gotta help the innocent, but Reggie's not feeling it. Sung said demons are in the house, and they need to be stopped, as soon as possible. Reggie said a bunch of masters are already securing the arena, and there's something else just as important. He's loving this fight and doesn't want to bail. Now our hero's stuck. His long-haired enemy wants to keep going. Our boy's gotta stay in the moment, cause his head almost got blown off by an attack. Reggie told him to fight back too, but our hero's not really into it. Then Reggie said if he keeps hesitating, he'll have to force him. This time, with a way more destructive attack. Our boy realized all those attacks aren't aiming for fatal spots. No choice left. He needs to wrap this battle up, pronto. Reggie's relentless, charging at our boy, pressuring Sung every which way. While he's fighting, the demon's having a blast outside. Our boy can't ignore the chaos. Reggie noticed he's super worried about it. Charging in again, he said Sung's mind is weaker than it looks. As he gets closer, Sung figured this might be for the best. He just dropped the sword. Our hero's not fighting back. Reggie keeps coming, all menacing, finally aiming his arrow at our hero's face. Then he asked if he's really giving up. Our hero said, yep, the fight's lost its meaning. It's pointless now. Reggie got majorly offended by that, calling the young prodigy arrogant, not wanting to end the fight like this. As his energy turned dark, he touched the arrow to the hero's forehead. He said masters just auto-heal after battles, thanks to some otherworldly minerals. But poison, nah, that sticks around. So even if this battle wraps up, our hero's gonna be stuck with it. Reggie asked again if it all still seems pointless. And honestly, not sure if our hero can even answer. He's looking rough from the poison. But surprise, surprise, the dude mustered some strength, showing he's got some serious grit. He said if this is how it ends, Reggie should save the others, cause he's got the muscle for it. Reggie stays icy and unyielding. But the epic speech move, straight out of Naruto's playbook, finally hit home. Reggie decided to chill and stop hassling our hero. He said he changed his mind, they can throw down another time. This news got our hero hyped, suggesting they take it outside for a brawl. But Reggie's not feeling it. Not today. Sung was bummed and asked about the poison. Reggie said he totally zapped it away. But before he could spill the rest of the tea, our boy just bounced. Reggie lets out a big sigh, feeling all ignored. In the middle of the chaos is that big bad demon. Our hero's running on fumes. He needs to wrap this up fast. But before he could leave the arena, he got blocked by some magic barrier. Sung didn't see that coming. Totally freaking out, he tries all sorts of moves, only to find out there's no way out of there. This makes him even more ticked off. He can't stand seeing innocents in danger. While he's still plotting, Reggie pops up again. He didn't think the kid would bolt before realizing he was stuck. Sung's feeling pretty down about it. Reggie explained the arena walls trap the master's power. Only the control room can change that. Unless the power is stronger than the minerals in the wall, there's no way out. This info's kinda wild. A power level that breaks the master's limits. But it's so crazy. Our hero's trying to wrap his head around it. Showing off his true power, Reggie said a master can awaken again. The glowing energy's taking over. Our hero's totally stunned. Reggie just turned into a human glow stick. And in his second awakening, he pulled off what Michael Jackson couldn't, even went blonde. The control room folks, not breathing anymore. Those baddies didn't think all this was needed. But the bald, chubby guy's stoked. Now they don't have to sweat Reggie, who's stuck in the arena. Now they can scope out the whole place in peace. The chubby guy's clearing the path, but his bro stayed back, watching the action on the screens. He felt some super creepy vibes, and the bald, chubby guy asked if his bro's staying put. In a flash, the two launched a combo attack. Boom. Big explosion in that room. Smokes everywhere. And the bald, chubby guy's trying to figure out what just went down. Even clueless, he thanked his bro for the assist. Looking at the wall, they saw a massive hole. No clue what made it. The hairy, chubby guy knows. It's Reggie Weed. Just thinking of that name, his hands started shaking like crazy. The barrier around the arena, totally smashed, which makes our hero super stoked. Reggie went back to his usual self. Now our boy can jump into the battle happening. All he's thinking about is keeping his friends safe. While flying, he spotted something on the ground. Then he swooped down to check it out, finding a huge magic barrier, shielding a bunch of people. That filled our hero's heart with joy. Yuri acted fast, saving all those extras. With things under control, they started getting the innocents out of the arena. Yuri's bummed. He only managed to save those folks. Our hero didn't care. His friends are safe. He's feeling relieved. Rin said the explosion was a terrorist act, but our hero's not buying it. He thinks it was a demon attack. Hearing this, Rin's all confused. No portal showed up there. Yuri said our hero might be onto something. She senses a demon too. But it's weird. cause there's no portal there. Sung can feel it too. It's not just any demon, it's an ancient master. Yuri said they gotta stop the creature now, before it goes wild. Knowing what needs to be done, the trio heads off to attack. Yuri's all curious if our hero's chill, since he's squaring off with the top boss. Our dude's like, no worries, but Rin's wondering why Reggie's MIA. Sung spills that the little star's not down to join, but did help our guy escape the arena's barrier. Rin's totally bummed hearing this. The trio's finally at the demon's crib. Sung's all, what's the game plan? Yuri's like, one distracts, others attack. They jump into action, no time to waste. Sung knows they gotta wrap this up in one go. Yuri's all set to clear the path, launching our hero straight at the big baddie. The demon lady's still causing chaos. Sung zooming in for a face shot, aiming for the KO. But when their eyes lock, he's all kinds of confused. Her stance is on point. He spots Saren's gaze instantly. Even the reader missed it. This eye contact totally throws him off his game. His crew's freaking out. Rin's like, why didn't you finish the job, you goof? Now he's grounded. Sung's sure it's Saren, but he's clueless about the how. The demon's charging at him. He needs to dodge as soon as possible. Barely reacting, he blocks with his sword. Truth is, he's stumped on what to do next. Back with his squad, they demand answers. He spills the beans. It's not just any master, it's Saren. The girls are shook by this bombshell. They can't figure out how he knew, but he points out her signature earrings. Sung sensed something was off, but didn't expect this twist. Rin's like, you gonna go soft cause you know her. If we slack, innocents get hurt. Yuri's on board too, no other choice. Sung, after a quick think, makes a call. His crew's on edge for his decision. Our guy starts shedding his armor, ditching the top half of his gear. He vows to stop that master. Rin's like, you're nuts. Going armorless is risky. Sung explains that demon masters get a power boost, and he's gonna help her control it. It's his only play. The girls aren't thrilled, but with no other options, they tell him to do his thing. Yuri's eager to help. Sung's like, keep the beast busy, I'll handle the rest. As they gear up for battle, Rin's like, don't pass out on us. He flashes that classic hero grin. No worries, plot's got my back. Looks like our hero's in another realm. Spots a woman chilling on the ground. First move, he heads over. Asks what she's doing there. It's Saren, still silent. Our guy's like, this place is sketchy, let's bounce. But a mysterious voice says it's pointless. The voice rings a bell, leaving him spooked. Another Saren shows up, saying they're different people. Outside, Yuri notices the monsters chillin'. Our guy's plan's working. Time to save the injured. Rin's like, no way I'm leaving Yuri solo. She's low on mana from saving folks, can't be alone, but someone steps up to help. The girls check out the new ally. It's the bald fighter, promising backup. Rin's surprised by this new player. She's clueless about the bald dude, but Yuri's like, can Simon handle this? Bald guy's all, I'm a support master. With me, we can hold out for the army. Rin's still in the dark about him, but Yuri recalls he took down that tank. Bald guy's all proud. Yep, that's me. Rin connects the dots, realizing he's her next rival. Bald guy's honored to meet her. Rin gets up close to the short dude, notices he's tiny, has zero fashion sense, and wields a staff. That's her ideal combo. Pumped up, she leaves them, promising to be back. Bald guy asks if Yuri can hang tight, points to a spot, and she stands there. Now, bald guy is twirling his staff all mysterious-like he's charging up his mojo. Yuri's clueless about what that means, and the bald dude said he still needs a bit more time. Big ol' hands popped up from the ground, totally surrounding Yuri. After getting wrapped up in that energy, Yuri asked again what was going on. The bald guy promised to recharge her mana completely, and yep, Yuri felt it. Her body was getting all chill and relaxed. He did his magic based on her vibe, just 5 minutes, and the barrier would vanish when her mana was back to normal. Yuri realized this master was a real MVP and thanked the little dude for the assist. Still in the arena, the baddies were strolling around like they owned the place. The short bald guy was shook that the barrier got wrecked, and the hit that did it also trashed the control room, just by luck. But that's what the chubby-haired dude said. Even so, the short bald guy was in denial. No way they got spotted. And breaking that mineral barrier? No chance. Even though his master missed a ton of stuff, someone was definitely helping from the outside. That's why the chubby dude wanted to add some heads to his collection, like trophies. They headed to the transmission room, but when they got there, surprise. Disciples number 3 and 4 were already chilling in that room. Knowing their help wasn't needed, the chubby dude wanted to know what they were up to. Back in the spiritual world, Saren too was already waiting for our hero to show up. Sung asked why she got close to the mineral. She should have known from the fight that it was risky business. No turning back now. Saren said Yuri told her the hero did all this to honor her brother's last wish. Our boy had no clue she knew that. But yep, he did exactly that. Saren called him naive and asked if he knew why they were after her. Our hero was stumped. Saren started grinning. Then her laughter went full-on wild. Yep, this dude's impulsive. If she croaks, he'll be bummed. But it won't stop the future. He's also a popular master, always exceeding expectations. Our boy said if he was selfish, he'd have let her bite the dust already. When she was popular, he couldn't stand it, because she didn't care about people. He always hated her split personality, but things have changed lately. She kept standing, taking hits that would have wrecked most folks. Sung figured she had it way tougher than him. After this empathy moment, Saren got all emotional. Our boy asked her to come back with him, promising he'd help her out. Saren said she and her bro got played by Iku all the way to the end. He's why the guild blew up, but he used the siblings to take out the others. Our hero felt the ground shaking. Saren said her bro got used and tossed like a tool. They put the mineral in him to wipe out the other big guilds. Seeing things get messy, our boy asked Saren to bounce with him fast, but she was drowning in sadness, thinking life was pointless. At that moment, the hero realized things were super complicated. A massive demon beast showed up in that dimension, and it was so huge it freaked the hero out. Saren couldn't move anymore, so the hero grabbed her hand. He started running, dragging her along, trying to get away from that beast. That monster was bigger than anything he'd ever seen. Sung asked her to keep it together. Everything was falling apart. It's her mind controlling that dimension. While they ran, something even worse showed up. A giant rock was about to squash them. Sung had to swerve at the last second. Things were getting crazier by the minute. He said only Saren could get them out of this mess. Our boy would handle the monster while she tried to escape, but the ground kept cracking beneath them. Tentacles popped up. Their options were running out. Some tentacles snagged the boy's ankle. Our hero was stuck, couldn't move freely. He needed to act fast. Looking up, he saw a giant rock heading their way. That was definitely going to be game over. As soon as it hit, debris flew everywhere. A huge dust cloud rose up. Saren was still totally fine, but under that giant rock, half of our boy's body was crushed. Saren couldn't wrap her head around why that happened. With his last bit of strength, Sung grabbed her hand. He said if she died here, she'd have lived and died as a tool all the way, and he promised to save her, but probably didn't make it. What totally squashed our hero was the giant creature's finger. Back in the real world, his eyes popped open. Our boy's still kicking. Yuri's all curious about what went down, but our boy's keeping mum. He thinks he botched his mission to save that lady. Even so, Yuri stoked her buddy made it back alive. Feeling something on his back, Sung asked what it was, and the bald dude said he was healing him. Yuri introduced the extra, saying he's got mad support skills. Feeling down, our hero thanked him for the assist. Getting the vibe, Yuri said our boy shouldn't beat himself up, but as soon as she said that, her eyes went wide with shock. The demon that was going berserk stopped attacking people, and the power it was flexing started to chill out. Now it's Yuri who's all no way. Our hero also peeped in that direction. Saren's finally getting back to her OG form. Looks like our hero's move actually worked. Without a second thought, he dashed towards the woman. Yuri was super worried, saying Sung shouldn't just rush in. But our hero's not sweating it. He went there to hype up Saren, saying she's got this. The woman tried to say something, but it was all gibberish. Sung asked if she could recognize him. With her still demony face, she gave Sung a nod. That made our hero super pumped. And his squad too, who saw the epic plan unfold. A magical shield popped up around Saren's body. Our hero's trying to figure out what that is. The source of this mysterious power seems to be one of Saren's eyes. Out of nowhere, half of her head went boom. A shockwave sent our hero flying back. He got dragged for a bunch of meters. Yuri was totally freaking out after seeing that. Saren's body went wild again, popping off with mini explosions. Even though our hero's plan worked, something went sideways. While the demon's going kaboom, Yuri and the bald dude try to help the hero. Even though he's out cold, those wounds aren't too gnarly. But remembering everything that went down, Yuri got super ticked off. Now she wants to know who's behind this whole mess. Len's chilling at the top of the stands with Hazuki. Yuri seems to have spotted these people, and she's fuming. Len decided to come down, heading to where the monster's body is. He immediately started using his power there. Yuri's watching all this, getting more and more heated. She wants to go there and throw hands, but the bald dude's holding her back. If she went after them, it could cause a big international mess. Since they don't have the full scoop, it's better to play it safe. Our hero started to get up. Yuri asked if he's good, saying he shouldn't get up yet, but the hero's still thinking about Saren, and with his eyes, he saw what was going down. Pieces of her body are going boom. Len seems to be tidying up the place. Seeing this, our hero got super ticked off. He charged at this poor guy, totally filled with rage. He asked if he knows what he's doing. Len heard him, and told our hero to back off, creating a barrier with his power, squeezing Sung's body. Our boy's now totally trapped. Len said he's super lame and can't even beat a basic demon. Sung said that what they destroyed wasn't just a demon, it was a person, and she had a name. Len said she was fused with a mineral and wasn't conscious anymore. He also noticed the same thing happened to our hero, and he must be a demon. Trying to break free, Sung said the girl should have lived, she deserved to live. If they hadn't messed with things, she'd be alive. The mineral in the hero's body started to spread. Len's watching this closely. until our hero managed to totally smash that magical barrier. Yuri started to worry, watching the hero lose it. Len's ready to throw down, saying our hero's just like that creature. What he's feeling now is because he's got the mineral in him too. Len tried to trap him again with an even bigger barrier, saying he expected more from the one who took down Yon. As the barrier started to implode, he said our boy's super frustrating. A letdown. Yuri had to watch all this without doing anything. Seeing the chaos from that attack, when the smoke cleared, she got super worked up, still heading towards what went down. Fuming, she's getting closer and closer to Len. The gray-haired dude saw this and used his barriers, stopping Yuri from getting to him like she wanted, making the girl hit the ground hard. That hit alone was enough to knock her out of the fight. Len watched with major disdain. Our hero's down, looking like he just lost a wrestling match with a grizzly bear. But no quit in him. He's trying to stand up again. Len's impressed. This kid's got more grit than a sandpaper factory. Sung's all fired up, swearing he's gonna end this dude. Len's like, yeah, right, prove it. He throws up another shield around our guy, doubting Sung could really beat Yon. Sung's boiling over, like a kettle left on too long. He cranks up the pressure, making our hero feel like he's in a microwave. The bald dude watching is shook, can't believe this gray-haired guy's going full villain mode. Before things get crazier, an arrow lands near Len. Boom, instant magic shield. Reggie's rolled up to the scene too. Len's not thrilled, grumbling about Reggie crashing the party again. But Reggie's here, ready to fix the mess. With a serious face, he tells Sung he's his problem now, warning Len to back off. Last time, Len had to follow orders, but now he's free to do his thing. These two are about to throw down, and it's gonna be epic. Hazuki's hyped, finally some action, while the chubby bald guy's freaking out. If these two clash, the master's plans are toast, they gotta stop it. The chubby bald guy's panicking, doesn't want all their work to go down the drain. But looking around, he sees the power of these legends. Finally gets, there's no other way. Len's like, Reggie's got mad luck. Rumor has it he beat Iku a decade ago, but not many know he was Iku's student. Reggie just rolls his eyes, like, whatever. Ready to go full MJ, he calls Len a cocky brat. After their little chat, a tiny light pops up in the arena. Then it goes supernova, growing huge. The energy's off the charts. Chubby bald guy throws up a shield to save his crew. Good bald guy does the same, keeping Yuri safe. Through the smoke, a hand appears. Reggie's trapped in a barrier by the enemy. Still standing, explosions go off everywhere. Len's pulling all this off without breaking a sweat. He even blocks an attack from Ren like it's nothing. The kid's ice cold in battle. Reggie zips behind him. They lock eyes for a sec. Len knows these weak attacks won't cut it, suggesting they crank up the chaos. He's curious about the planet's top master's power, showing his full potential. Len's not planning on losing. He busts out a massive move, trapping the top master. In his space, Reggie's speed is useless. Good bald guy's far from the fight, but he's glued to the action. Pulling off a move like that, only a powerhouse could do it. But he snaps back to reality. He's got to save these folks and get them to safety. Surprise, Yuri's awake. She's worried, asking about Sung's condition. Good bald guy says it's bad. He's just delaying the inevitable. They gotta bounce as soon as possible. Who knows if Sung's gonna go full demon. Seeing the hero's state, Yuri's ready to carry him while bald guy checks his vitals. They start moving as the battle rages above. Reggie's surrounded by energy balls, blowing up everything. They're closing in on Earth's greatest hunter. As they near, Reggie shuts his eyes, focusing hard. His energy peaks. Time for his second awakening, full MJ mode. A massive energy blast shatters the enemy's barrier. Not just shattered, obliterated. The villains, especially chubby bald guy, are clueless. Len's Lotus Prison, total fail. If Reggie's secret move is the second awakening, short guy says they should join the fight. Hazuki knows short guy's smart, but can be a total goof. Masters are born with one of three skills. Geniuses who can handle mana like pros. Talented peeps who can control mana and unlock abilities. And superhumans who totally own their awakening. The short dude said he already knew all this stuff. Hazuki said the second awakening is when a master levels up skills beyond the usual. Surprised by this, the short bald dude asked if a damage dealer could learn a healer's or support's moves. Hazuki said it's possible. The second awakening doesn't care about those differences. After hearing this, the chubby dude got super worried cause Len might be in big trouble. But judging by Hazuki's grin, she seems to doubt that, revealing that the boy also managed to awaken a second time. The chubby dude could hardly believe this info. While the battle's going wild, the chubby dude's communicator buzzed. With the speed of a grandma, he grabbed his phone, and the message there left him totally shook. Len, right now, is shielding himself from an attack with his barriers. At the same time, he whipped up several energy spheres. Reggie's still rocking his perfect Michael Jackson form. This last attack was a shocker, a two-stage explosion. Len said it's been ages since he last bled. Plus, he's super impressed with his opponent's strength, didn't think he'd be this strong. Revealing he's also working on mastering the perfect Michael Jackson form, hasn't nailed it yet, but it's a great chance to try it out. Reggie's amazed he got the perfect Michael Jackson move down while still so young. It's a bummer he has to take him out, but there's no other option. Len said, one of them's gonna bite the dust in this fight, and it's definitely gonna be Reggie, who shot back saying the kid talks too much. Before things got crazier, someone jumped in the fight, using some kind of slime to stop them both. Len was super annoyed by this interruption. It's the chubby dude who showed up, saying disciple number 3's gotta bounce as soon as possible. Len wasn't thrilled about this news, doesn't want to ditch the fight. But the chubby dude said it's urgent, a direct order from the master. Being super obedient, Len dropped his perfect Michael Jackson transformation, but someone there caught his eye. Reggie said he hadn't given the okay for the boy to leave. In the middle of this chaos stands the bald chubby dude, totally freaked out by the most powerful master ever. Still, he said he's got a message from his master Iku, and a request for them to leave safely. Reggie took an envelope in his hands. After that, the chubby dude politely said, peace out. Finally, they bounced from that spot. Reggie started reading the telegram, and was totally surprised. Soon after, the letter's paper just burned up on its own. After being left alone there, Reggie also dipped, but there was someone in all that mess. Rin popped up, saying the heroine's back. But she didn't get it. The arena's empty. No one's around. Besides being annoyed, she realized she was starving. Iku's crew went back to where he chills. The bearded old dude started grinning a lot, like he was into what he heard. In front of him is the bald, chubby dude, saying sorry. But the old dude said he should be thankful to him. Thanks to the chubby dude's move, that fight didn't go down, and the Master Squad couldn't do anything against them, even though they didn't have all the minerals. A war now would be a mess. So, the chubby dude handled the crisis like a boss. However, the old dude wasn't done with his review, and the chubby dude started sweating bullets, totally scared. Iku said the chubby dude pretended to be him, and so should get punished. Something the chubby dude definitely didn't want. Later, the old dude strolling inside the temple, his sidekick asked if everything's cool with the Reggie weed situation. Cause he's a super dangerous guy, the sidekick's ready to handle it. Iku told him he'd deal with it himself, which made his sidekick worried. Plus, the sidekick doesn't get why Reggie hates the old dude. Maybe it's cause of what went down during the tournament battle 10 years ago. Rumors say the old dude lost that fight on purpose, and this must mess with Reggie's ego. In response to this rumor, the old dude said it's not that simple. Getting more confused by this info, the sidekick wants to know why there's so much beef. Iku went silent after this question, which made the sidekick nervous. Then he revealed that the essence of the mineral Reggie has was originally a pear. The sidekick was blown away by this, asking if the old dude has the other half. For ages, Iku held back on using all his resources to pull off his plan, because he'd lose everything he cared about, including Reggie's girl. The sidekick thought the old dude meant a girlfriend, but nah, that woman was more like a mom to him. Iku needed some special mineral from her, snagged it, then lost it, and now Reggie wants his head on a platter. For problems like this, it's best to handle it head on. Pretending it ain't there won't cut it. Still, the sidekick's all nervous. But the old dude doesn't care. He needs that mineral, and after saying this, he opened a mysterious door, revealing another one of his wild experiments almost done. It's the power that'll flip the world upside down. It's the first time the sidekick saw that. All hyped, he said they can finally kick off the plan. But the old dude said he needs one last thing, to snag the mineral from Reggie Weed. Back at the hero's crib, or one of his chill spots, the boy's deep in thought. His health's back, and he's remembering stuff, especially that gray-haired kid. When he got up, a raspy voice asked where he was headed. It's the old doc, checking on the boy. Knowing he's got the sword, she asked if he's thinking about revenge. Trying to play it cool, our hero said nah. The old doc said he was lucky to make it back. If not for that bald backup, he'd be toast. And now he wants to find a master who's MIA. Sung told her he's unsure if he wants to avenge Saren's death or if he's just salty about losing. During the fight with Reggie, he thought he leveled up, but realized they're in a whole different league. Sung thought he could protect his crew, but now he's feeling weak again, and it's driving him nuts. The doc said everyone hits this kind of low at least once. This is the taste of failure. Not much to do about it. She's been there. Now it's his turn. But there's something he can't ignore. Quitting's the easy way out, and there's nothing cooler than battling yourself. She, for example, is super pumped, thinking about how to fix the mineral problem for our hero. Doesn't even seem like she's 80. Our boy just stares at the pumped old lady, barely reacting. And she reminded him, his body's not in tip-top shape, and he shouldn't do anything dumb until he's back to normal too, because he owes this old lady big time. After a big sigh, our boy went for a stroll. But up on that building, some shady folks are watching everything. They're the same clowns who messed with the Master's competition. They're gunning for the hero. This is an order from the boss, time to snag that mineral. The short ninja showed a tiny vial and said if they pull it off, he'd give it to the mystery person. This mystery person is hiding their face with a hood. Eyeing our hero, she aimed an arrow at him. The other goons are banking on that. Energy's building up at the tip of the arrow, aiming at our boy, who at the last second, started to move. The bow lady noticed he vanished. Our hero said they all look super shady. He already figured out he's their target, no need for a big reveal. To top it off, our boy said he's in a bad mood. The long-haired dude said our boy's pretty sharp, but thought he was a damage dealer. The bow girl started firing her arrows. Our hero blocked them all. Then, he suggested they take the fight somewhere empty, doesn't want to hurt bystanders. The long-haired dude agreed. It'll be easier to win, and the boy can't call for backup. That's why he'll make sure our guy can't escape. A mysterious energy started to appear. Sung was a bit worried about that. Even the long-haired dude's crew is concerned. The long-haired dude's going all out, swinging his sword with a clean cut, and that caused major chaos in that building. But after the dust settled, they couldn't spot the hero. The short chubby guy said the long-haired dude's a total goof, didn't need to make such a scene. However, the long-haired dude found it hilarious. It's the only way to wrap up a fight. In the middle of the dust, our hero pops up, ready to bring the smackdown. But thinking about the chaos he could cause, he decides to bounce. On his way, he spots something coming and blocks it with his sword, ninja style. The lady with the bow and arrow is still a major headache. She fires off a bunch more shots. But this time, none of them hit, and our hero's zooming towards her. The lady notices her target's gone turbo speed. Our dude's about to turn her into a jigsaw puzzle. But just as he makes his move, she blocks it like a pro. The impact knocks back her hood, revealing her face. Our guy instantly recognizes her. She was at the IQ tournament, and she's all, long time no see. Sung, super annoyed, asks why she's pulling this stunt. She spills that it's all about the cash. Trying to attack again, she says she needs his mineral. But all she gets is a one-way ticket to Nap Town. Our guy's fuming and calls out for the next challenger. The long-haired dude is loving this chaos, and the short ninja's whining about the mess that's coming. The long-haired dude's like, been ages since I stretched my legs, this is gonna be wild. But before he can get to our guy, he spots something. Someone just popped up from the ground. And it's Yuri, ready to throw down too. She was about to smash them with a punch, but the short chubby dude shields everyone with his barrier. That move was a bit freaky. They didn't see that coming. Knowing our guy, he says that lady's got his back. The long-haired dude says to look up. As soon as he does, the chubby dude sees a massive fireball incoming. But the long-haired dude blocks it with his sword. No sweat. The mineral in his sword just gobbles up that energy. Feeling saved, the chubby dude thanks him. He could have blocked it, but would have gotten wrecked. The long-haired dude jokes he didn't know the chubby guy could say thanks, suggests he should do it more. In the middle of what could be a roast session, the tiny ninja tells them to stay sharp. A mage and a tank are in the mix. Things could get dicey. Yuri wants to know who these people are. Rin's like, who cares? Time to make them pay. The long-haired dude says he's got stuff to handle, but after, he could party with these lovely ladies. Rin's totally grossed out. She'd rather eat dirt than date a guy with a horse face. The long-haired dude warns her she'll regret saying that, and she totally repeats it, which ticks off the long-haired dude big time. He decides to go after her with his sword, but this gives our hero a chance to jump in. He realizes he can't hold back in this showdown. The long-haired dude's still super cocky. Finally, their swords clash. After that, the long-haired dude sees our heroes not backing down. The other baddies are scheming too, and behind them, a giant creature shows up. Seeing it, our hero's a bit freaked, not knowing what it is. That's when the long-haired dude asks if he's distracted, telling him to focus on the fight. Back in action mode, our hero uses the shadow step, and then, he realizes he can't use his energy. Surprised by the long-haired dude's attack, who's definitely not messing around. The short ninja seizes the moment to kick our guy, sending him flying. Sung's still trying to figure out why his energy vanished for a sec. The long-haired dude notices his confused look and says it's like the boy. No one can use human energy here. Now it clicks, that's not a creature. It's a barrier and the hero's friends are outside. Yuri checks if the redhead's okay. She says yeah, but she's ticked at the jerk who hit her. It's time to dish out some payback, but Yuri tells her to hold up. They can't get in there, the barrier blocks powers. Inside, they're just regular humans, no master powers. Rin wants to blow it all up from the outside, but Yuri thinks the barrier will just soak it up. They need a plan to help our guy. Now the two are thinking, super mad. Yuri's got a wild idea brewing. Inside the barrier, our hero's getting clobbered. It's like a grown-up versus a kid. The long-haired dude can't diss the master version, but the human version of the kid's kinda weak. Sung's feeling the power gap, can't land a hit. Ready to wrap it up, the long-haired dude calls our hero a snooze fest. After smacking him with the sword, he grabs our boy, headbutting him. Sung gets launched, flying through the air. Hits the ground, totally wiped out. The long-haired dude puts the sword in the hand with a weird mineral. Says it's finally collection time. Starts using the sword for it, but a hand grabs that blade anyway. It's our hero, still super determined. The long-haired dude says it's pointless, but realizes he can't pull his own sword, while our boy asks how many goons are in that barrier, cause he needs to know how many extras to smack down. The long-haired dude digs this determination, then says he'll take the mineral without hurting him too much. But this time, he gets a mega punch. The long-haired dude's trying to figure out what just happened. Far away, the short chubby guy's loving it. Seems he's not a fan of the long-haired dude. Ready to jump back in, Sung says he doesn't just use energy, he's got skills that work without it. The long-haired dude thinks it's all talk, and gets shocked again as the hero zooms past him. Knowing he needs to win, the long-haired dude tries to chase our boy, but runs into a giant rock flying through the air. All the villain's buddies are shook. The rock crashes down hard, kicking up a huge dust cloud. Looks like Yuri's behind this attack. The thrifty ninja's not happy. The barrier's toast. Number 6 should be with them too, but this poor extra doesn't see someone sneaking up. When he finally gets it, it's too late. He drops to the ground, defeated. Time for the hero to be the hammer. In a super remote spot, there's a big sculpture. Seems to hide a cave entrance. A guy's waiting there. It's old Iku, already waiting for Reggie Weed. Cutting to the chase, the ultimate master asks if the old man has the mineral. Iku says it's been ages since they talked, Reggie could chill a bit. But the ultimate master skips the small talk. Iku says if he loses, Reggie can easily get the mineral back, and asks if the hero brought it too. Reggie shows something on his hand. It's the mineral he's got. Iku's really digging what he sees. Reggie says he'll return these minerals to their rightful place. Debris is falling everywhere. Someone crawls out from the rocks. It's the long-haired dude. He's not happy about what went down, so he ditches the top of his kimono. Now he's seriously ticked off. The stone's impact kicked up a ton of dust, and the short chubby guy's whining about it. Can't see a thing. At least he finds the chubby guy with hair. They're trying to find the thrifty ninja, who's vanished. Bummed out, the short guy says they can't leave this ninja alone for a sec. The chubby guy with hair senses something. It's an attack coming, but he blocks it. The chubby guy's clueless about what it was, since there's no damage dealer here. But disciple number 6 says it was the hero. This leaves the chubby guy stunned. Didn't know the hero was this fast. He's the quickest damage dealer he's ever seen. The attack happens again. But this time, the arm gets hurt. The dust's messing everything up. To fix this, disciple number 6 grabs his spear. With a big move, he clears the dust. Finally, they can see, making the short guy super happy. He's feeling way better now. With the dust gone, they spot the man with hair. Our hero's now revealed to them. The chubby guy wants to know where the thrifty ninja is. The sword guy says he's lying right there. Once again, the chubby dude's all, man, it's tough keeping this guy safe. Now with some serious motivation, the dude with the hair's like, I got this. I'll handle the main guy. The chubby dude's just chill, accepting the plan. Finally, the villain's charging up his own power, like he's in a video game. Time to jump back into the epic battle that's going down. Our main guy's zooming in, using all his speed like he's in a race. The dude with the hair can't keep up with those crazy fast moves, but he figures out the next hit's coming from behind, so he blocks it like a pro. Sung's all, whoa, this big guy's super bendy, this fight's gonna be tough. The dude with the hair's like, attack from the front, or you're a total chicken. Our main guy's feeling totally called out by that. While they're duking it out, disciple number 6 is giving Yuri a hard time. She's feeling the pressure, like, if I run out of mana, I'm toast. Fire's flying everywhere, like a fireworks show. Rin's trying to roast the little chubby dude. He realizes he's up against a demon and can't save number 2's body. The chubby dude's got the worst matchup ever. He's got to figure out how to get away from this beast. After watching the main guys fight, he's got a sneaky plan. Rin's chasing him like, how long's this chubby pig gotta run? Come get your smackdown. The chubby dude's offended but says, trying anything's pointless. Rin uses the chat to whip up another fireball. That's what the chubby dude's been waiting for. He's all set to take that hit head on. But he vanishes at the last second, sending the fire into the main fight. Now all those flames are gonna toast him. The dude with the hair sees it coming, so he whips out his sword to block it, like a boss. Thanks to the mysterious mineral, it was a breeze. Even though he blocked it, he got a little scratched up. Super annoyed, he's like, I said no interruptions. Now he's gonna unleash his full power, and it's gonna be epic. He launches an attack that freaks out our main guy, and it's heading straight for Rin. No mercy. Sung's yelling at her to dodge it, but she's stubborn, thinking her flames can block it. A massive impact shakes the battlefield, blinding everyone. Something flies through the air, all bloody. It's a tiny piece of armor. Looks like someone got seriously hurt. The dude with the hair's catching his breath. Our main guy's looking back, super worried. But his opponent's like, stay focused, dude. Trying to hit our boy again with the sword. He blocks it but gets thrown way back. Sung's trying to get up again. Not knowing how his friend's doing, he's raging. The dude with the hair's watching, all smug. Our boy's confused, doesn't know what to do. Then he yells, calling for Yuri. He just says, hurry up, and help the red-haired girl, who's been seriously hurt. Yuri rushes to help, trying to patch her up. Sadly, Rin lost part of her arm, a major bummer. Yuri stops the bleeding, but there's no fixing the girl's hand. Sung's like, get her to the hospital, but Yuri's not leaving him alone. Sung knows they're after the mineral in him, so he tells Yuri to go before he passes out. The girl's super kind in that moment, all while the long-haired samurai's like, it's almost over. Yuri's ready to take the red-haired girl to the hospital, trying to cheer up our boy. She says they'll be waiting for him. Finally, they leave the scene. The samurai's like, "Are the goodbyes done?" I'm getting ticked off. While saying this, he doesn't notice the main guy's vanished again, and he's right in front of him, ready to slice and dice. All the samurai sees is a big white flash. Feeling our boy's power just went through the roof. Now they're trading blows like it's a deadly dance-off. The samurai can't keep up, getting pressured and hurt. He's getting mad, saying our main guy's super annoying. The samurai's using an overload move, ready to end it all. But our main guy's as chill as a snowman, the minerals spreading through him, his hands fully transformed, gripping the sword. The samurai's realizing things are getting real. Our main guy tells the samurai to chill out. Alright, buckle up, cause this is about to get wild. So, Sung's got this samurai dude in a chokehold, right? With just one hand, he's got him sweating bullets. The samurai's using every ounce of strength not to faceplant, and Sung's already winding up for a knockout punch. Boom! Instant face makeover, no plastic surgeon needed. With that kind of power, the samurai's toast, no doubt. But Sung's not done showing off yet. He boots the guy's body like he's punting a football. Smack! Right into a stone wall. Still buzzing with energy, Sung's all party ain't over yet. The samurai's beat up and gasping for air. Then someone pipes up, saying he can't win solo. Enter the not-so-tall ninja, back from the dead, and it's been ages since the samurai got this kind of smackdown. Even though he's battered, he tells everyone to butt out. His crew's like, "You sure about that, dude?" Gripping his sword tight, the samurai's all, "This is a blast." And jumps back into the fray. He trades a few more hits with Sung, while the crowd watches. And, surprise, he's tossed out of the ring again. The short guy's not doubting the samurai's skills. Even after the beatdown, he's like, "It ain't over." But the short guy's like, "Time's ticking, bro." Tells the samurai to zip it, and smashes a vial of mystery juice, slaps it on the samurai's back, saying he needs to snag the mineral now. It's some kind of super juice, and the samurai's juiced up. The ninja's proud of this trick. It's like a power-up from a video game. The samurai's back in action, all charged up. Even though he's strong, he's not a fan of using this cheat code. Never thought he'd need it to take down a kid. Since they gotta finish the mission, disciple number 6 jumps in too, which just ticks off the samurai more. Back at HQ, where the big boss hangs out, chaos is spreading. Even the statue's sweating this fight. Reggie's cranking out ice like a snow cone machine. Iku's all, "You've leveled up," mastering the full Michael Jackson mode, and Reggie's like, "I've always been the GOAT, old-timer." This gets Iku teasing him. Staring Reggie down, he asks if he's gonna play ball or not. The top dog stays quiet, says he heard Iku's planning to throw down with the Masters Association. But the old dude's like, "This ain't war, just fixing the world." Reggie's like, "That's not your gig. It's the association's." But the old guy's like, "They blew it." Thinking back to that big attack 5 years ago, Reggie's like, "Was that your doing, old man?" Dropping truth bombs, the old guy's like, "Had no choice." With this knowledge, Reggie's got no choice but to take him down. Using his shadow powers, Iku's like, "Reggie, you've gotten cocky at the top. Weaklings don't get a say." Reggie's spooked by this dark energy. In full demon mode, the old man's like, "The strong call the shots, and I'll show mercy now." He's gonna snag that mineral again. Back to our hero's brawl, he's up against 2 foes, both juiced up on power-ups. The chubby dude notices our hero's got mad balance. Helping his pals, he tries to nerf our boy's power. Disciple 6 seizes the moment, smacking our boy, who gets launched towards the samurai, who's ready to dish out some pain. Sends our boy crashing down hard. The fight's so intense, even the bystander baddies are throwing up shields. After that last hit, the chubby guy thinks it's game over. But he's not totally convinced. The ninja knows that last hit packed a punch. With the power up, they're as strong as the master. Knowing this, the chubby guy's sure the fight's done. Now he's gotta hustle and grab the mineral. The samurai's still keeping a close eye on things. And the ninja's like, "Chop the kid's arm off, keep the mineral safe." The chubby guy's like, "I'll give it a shot." But when he grabs the hero, he notices something. The hero's skin's all sticky, and the chubby guy's getting stuck. His crew's like, "What's going on?" And he's like, "This is whack." Now the ninja's yelling at him to hurry up, but it's too late for the chubby guy. Some weird slime's creeping up on him. He's about to get trapped, but the samurai spots the danger. Acting fast, he chopped off the chubby dude's arm. Now he's in mega pain. Karma's a beast, right? Mess with our precious, get messed up, that's justice for ya. Super mad, the chubby dude asked why the samurai did that. Samurai said the chubby dude's too loud for someone who just got saved. The ninja backed him up, saying the chubby dude almost got eaten. Oops, a tiny miscalculation. This mission's a hot mess now. Our hero's transforming, about to level up big time. Meanwhile, the mineral's taking over our guy's body, creeping closer and closer to his face, totally changing his eyes. Sung felt the mineral took over, but maybe it's chill, he's super tired. Outside, our guy turned into a shadow beast. His roar freaked out all the baddies. He rose again, Sung's now super aggressive, creating a massive energy bubble around him. The baddie's gotta defend against that, but our guy's power is off the charts. After that energy blast, everything went back to normal. The ninja realized without his shield, he'd be toast. They gotta act fast or it's game over. Knowing this, they all popped power-up pills. The ninja decided to distract the enemy so his crew could strike. He told them to go easy on the power. Just spam attacks, the creature can't hit back. They gotta split its focus. And when it's distracted, the sixth disciple will end it. The samurai wasn't feeling this plan. So the ninja had a serious chat. It's not about pride, it's about survival. They're up against a monster, a mix of the strongest mineral and a skilled master. Worst case, they leave empty-handed, and the ninja's hoping for that. After the pep talk, the samurai agreed to help out. Now they gotta stick to the plan. One slip-up could mean game over. Our hero's still trying to move, and he did it, zooming like lightning. The ninja's ready to roll, launching a bunch of attacks at our guy, who took them all, but his skin's tough as nails. While he tries some secret move, the sixth disciple jumped in to attack. While our guy's distracted, the samurai joined the fight. Now the two disciples are set to take down our guy. Watching it all, the ninja thinks the plan's working. He told number 6 to get his power ready. He also told the chubby dude to make his move. He's all set to use his power. But the ninja's gotta give the go-ahead. Now that Sung's focused on the samurai, the plan's moving forward. But the chubby dude's getting jittery. He glanced around sneakily and realized this was the perfect moment to act. Finally, the ninja gave the signal. Following orders, the chubby dude used his move on our hero. Everyone's now caught in that weird slime. Shockingly, the drug's effects got totally cancelled. Fuming, the ninja asked what the chubby dude was doing. He said with one arm, it's tough to control the move. Our hero's trying to figure out what went down. Even without mana, the samurai thought attacking was smart, but he got hit with a harsh reality check. After taking a deep chest cut, he'll be lucky to make it to the next chapter. Disciple number 6 tried to jump in, but our hero's way faster, taking number 6 out of the game. For rushing in, number 6 paid the price. Our hero pierced through this dude's body like wet paper. Totally stunned, the ninja saw his buddies get wiped out instantly. He's sure he can't beat this creature. Time to make a run for it. And when he tried, he realized something. The chubby dude betrayed them. He had the chance to take down 3 disciples and wasn't gonna miss it. The ninja can't believe what's going down. While the chubby dude ran, the ninja got stuck in the slime. In his last moments, he thought the chubby dude was a spy for the association. He needs to tell his master. But maybe that's not happening. Our hero just got closer, ending his last enemy's life in a wild and explosive way. Now the battle's truly over. Our hero vanished, leaving only chaos behind. Amidst the wreckage, an energy starting to show. The bald dude was there, and he totally saved the doc's life. No cap. Now that our main guy has gone full demon mode, he's just standing there, like, why isn't he moving? The bald dude's stressing, saying the army's gonna roll up soon. The doc's like, if that happens, it's gonna be a mess. Lots of people could get hurt. They gotta fix this as soon as possible. Bald dude's all got a plan. While he's thinking, the good bald dude spots something wild. He can't even believe it. In the middle of the chaos, someone's getting up. Even though he's super beat up, the samurai's still kicking. The place is littered with bad guys in containers that used to hold drugs. The samurai's scoping out the scene, all detective-like. He notices the chubby dude bailed and respects the main guy's power. Trying to stand with his sword, the samurai's in serious pain. He sees his hands a mess, blood everywhere. He takes a deep breath, trying to chill. Standing tall, the samurai's still got that fire. The doc's worried, thinking this guy should have just stayed down. As he's about to bite the dust, the samurai remembers a day when he got totally owned, called a loser by his rival, realizing the world's huge. Compared to that day's pain, these wounds are nothing. The samurai powers up again. The doc sees he's going all out for one last hit. Our main guy's ready for it. The samurai's pushing past all his limits, while our main guy's on defense mode. After making a cocoon, Sung gets hit by the samurai's attack. A massive energy blast is happening, and in this epic showdown, there are 2 beasts. The good bald dude sees he's gotta jump in too. Leaving the doc in a shield, he's like, I'm gonna help the main guy. While the fight's raging, he steps up, full of bravery. Finally, the energy blast fades. The bald dude's ready to help. Our main guy's alive, but the samurai's in trouble. Holding his staff, the good bald dude's charging up, creating a 6 support move, still in the air. Our main guy yeets his old rival's body far away. Now he's got a new target. Using his skills, the good bald dude manages to hold the boy's body, but he realizes the force on the other side is insane. He'll be lucky to keep it up for a few minutes. To his surprise, he's not the only one trying to do this. Yuri's back to help out, using a big shield to hold the main guy. The bald dude's super relieved she's back. Now he's like, what's the plan? Another person joins in, saying they're gonna do absolutely nothing. It's the old doc who says she'll treat our main guy. The bald dude, thinking he got it wrong, says he won't end our boy. The old lady tells him to chill. Yuri asks the old lady if she can bring the main guy back to his senses. She says it's too late. Just looking into his eyes, you can tell his mind's gone. Yuri's like, is there no other way besides taking him out? Back in the day, masters who merged with minerals followed orders without a second thought. But the main guy only went after threats, so there's gotta be hope. But no master has ever come back after fully merging with the mineral. Yuri's stressing, the army's almost here, and she's ready to do whatever it takes to save him. Then the old lady starts thinking, realizing time flies, like, for real. It's been 60 years since she started studying minerals, and it was a blast while it lasted. Along the way, she found some super special minerals. Yuri's getting worried about this speech. The old lady shows off a special mineral, the coolest one she's ever found. A real gift from above, and by touching it, she's getting contaminated too.